Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling.
Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
You in the trenches, you know. It's cool to shoot them bullets. How you gonna defend yourself when them bullets coming back?
David Scott Santa Cruz is gonna fall from his the popular and acclaimed defending WBA lightweight champion of the world.
If it was the streets, these niggas would been smoked. Pack the whole group up. Pack them up and get them the fuck out of boxing.
Haney, Kambosos, one of those folks, maybe Garcia.
All them guys is easy work. They easy work, man. I'm the top dog.
The hard-hitting young star of boxing, 3-division world champion.
Skill for skill. I'm much more skillful than Canelo. I stand on that. I'm much more skillful.
You and Kambosos, what happens, Hank?
I'm whooping that ass. Tell him come see. Tell him hold the belts. I whoop his ass for free.
The defending world champion from Baltimore, Maryland.
We from the city. You know what's happening, what's in the city.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Gervonta Tank Davis.
SDS Promotions.
I remember walking in Mayweather gym, he sitting on the couch. I told him he a bum ass fighter. He ain't say nothing, not one word. He got a furrow on his 80 degrees on him.
You're going to see it on MGM Grand. Only one will stand. And Bill Haney, William E. Haney come with that fight plan.
They didn't think niggas out of Oakland was gonna push up on their ass. You dig?
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Well, tell the truth and shame the devil that Devin is a bad motherfucker.
WBC, the lightweight champion of the world.
Come get the real belts, not the front. This ain't franchise shit.
That boy is good.
Bill Haney, say his name 3 times, pop up like candy, man.
When you talk about that, you talk about one of the best fighters in boxing.
SDS Promotions.
You're going to see it on MGM Grand. Only one will stand. And Bill Haney, William E. Haney come with that fight plan.
They didn't think niggas out of Oakland was gonna push up on their ass. You dig?
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Well, tell the truth and shame the devil that Devin is a bad motherfucker.
WBC, the lightweight champion of the world.
Come get the real belts, not the front. This ain't franchise shit.
That boy is good.
Bill Haney, say his name 3 times, pop up like candy, man.
When you talk about that, you talk about one of the best fighters in boxing.
SDS Promotions.
Good morning, TBV. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am he. Find me at Nesta Gibbs, you already know, on YouTube with my new project where I am doing something completely out of boxing at youtube.com/Nesta Gibbs. But catch me right here every single day, twice on Monday, twice on Thursday. I'm even here Sunday serving up crow like the chef. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to, I don't know, whatever, and 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. But guess who's Bizak? What up, Danny?
What up, champ? Damn, my mic's off.
What you mean?
Hello, Tess? I don't hear myself.
Oh, you mean your headphones are off?
Yeah. No, I was hearing you. I thought.
This is you right here, number 2?
Sure.
What about now?
Hello?
How about now?
We back,
How
baby.
about
We
now?
back, baby. We back. What up, champ?
How was New York City?
Man.
Welcome to New York City.
It was sensational, champ.
Nah, it was. That ring walk was fire, man. I'm glad he came out to something that's in my playlist. You know what I'm saying?
You got some 5-yo on your playlist?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't even know that was Alicia, but I kept telling people like, yo, is that Alicia? Like asking because it sounded so spot on. So she killed that. It's really her that that made that. You know, Hook sell the song. You know what I'm saying? So her on the hook.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yo, man, yeah, we back, man.
Steve in the UK, that's a 50 Cent line. Bizak, man. Guess who's Bizak? Still smell the crack on my clothes. Come on, dog. What's going on, bruh?
Yeah, man.
That's some old school 50, man, before he got the deal.
Yeah, no, New York was great, bro. New York was great. I got in my first Uber that had a Nintendo 64.
What?
Yup. I got
a Nintendo 64.
A Nintendo 64 in my Uber, yo.
What kind of car he had?
Bro, it was some regular shit. I could tell you,
What
like, if
the
I go through my
hell?
history, it wasn't like no foreign shit. And I asked him, I said, bro, what?
Who actually plays this shit?
Hold on, listen, bro, he got pictures with fucking celebrities and shit playing his shit. And I asked him, I said, what made you think of getting a Nintendo 64? He's like, I had an Escalade that I was doing Uber and it had 4 TVs. So I had to put them to use and the Nintendo 64 was just sitting in my house.
So he couldn't afford the Escalade no more? Like, why he go from an Escalade to a car? Shit crazy. Especially if you're doing Uber, you might as well kept the XL. You get more rides.
I don't know.
Crazy.
Yeah.
He couldn't pay that payment.
I don't know.
Couldn't pay that payment.
Might be Toro in it.
Brandon Lance, you never even heard 50 with your Houston ass. Fuck out of here. You still listening to Scarface talking about that ain't no damn 50. Fuck wrong with that dude?
Yo, we got LV Slugger with the first super chat of the day, $2 saying Haney about to be the first undisputed lightweight.
First and foremost, that was on a mixtape too. I'm pretty sure on that mixtape, it was my favorite song in the whole wide world. Y'all gotta look that shit up. I should look up the lyrics before I even mention it. Let me look up the lyrics. I'm sure the internet got those, even though it's a mixtape.
Yo, they funny as hell. They in the chat saying, Bill, Haney, Haney. Ah!
Well, we gotta talk, man, because Kambosos, he's very intelligent. He's very intelligent, and I don't want anyone to underestimate him. All the Haney fans need to unite, and we need to send positive energy. Man, Kambosos is smart. Bruh, how else do you get under a man's skin?
Ain't no way. Hold on. All right, let me see where you finna go with this, cause if it's where I think you're going, ain't no way in hell that got under his skin.
What didn't get under his skin? Because I seen shit get. I watched that press conference. Did you?
I watched it this morning. I couldn't sleep. So I watched it a couple hours ago, actually.
Good. I'm glad it's fresh in your head. Don't act like that shit ain't get under his skin.
What you think got under his skin?
When he called him a rat.
Hell no.
You lying.
Man.
You lying. He got frustrated because he's like, come on, bro. You know that ain't even, you not even using that term correctly, but he's still using it. And it definitely bothered him.
I think.
Don't stunt. That's actually like the biggest talking point of the whole press conference. Everybody's like, yo, you heard Kambosos? Because for Americans, it's a disrespect.
Yeah, but
you can't just call someone a snitch or a rat. Like you know what I mean? There's consequences to that. You either got paperwork on a dude or you don't. I'm just saying. So that was shit. He's really trying to get up under his skin. He's really trying. Now, I want to talk about it because he painted a perfect picture for the casual fan listening. Like, oh, he was telling on his countrymen against another country. So, he's trying to make it like, yo, we at war, Australia versus America.
Bro, he was hilarious. Bro, like the shit, it's so crazy because a lot of people shat. They would shit on T.O. and his father, right? Mm-hmm. Going into that fight. Bro, I don't know what's worse, like this or that. Like the shit was that bad to me. Like, first of all, you're talking about a guy, right? A countryman. You're talking about a countryman who represented a different country when he was making his Olympic run, right?
You mean Teofimo Lopez
Absolutely.
Representing Honduras?
Absolutely. All right. So you're talking about that when Devin Haney, of course, represented the United States of America, right? Mm-hmm. You're talking about that. Then you're talking about a rat when he told you shit that was out there. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? He told you shit that was out there. And then still, Devin don't get shit. What does Devin benefit from telling you that?
Well, I mean, it's like Devin said, what were the consequences?
Right, like that's what I'm saying. Because it's benefits and it's consequences. So it's like the consequences would have been for T.O. and the benefit would have been for Devin. Like, motherfucker, you still got to go in and do what you got to do. Like, the shit was out there. It was public information.
But you see how agitated you are?
But that's what I'm saying. So when you said that about Devin, I think it was more the frustration.
But I used the word frustration as well.
You said, I don't think, to me, when you say get under his skin, that's gonna carry over into the fight.
I never said that.
Nah, but you know,
that's how you interpret it, or that's what you assumed that I was saying that he's so upset is gonna show up in the ring. No. I'm just saying the motherfucker's intelligent. He found the right way to get under someone's skin. You know, listen, there's only two things that offend a man's ego: his honor and his word, which is the same shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Hold on.
And his manhood.
Hold on.
You question a dude's manhood, and you know, and by manhood I mean, you know, it could be a dude calling you a homosexual, or it could be a girl saying you garbage in bed. You question a man's manhood, and he's fucked up in the head. And then you do what he said. You know, you call a dude a rat, a snitch. What he called him an informant. All this crazy shit. Kambosos disrespectful.
Yeah,
he taking it too far to sell the fight, but I get it. He's selling the fight. This is no different than Rolly. Rolly called Tank a koala with chlamydia. Called him, you know, oh, you got a big ass head. I can't miss that head. You know, he called him all types of stuff. Everything.
But let me tell you something. He ain't call him. Like,
but he did send him love after, and he just. Matter of fact, say what you were gonna say. I'll pull up his message.
You pulling up some on Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No. I'm.
What were you gonna say? You say he ain't call him what?
Well, I'm just saying he ain't bring up nothing about no kids, nothing about no mom, and to me, this on that level. So it's just like I like and I'm proud of how Devin handled it, right? Because we spoke about the Chris Rock, right, and Will Smith situation, and Ness, you said how that was corny and how you liked how Chris Rock handled it professionally and was able to carry on. Like Devin, bro, he was trying to get under his skin, bringing up BH, and bro, like.
I didn't know how to take that, but I don't want to go too far on that. Please let me remember to get back to that. I want to show you the screen share and read Rolly's thing, but I didn't know how to take Kambosos saying, if anybody in the government is listening, let that man in. I have my father. Like, he was funny. I love when Devin was like, man, is the act ever gonna stop? Like, I'm telling you, he's tired of it. He's tired. But here we are screen sharing on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice, Rolly's message post-fight. This is 13 hours ago. And he says, just scaling it to fit. That didn't work. That works. He says, thank you to Gervonta for accepting this fight. My team.
Well, why don't you ever say his name right?
What is it?
Gervonta. I mean.
Oh, it's Tay?
I mean.
Not Ta?
You ain't never heard him be like announced to the ring or like at the weigh-ins and nothing?
I thought it was Gervonta Davis.
Gervonta Davis, yeah.
Not Gervonta. Tay would be T-A-E. I mean, just like the dude that we had on the show. What's my man named K-Tay or T-Clay?
Josh Boy?
Yup.
Quantavious Slay.
Yup. And it's Tay at the end. And his nickname is even Tay.
Yeah.
All right, but maybe you're right and I'm wrong.
I don't, cause it almost like,
you got that Chicago slang though.
Yeah,
man.
but I don't know. Maybe it's just the way you talk. His Gervonta, like Gervonta.
Gervonta. I mean, it isn't Tay though.
All right.
I don't think it could be Tay without an E, but maybe you're right. Whatever. Davis. For accepting this fight, my team, family, and everyone who came out and sold out Barclays, making it the highest grossing and most attended boxing event in Barclays history, and those who tuned in on pay-per-view. Never stop believing in yourself. # Rolly is forever. And, we talked about this before the fight happened. And I think it happened.
What?
I'm not saying he's a burning star. I'm not saying he's the moon. But he's definitely shining, even in losing. I promise you, I think he's got just, if not more, I would say Tank gold dust, that residual effect of being in the ring with a star. You know what I'm talking about or no? That Andy got from AJ. I think he got more than possibly Isaac Cruz. You wasn't here last night, but Sunday morning, if you Googled Tank, he was trending, Rolly was trending, Isaac Cruz was trending. If you Googled Rolly, vice versa. Tank and Isaac was trending. The motherfucker ain't even fight. And he's still out here popping. But so is Rolly and losing. And like he said, highest grossing, bro. We're talking about outselling Keith Thurman and Danny Garcia. I said Keith, one-time Thurman, and Danny Garcia. They outsold that at the Barclays, man.
Yep.
He has everything to do with that. We can't act like it's only Tank.
Let me tell you, everybody that...
Normally, I would say it was Tank, but like, this is a very good antagonist. And I've seen comments, oh, he's grown on me. Oh, I like Rolly now, Just go through the comment sections anyway. You'll see.
Nah, for
people's
sure.
opinions slightly changed, you know what I mean? I don't know if you heard yesterday's show. I'm sure you was extremely busy, but it would have been good so you could have kind of like a sense of what the public believes, because what I was hearing is Tank was on the back foot and boxed a masterclass. Instead of Rolly put him on the back foot and made him get on his bike. We never seen Tank fight like that. So something changed. Whether it was the thought that Rolly could be a puncher or the game plan, he ain't fight like he fought everyone else.
Nah, I'm going to be honest with you, though. I thought it was a good game plan, and I was speaking to somebody within Mayweather Promotions, and obviously them having both fighters, and they're like, so what do you think Tank should do? And that was kind of weird, right? Because mostly Tank being the favorite, it's like, oh, well, what do you think Rolly should do, if he has a chance or whatever the case may be? And when they asked me, like, what do you think Tank should do? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, well, like in case Rolly is coming forward or having success. I'm like, box. They keep saying that. Calvin Ford and Gervonta Davis have said, and we did see it in the Isaac fight a little bit, but they're like, yo, we ain't had to really show it. I'm like, show it, box. Box, tire him out. And in the later rounds, when you have in the past gotten those knockouts for the most part, and it did go the under, like I said, not the over, like you said, then you shine. And I thought he looked great. I thought, but Rolly won some rounds. I thought it was good back and forth, but yeah, that counter was crazy. That counter was crazy.
Well, we're here to discuss, obviously, the Undisputed fight, being as though that it's happening in Melbourne in Australia. The press conference took place Sunday, which was really Monday over there, right. Sunday over here for us. So Kambosos and Haney met. Words were exchanged. No belts were brought. That seemed to frustrate Devin Haney, that the belts wasn't there. I love how he said, why did we even come here if not for the belts? Like, the government put the money up for the belts. The people are here because we're unifying and undisputing the belts. Why not bring the belts? So again, George is so intelligent, though. While Haney shined when he would take to the mic, Kambosos still kind of a puppeteer. See, had he brought the belts, Haney never says that. So he didn't bring the belts and made Haney outburst.
So look, I'm gonna be so obviously I didn't watch it live, so I go back and I watch it, and then I go on Twitter and I just type in Haney Kambosos, right? It was crazy how many people was shitting on him.
On Haney?
On George.
Oh, wow.
And then let me tell you.
About what exactly?
They was calling them corny. They was calling, let me tell you, I actually could pull it up. I'm gonna do it from an Australian boxing page. How many people shitting on George? They're like, He's letting the fame get to him. He's doing this.
Because he is a little cocky.
Yeah, he is a little cocky.
But that's okay.
Yeah,
Mayweather was extra cocky, so they're either going to pay to watch you or pay to watch you lose.
That's true. But it was just so funny how he's talking like this whole countryman thing, and I'm like, wow, like, I could have sworn we just spoke to a countryman on your card who was saying how arrogant you is and how some people in your country don't even like that. So it's just weird to me how, even though T.O. did not even represent the same country that Devin Haney did, that he would bring that up and mention. And then he says, watch out, because after I beat you, when you get back, T.O.'s gonna what?
T.O.'s looking for you in Vegas.
My man's is delusional.
But he's selling a dream. See, casuals don't know. So now he's saying in front of the casuals, oh, this dude is telling on his countrymen, and his countrymen's he's selling a fucking. So who do you think that was in Team Devin Haney that was like, he's scared, look at him, he's scared. You can hit, there's only one dude. It's crazy because that
Rodney?
shit, I don't know, but the shit didn't look open to the public.
No, it was open.
And Lord, where was Kelly Swanson when you need her? Yes, I know this isn't a Kelly Swanson promoted event in terms from a publicist standpoint, but Lord, the face-off happened and everyone just stood up. We couldn't even see the face-off.
Yeah.
That was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the reason I bring her up is because, I used to get pissed for years. And it's like, sit down up front. But now I see why. For the viewing public, like your big ass head is in the fucking way.
Absolutely. And actually, shout out to Kelly Swanson because some way, somehow, when I pick up my credential at the Barclays, they say, oh, we're out of food vouchers. And I'm like, all right. So, I see Kelly. And, we're talking and whatnot, and I bring up the fact that, they're out of food vouchers. She gives me hers. So shout out to Kelly, man. Always, looking out.
Yeah, man. The press conference could have used her expertise and her direction so that we could have had a clean face-off. Thankfully, Top Rank had someone with a mobile phone. So on Top Rank's Instagram, there's a very good one that we reposted as we are definitely fans of this fight. So I'll just screen share that. Go ahead. This is the face-off. As you can see, it's an aerial shot. But look, you thought he didn't get approved. He made it. The security.
Late. He ain't been there the whole time. He ain't go out there at the same time.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
But that's dope. Little by little, more and more people showing up for him.
Yeah, Truck got out there.
Truck too, Simpson?
So that's Truck security. Okay. But I was told that Truck is out in Australia as well.
Damn, look at Lou.
So, yeah.
And Devin is bigger. Not by much. Man,
they gonna see Saturday night. George.
You so biased. Why you sound so biased?
Nah, I'm talking about the size difference. They gonna see the size difference in the ring, because in regular clothes and shoes, I don't even know. I couldn't really tell what Devin had on his feet, so because they look like slippers to me.
Look at Coach in the back. Look at the grin. He got
Daryl,
the grin.
Shout out to Coach Daryl.
Look at his grin. That's who I think is the one saying, he's scared.
Yeah, we could just get all our media just to give the boys a path just through to the entrance here so we can...
So whose arm is that? I just noticed there's an arm there holding Kambosos back.
It must be a security behind George or something. Truck has his arms in front of himself.
You taking the belt from him. Yeah. You taking the belt from him. Yeah.
He definitely is good at what he does, man. He's a good villain. He's a good villain. He was asked the question by Australian media like, George, in all your wildest dreams, did you think you'd be here? He's like, of course. I manifested it. Yo, Haney got to put an ass whooping on this dude, too, because then he turns around and he says, I wasn't like him, who just received the belt. I took the belt from the champion, Teofimo Lopez. I've been fighting. He's complaining. He's got to come. He's getting millions. I was getting $500. Yo, He's fucking killing it. He's selling the fucking
Devin,
story.
You heard Devin, like, I've been getting millions, because he making it seem like I gave you this opportunity, like, you know, like, what?
No, Devin was good because he was like, the Australian government wasn't putting up the money for anyone other than me or Loma.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, and I get it. When it comes to him, he's the last piece of the puzzle. He's the other, you know, what is it called? Infinity Stone. So they needed Devin, or they needed the name that is Lomachenko, which I don't fucking get. This dude's never been on pay-per-view.
Never.
But they keep acting like he's the name. And every time he's gonna allegedly be on pay-per-view, it's with an American, Devin Haney or Javon St. Davis.
Steve, I agree. He said Australians are so pissed when Ness's impression of their accent, laughing out loud.
I mean, listen, what can I do? I'm not, you know, like the best at impressions. Kean was, man. Kean was. Let's see. Do we got a super chat here from Matt Bent 100? He says, Tank made them stars after they wake up. What? Tank made them stars after they wake up
from their
knockout. Getting fresh oracles like 300. Okay, so I get it. He makes them stars, the people that he knocks out, and then he gets fresh oracles. That's from the 300.
That really tickled you, huh, Ness?
Yeah, yo, because I remember that when Leonidas went up there to ask for help and shit. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, I ain't never seen the movie. That's why I wasn't.
300?
Nah, I know the whole.
Wow, that's like a movie that it's on every flight. You should catch that when you're on a flight. Like they.
Bro, you know Spirit has Wi-Fi on their flights now?
I didn't know.
Yeah, bro, it's just like $12, but they have it.
What the foosh?
Yeah.
I'm not paying $12 for no internet. They tripping. That's almost the cable bill.
I'm talking about that's almost the cable bill.
Insane.
So
bro.
if you're on a 16-hour flight to Australia,
that's
down
different.
Under,
16 hours, $12. Now we're talking only what? A fucking dollar or less
what
than
about
$1 an hour.
$100 for a 16-hour flight? Would you pay for Wi-Fi? $100 for a 16-hour flight. Austin, we're starting with you. For a 16-hour flight, are you paying $100 for Wi-Fi?
I mean, you have to. You have to, I think.
I'm planning ahead. I'm downloading all my movies.
Oh, that's true. Watch. You can download. Even on Netflix app, you can download. Good call.
I'm not gonna pay. I paid for Wi-Fi on a plane once, and it didn't even work right.
Yeah.
It was on Southwest.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. You can't trust those Wi-Fis.
For the most part, my experience has been as long as you keep it like iMessaging or, you know, now if you're trying to like go live on YouTube or some shit.
Yeah, that'll never work.
You're fucked, but ruin the 504. Yo, he's hilarious. He said, I'm sure the Wi-Fi on Spirit is hand cranked. Yo, I don't know why that just tickled the fuck out of me, but yeah.
I don't know why you keep using the word tickle, man. Yeah, this guy thinks he's Elmo over here. Yo, what is up with you?
Elmo. That was funny.
Yo, they said Ness don't do that accent. I'm sorry, mate.
Omar, turn the AC down in here. It's hot.
I'm sorry, mate. Not down. No, we got the fan now. Forget that AC. Put the fan.
Do both.
Austin. Hell no. It's already cold today. You know that. Why do you think we got hoodies on? Did you check the weather?
Damn, 73. Yeah, I be putting this bitch on like 65.
Nah, man. You sound like you're sick.
Yeah,
came back with your nostrils all stuffed up.
Bro, let me tell you, I go bowling Friday in New York.
Damn, this guy, yo, he didn't go to work. He went on vacation.
Nah, bro, it was Friday night. We went bowling at like 11 p.m. You get what I'm saying? But I'm waiting on my...
The city that never sleeps, baby.
For sure. I'm waiting on my friend to get there because she's the one that made the reservation. And
Danny only hangs with female friends, man.
And I'm with my other friend, right? So in like 10 minutes, we saw a Russian lady rush a bum into the street, almost got hit by a car, and then he tried to like Spider-Man his web onto the fucking light post while his ass crack was out. And then we saw another guy get arrested. In like a span of 10 minutes, it was like, bro, it's New York City. It's New York City for sure. Like the craziest things. But yeah, we went bowling. Went to the mall at the 9/11 Memorial down there, the Westfield Mall. What's the area called, Ness? Right there.
Yo, so did you see Devin Haney?
What, his Instagram? I told you to go to it.
Yo, screen share this. Devin, like, yo, if I'm a snitch, you a snitch. Any day now. Nah, I'm fucking with you, Austin. You're the best.
Damn. Rising Aussie boxer George Kambosos Jr. has invited Jeff Horn to sort out their differences in the ring if he has a problem with him serving as Manny Pacquiao's sparring partner.
Horn said earlier this month he was disappointed the 24-year-old didn't get in contact before accepting an invitation to join the Filipinos' great training team ahead of Sunday's Battle of Bisbane. Meanwhile, Horn still beat Pacquiao without your help. But you the one calling Haney a traitor for working with another country against your own countrymen. So this is a perfect example of the pot calling the kettle black. This is another phrase is spitting upward and it falls on your face. You know, he clearly forgot that what he is accusing Devin of, he's already done.
Yo, yeah, no, for sure. And like I said, it was just funny because, you know, Jeff Horn was actually Australian, represented Australia and everything as you know, George is doing not the same with T.O. and Devin Haney. And, you know, Devin possibly talking about public information that had already been out there. Yeah, Talk Trends, regular day in New York for sure. Bradley Savage with a $5 super chat that says, Tank exposed Rolly. I can't see Rolly's chin holding up versus Isaac or Ryan. Son, forget who he was. He didn't get caught. He got concussed. Crying, laughing emoji. Well, we do appreciate the $5 super chat with that comment.
I gotta read that one.
Steve is saying Brisbane is pronounced Brisbane.
Brisbane.
Thank you for the
Thank you for the grammar police. Sheesh. It's pronounced Brisbane. What? Okay, Tank exposed Rolly. I can't see Rolly's chin holding up versus Isak or Ryan. Son forgot who he was. Oh man, Bradley. Where's Bradley from, bro? Have you ever fought Bradley? Of course, he didn't know where he was at. He got knocked out. It's called a concussion. That's why there's been, in this sport, there's been complaints about putting microphones in fighters' face after the fight because of that, because they're still delirious. So it's like
UFC does that, and they get people crying on camera all the time because they're just like in the moment.
Yeah, bro, you don't know what the fuck's going on. Like I said it, there was a moment where they show Rolly walking down the hallway to the back, and he grabs his dad and leans in and says something. You know that's that moment. He's like, yo, what the fuck happened, man? Where am I? Because he didn't know. You can see his whole walk. He's glassy-eyed, like looking around, and man, that shit.
What'd you make of those who criticized Rolly for leaving the ring and not staying for the post-fight interview?
I understood them. I didn't side with them, which some will consider me a hypocrite because I was so very, very hard on Miguel Cotto throughout the years for being, you know, the king, tuck his tail and fucking leave the ring. I think Rolly was different because Rolly left and at least stood at the post-press fight conference. Like Cotto did that for the Trout fight. He left the ring, but then showed up for the post-fight press conference for Trout.
That I'm totally okay with. Because for you, Austin, just to kind of give you an idea, it was at least, especially with the chaos that happened after the fight, it was at least 45 minutes to an hour before we talked to Rolly. So at this time, at least you got to go see a fucking doctor. You got to go make sure that you're okay and don't need to go to the hospital before you get a fucking microphone in your face. So I was cool with that. You know, I was cool with that. Like him coming to the press conference, I was cool with that. So... But yes, like Austin was saying, I know a lot, the UFC is very, I feel like they get criticized more than boxing does maybe, but it happens a lot out there.
Yeah, man. We had Coach Dewey Cooper in here, and he believes that Devin can pitch a shutout in Australia, and that he will pitch a shutout. And, you know, I might start listening to Dewey. He was fucking spot on. He said Rolly wouldn't make it past the under or the over, and He was spot on.
Right.
You know, I don't really want to give him too much credit because I feel like I was only a minute 30 away from being spot on too. You know what I'm saying? So fuck. It's not fair. But he was spot on.
Wasn't he spot on like all night though? Like with the fights we did watch?
Yeah, he was spot on. Like his commentary, he's phenomenal.
Yeah, no.
I invited him back,
Shout out-
especially since he trained Devin. We need him right there
No, for sure.
for Saturday.
Shout out to Dewey. and
And Bruce,
and you know what?
Carrington and Troy
and
Isley.
you know what? I know that this is the boxing voice, but I gotta give it to Dewey. When you work the corner of the heavyweight champ in the UFC, I mean, you know a little bit about what you're talking about. So shout out to Dewey Cooper. Has been in the corner of many great fighters. He was in the corner of Jesse Vargas when he came up short against Manny Pacquiao.
You know, should we try? I don't know because Jeff is so laid back. But should we try to get Jeff in here? Like me, you, Dewey, Jeff?
Let's see. Why not? Let's see.
Jeff also trained them.
Let's see. Yeah.
But I don't know how he is on the mic for like fights.
We got to get him a specific time though. He might show up early.
Well, I mean,
a week early.
Well, what's your man's out there in Texas, or not your man's, the promotion out in Texas that he been commentating for?
Jeff?
Yeah, remember he said that.
Not the one Tabiti's fighting on, is it?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
The Davies Entertainment?
Yeah, Davies Entertainment. There we go.
Bro, that dude is out here. Listen, I've been telling you about that dude for like 2 years, but it's over. I'm shocked. I mean, look, Mayweather's partnered with him in some way or some form because Andre Tabiti is signed to deal with him, and they've been keeping him super busy. The issue is they don't have television. You know, I don't think they do. You know, because I ain't been able to see. I just see that he's spending money on, you know, camera work so that there are like shoulder content for the fights, you know, highlights, things like that. And the facility looks really good. And he gets a shitload of sponsors, bro. Do you follow him?
Nah.
I don't know.
Honestly,
he must be another Pat, but like on the ground.
Yeah,
Because he always like, bro, he just did some shit with Paul Wall. He like pimped out Paul Wall's fucking mobile grill truck or some shit.
He got a mobile grill truck.
Word is born.
No shit.
Yo, and he be pimping out kitchens. Like this dude's like a celebrity
hustler.
Pimp out dude.
Oh, that's what he do?
Yeah, but then he's got all this money and he's doing it. He throw it in the boxing and he signed some people.
Yeah, but remember Jeff was saying, because obviously he was working. I think he may have had a fighter on one of their shows, and then he has done commentating with them. So, and he was saying that they're bringing him back. So
ideally, I'm still praying that Bill is like, fuck it. Sticky Paws got internet. I could take the top rank iPad over there and watch it right here, but that's just me wishfully thinking, you know.
Yeah. Hey, the Pack Shack, DM me. Don't DM the boxing voice because, well, either one, the boxing voice or me, it don't matter.
What do you want?
DM us. Bradley Savage with a $4.99 super chat saying, Rolly had to ask his dad what happened. Y'all are bugging, thinking he good, laughing out loud. Tank told y'all he was a dumbass fighter. I'm from Maryland, boy. Shout out to the boxing voice.
Yo, why is he a dumbass fighter? He got caught. They acting like Tank was beating him up. This the least amount of punches Tank has ever thrown in a fight. My man was averaging 4 punches landed per round, but y'all acting like, oh, he was beating the shit out of Rolly. It's just a lot of haters, and I get it. Tank gets a lot of love. And for me saying the truth, I've now become a Tank hater. You had to hear these people last night. I'm a Tank hater because I gave Rolly credit for putting Tank on the back foot, because I gave Rolly credit for being the aggressor. I'm a hater. It's insane. We got R. Jonesy with a $10 super chat. He says, people got to realize a lot of African Americans not patriotic. We don't care about being from here until the Olympics. What Haney did, not solid, but a rat. This ain't the street, and he owes Tio no loyalty. Absolutely. I totally agree. He was playing both sides, you know? He was playing both sides of the fence. If I get the fight with Tio, if Tio win, I get the fight with Tio. If George win, I get the fight with George.
Exactly. And,
I'm sure.
And honestly, let's be 100% honest. the world fucking knew. The world knows. The world knows. Had T.O. won that fight, we would not be talking about a fight between T.O. and Devin right now.
I don't think so. And that's why I never got mad at the video. George was trying to say, oh, look at him celebrating for another countryman with his father. But it was T.O. that created the email belt. It was T.O. that declined $4 million. It was T.O. and his father that asked for $10 million to fight fucking Devin Haney. So why would the fuck T.O. really fight Devin? I would never believe it. If it was also T.O. that got out the tournament in the WBC, not to fight Devin. So no, I don't believe that if he would have beat George, he would have fought Devin. I would have had to be one of those guys that say, I need to see it to believe it. Simple. I need to see it to believe it.
Yeah, man. I'm just ready for Saturday night. Let me tell you, I am fucking ready for Saturday night. I'm excited to see, the fight itself, and the fans come out for a phenomenal showing. Let me tell you though, I'm not gonna lie to you. When I saw the press conference, Ness, I was hurt, bro.
Why?
Because I'm like, damn, I'm supposed to be heading out there this week. Like, my feelings was hurt. I'm not gonna bullshit you.
I can understand.
My feelings was hurt.
I can relate.
I'm like, fuck, man. But
this morning I'm talking to my guy from Australia who I would have met up with, who would have got us some fire,
right.
Would have took us to spar kangaroos and shit. But Mickey Caparelli, he sent me some footage and shit because he's out there covering it, obviously. And I'm like, this is some bullshit, man.
Nah,
I'm saying, because he's come to my house. He's been to America.
Shit.
Yeah, I've taken him with me to Alabama. He did an amazing episode. Like, he's with Fox Australia.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he's amazing at the video work. Like, he did a fantastic episode with Wilder of us being in Alabama.
So hold on, did he hit the road with you?
Yeah.
From Jersey to Bama.
Yeah. I think we flew him into Alabama and picked him up in Birmingham.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because, he was coming from Australia anyway, so it's like...
So he came out here just for that?
Yeah, I flew him out for that. I paid the flight. It's like $1,500.
Oh, shit.
He's that good, bro.
Damn.
I got to find you the episode. It already stopped getting hits, but it's television quality.
Right.
Yeah,
shout out to...
Wilder loved that shit. That shit was fire.
Shout out to, you said his name is Mickey
Caparelli.
Shout out to Mickey for sure. And
yeah, he's the one actually put me on, what's that dude? Blake Caparello from out there.
Okay.
And then Blake started getting some American TV fights. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Jeff Horn, bro. He put me on Jeff Horn early.
He covering Fight Week for you?
Actually, we got someone covering Fight Week. Shout out to Saquon Jones. He's covering. Shout out to Top Rank. You know who's helping us. They got us a late credential. Oh, another thing. We got verified on YouTube. I feel so great.
Oh, shit, we did. They put a check mark.
For real, right? That's crazy. About fucking time. It only took 142,000 followers to finally give us the check mark. Now, I wish they just sent us our plaque. They jacked us for the plaque, bro. I've been Googling, and nah, man, it's on them. You got to get to 100, but it's still on them whether they give it to you. What's crazy is after 100, the next is 1 million. You don't even get another plaque till you get it to 1 million. So it's just like...
That's weird.
Yeah.
That's weird, but I have heard that. I have heard that because, other people who have channels have told me, like, yeah, no... I had but I will say I know one specifically. I know a channel specifically outside of boxing, but they got to 100 and they're like, "Yo, I was on their ass." He said I was on their ass till I got to. I think he was at like not a quarter yet, but close to a quarter, and he was like, "I finally got it. I was on their ass." You sock with a $10 super chat saying Tank is celebrated for beating C-level fighters in Rolly and Cruz, even though Rolly was touching him up and caused swelling under his eye. But Ryan gets hate for dominating To Go. It doesn't add up.
Well, To Go's fight with Ryan looked nothing like Rolly's fight with Tank. First of all, To Go was the one running and circling, and Ryan was the one looking like he had no skill because he didn't know how to cut the ring off. So it just wasn't this fight. It obviously, when Tank got on the back foot, he made Rolly pay for his aggression. You know, To-Go never made Ryan pay, and Ryan never could make fucking To-Go pay. That shit was a whack fight, bro. That shit was a ring around the rosy. You just kept going in circle the same way, too. It's like, bro, I wish we had mics because we didn't hear it. But, like, what was Joe Goosen saying? Like, why wasn't he saying, yo, step to the fucking right? My man just keeps going around the ring. Just step to the right. Fuck it. Step and throw a right. Make him come back to your big-ass left hook. Throw that so that he's coming this way now.
Yeah.
Dumbass, man. That shit was stupid, man. Fuck out of here. Don't compare that shit to Tank fight. Tank, you right. Tank getting celebrated for beating up whoever the fuck he beating up because he beating him the fuck up. Ryan out here looking crazy. That fight was not right.
Yo.
Again,
what you think?
I'm trying to get Ryan in studio.
What
man.
you think? What you think of him betting Earl at 20?
Brandy's little brother, I just want to be down. The fuck? Listen, I ain't never gonna change, man. I know I want him in studio, but that, like I already told him, that's some corny shit. You knew he wasn't winning. And if you really thought Rolly was winning,
go get the odds at the casinos.
That's
giving
what I
you
said.
That's way better.
It was plus 600, so it's 600 times 20.
That's
1,000.
120,000 plus your 20
Come
back.
on, man. Like, so you just want to be down. And then when Earl said, yo, don't play with my stacks, you seen his eyebrows going like, no, I'll get you the money tomorrow. Yeah, you better get that money tomorrow because you lost already.
See, and had he really meant that, he would have been like, no, you don't play with my money, because he would have believed that he wasn't going to win. You feel me?
No, he just wanted to be down. But it's like I told the audience, maybe for him, that was $20,000 worth of marketing. Because look, again, we're talking about it. The rest of the world is talking about it. All the blog sites got it because in their eyes, Ryan made a stupid bet. So everyone's talking about it. Wow, did you see Ryan make a $20,000? It's either wow, he made a $20,000 bet, or wow, this dude made a dumbass $20,000 bet.
Right. Chickarelli with a $5 super chat saying, give me my crow pie. Had Rolly overall, but tanking props in 3, 5, and 7 for knockout. Damn. Damn, that was shitty. You had the rounds around it. Jonathan Lombardena.
He says crow pie.
Jonathan Lombardena with a $5 super chat saying, back in Haney, he's definitely got his back against the wall. Tank is going to rematch Cruz. Just watch. Haney taking chances. Oop, that disappeared. Haney taking chances. Tank would never. Appreciate your super chat. And we got Nando Cruz with a $1.
I mean, well, I want to talk about that. Haney's taking chances. Tank would never, because they're in two different situations. Tank would never need to take that chance. Tank aligned himself with Mayweather so he doesn't have to go to another country. Those guys want to come to Tank. If Kambosos wins, Tank is the biggest fight for Kambosos, not Lomachenko. It's just that simple. You know? Kambosos beats Haney, he's still not a pay-per-view star in America. So don't get it. But looks like we got our first guest in the building. We're talking Australians, right? This guy is from Australia. Victor, pronounce that last name. Nagbe. So this is your trainer here?
Yeah.
So what's going on, Victor? How are you?
Oh, man, I'm blessed. Thank you.
Well, we're blessed to have you in studio. We appreciate you getting up early with us. So what part of Australia are you from?
I'm from Victoria, Melbourne.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're right where the fight's taking place at?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Born and raised then?
No, I grew up there. I came to Brisbane. I grew up in Brisbane. Yeah, Brisbane was the place. And then I moved to Asia when I was 17.
Wow.
Yeah, because I was a kickboxer. So I went there to pursue my dreams. And then moved to Melbourne when I was 24. Yeah,
Okay.
And then, yes, been there.
So how old are you?
Me, I'm 28.
28. And what's your professional record at the moment?
4-0.
4-0. And you are with the Maloney brothers' father is your manager?
Tony Todge. Yeah.
Okay.
Tony Todge.
And what brings you to Las Vegas?
I came here for training. So what happened is I was training back home, and then I realized, man, I'm at that age right now where I either go all in or go all out. So spoke to my dad and few other people closer to me, and then been following Dewey. Dewey is a beautiful soul, Dewey. Been following him up on social media, and then I hit him up, and I was like, man, I want to come and train. Can I come and train with you? And then he was like, yeah, come and train there.
So when you hit him up, you were still in Australia?
Yeah, I meant to be here like 3 to 4 months ago because due to COVID and stuff, so I couldn't travel.
Mm-hmm.
So when I allowed to travel, and then I got my vaccinations and stuff, so, and then I told Dewey, I'm going to come and check it out. And he's like, come out. And I feel like it's one of the best things that ever happened.
When did you make that call?
Oh, I think that was like last year.
Oh, so all your fights have been with Dewey?
No. Sorry. All my fights is in Australia. So now I'm thinking about moving down here. So I need to come here and check it out and see how it is. So I meant to come here last year. So that's when I contact Dewey for me to come and train and just assess the other place and see what we can do and everything.
So you flew him out for any of your fights? Or?
No.
So you haven't had a fight with Dewey just yet?
Yeah, not yet.
Only training?
Just train.
This year?
Yeah.
Okay. So when did you get to Vegas?
Oh, we've been here 2 weeks now.
Okay, 2 weeks. 2
yeah.
weeks. How long would you say that it took you to get acclimated to this time zone? And how many hour difference is this from Australia?
Oh, it's around like I think it's like 17 hours. 17 hours behind. 17 hours behind. You know what's funny is like I arrived on the Monday, and then on the Wednesday I went sparring with the world champion.
Which world champion?
He's from one of this country. What is the country called?
Ukraine? Because there's some.
No, Ukraine.
Kazakhstan?
Yeah.
Oh, at Top Rank. You sparred him at Top Rank.
Yeah, Top Rank.
Yeah, everybody's sparring the Kazas right now, and it's crazy because everybody comes and everybody sparred them and nobody knows their name.
Yeah.
But nobody knows their name.
I know. I didn't even know his name. Apparently they say he's a world champion.
Yeah. Everybody's saying, I sparred those Kazakhs, man, the Olympians. It's like, who are they? No one knows their name.
And we've seen them, but everybody, like, top guys have sparred them, but they're like, oh, we don't. They just call them the Kazakh guys. Like, the Kazakh. I'm like, oh my goodness. That's funny.
So Victor, your last fight is with Sam Solomon. He's a world ranked fighter or recognized at this point. Definitely not in his prime.
Yeah.
But it's a huge step up. You went from fighters with less than 10 fights to a fighter that used to be a former champion and that has, elite level rounds in him.
Yeah.
So is it continuing to move forward from here? And I mean, in terms of opponent, because, you fought a guy like Sam Solomon. Do you go back down to a 2-0 fighter next, or do you stay in this level that you're at?
For me, the goal is to stay in this level. Because for me, when I was a kickboxer, I always fought Booker, Yosen Class, Senchai, all these big names. So for me, I'm a born natural fighter. All I want to do is fight. I don't pick and choose. So if I feel like a fighter is a threat to me, it makes me want to beat him more to say that I'm better than him. So since Solomon, I really appreciate him for giving me that opportunity. So for me, he was great. And from here, I don't want to go back down to 2-0 fight. I want to fight somebody who is 10-0, 11-0. Because I feel like I'm natural. I can do anything. Because when it comes to training, man, I don't feel like anyone train harder than me. You can't ask Dewey. We training 11 p.m. at night, and then wake up, go again at 9 and train. So for me, the goal is I want to challenge myself and start fighting people 10-0 because I feel like I got that ability to beat anybody.
How long do you think you're going to be out here?
So I'm going back today, and then I'm and then I'm coming.
You got a flight today?
Yeah, and then I'm coming back July. So
what time is your flight? Man, thank you for coming in. I can't believe that.
At 4 p.m.
So everything's packed, or you still got to go back?
Everything is packed. So I'm going today, and then I come back in July.
Why are you going back? Are you going to be there for the fight?
No, so I'm going back because I want to move down here. So the original plan was to come and suss it out and see if me and Dewey get along, and we did. He looks after me. So now it's like, okay, my family, my wife, she's happy with it. My dad is happy with it.
Oh,
so
wow. So you have a wife out there.
I got married when I was like 19. Yeah, so I met her. We've been on this journey for so long. She's so loyal and everything. So
That's
she's
beautiful.
she and my dad, they're one of my biggest supporter, apart from my sponsors. So yeah, I'm going back, and because I got a gym over there, I need to fix it out as well. To sell one at the gym, and then sell out the other one, and then
Full boxing or boxing, kickboxing?
boxing gym. I got a boxing gyms over there, so I need to go and suss it out, sell one, and then leave the other one with the missus, and then
Whoa, leave the other one with your wife?
Yeah, she.
So you're not gonna bring her?
My wife's no, she doesn't want to come yet. That's how much. That's what I'm saying. That's the real loyalty right there, and she trusts me. And she's one of the biggest supporters. Like to say, Victor, go and get it, You'll be all right. And she did that with me in Asia. She's like, she left her job because she was a maid wife when she was in England. She left it. She moved down with me just to follow me everywhere and support me.
Oh, so she's originally from England?
Yeah, she's a Hungarian, but she lived in England. She was there, so she left her job, left everything, and moved down and to support me and just follow me everywhere.
Wow. Amazing, man. That means that you have a lot of pressure on your shoulders now because you got, some responsibilities and I guess, you have to make these dreams come true that you've been telling your family.
Yeah, it happened with me in kickboxing. I got a dream happening in kickboxing. I only started doing kickboxing when I was 16, 17. And within 2 or 3 years, I was like at the top already. And in 2014, I was pound for pound the best fighter, and I was in Asia, and I did that. So for me, it's not like it's a pressure for me. It's more about like just getting that opportunity. That's all I need, just one chance to show my kids. To show myself that I can do it. I just need that one chance, and I would definitely do it. Same thing with St. Solomon. I just needed that one chance, and I do it. Now no one in Australia want to fight me. So that's why I'm coming here, because I feel like here everyone wants to fight each other. So that's where here's dog eat dog. Back home it's about, I want an easy fight. I want to build my records up. No, for me it's like chuck me in there. If I can't swim with the shark, I will adapt to it. So there's only one way to do it. So yeah.
So obviously this morning we were talking the press conference that took place in your country of Melbourne, where obviously George Kambosos and Devin Haney met. Did you have a chance to watch it on Top Rank?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Oh man, I don't know. For me, it's just like just to set a record straight up, like I'm not a big fan of Kambosa because I fought his Terry Nickerson before in my third fight, and he was Commonwealth. He represented Australia in the Commonwealth as well, and I beat him. But they used Kambosa and all that. They were talking very bad about me, and for me, it's like I'm a fighter, right? When it comes, if I'm gonna fight you, I would never say anything to you because that's not my style. The way I grew up in martial art is like, okay, you want to fight? Put the gloves on. Let's fight. May the best man win. But you're going on social media talking bad about somebody. For me, I take that very personal. Especially when you mention, the loved ones in that. I take that very personal.
Oh wow, you guys have had that sort of exchange?
Yeah, I'd never react into it. My trainer and all that used to just comment on that. So they were talking bad about me. Go and knock this cunts out. Go and do this. Go and do that. Sorry for my French. But
no,
they say things that got to me. And for me, I see things. People will tag me in it. And I won't bother because I can't respond. So for me, it's like...
Now, you saying this is when you were both amateurs?
This is my third pro fight.
Okay.
Yeah, so my third pro fight, I fought Terry Nickerson. And he is George Kambosa fighter.
Oh.
He's fighting on the card of that show as well, Terry Nickerson as well.
Has he fought since fighting you or?
Yeah, he fought some other bums the other day.
Okay.
And then he beat him.
Okay.
And then now he's gonna fight another fighter on the Terry, and he's on the card. I don't know who he's fighting. Have you guys seen the full card?
Yeah, I'll pull it up right here.
Yeah. He's fighting another guy. So that guy is actually not a bad fighter.
Okay, yeah, he's fighting. So yeah, he fought his last fight. He fought a guy that was 1-2, and
that was a bum.
And he got the TKO in the last round.
You should watch that. It was like a circuit shows, pretty much.
And then he is fighting a guy, Lachlan Higgins.
Yeah, Lachlan Higgins is pretty tough, man. That guy is tough. I meant to fight him too, but it never happened. So
how many rounds they going?
Scheduled for 6. Scheduled. I see you did get dropped in that fight with Nicholas.
Yeah, I did.
So just because, is there footage on the fight? Cause
the war, but then they took it out of social media. Yeah, they took it out. So yeah, I got dropped in third round. Cause what happened is so my trainer told me to go and knock him out. Cause after the first round, I won the first round easy. The second round, and then I went back to my corner and I go, he ain't got no power. He's afraid. And then my trainer said, go and knock him out. And I got confident. If you watch that fight, you'll see me going in like for the kill. And then I go, and then I lost my discipline and then got into a brawl with him. And then he clipped me on the chin. But then I got back, I dusted up, and then I went straight on the front foot again.
Yeah, I mean, you had to have one pretty clear-handed to have still won with a knockdown in the 6-round fight. You're lucky it was a 6-round fight. If that was a 4-round fight with a knockdown, shit.
Yeah.
But speaking of 6 rounds, bro, you never even took a 4-rounder. You started at 6.
Yeah,
man.
for me, I feels like I don't need 4-round fighter. For me, it's like I want it so bad that like I would do anything for it. So for me, it's like 4-round fighter. It doesn't mean nothing for me. It doesn't mean nothing. I feel like if you want to fight, let's go 6 rounds, 8 rounds, and 10 rounds.
How many amateur fights do you have? Because this is only your 4th.
I never had amateur fight. That's the problem.
Crazy, man. You're already on 10 rounders in 4 fights with no amateur fights. So you're just going based off your kickboxing career.
Yeah, and also with the boxing knowledge as well too. It's like, cause I just train. I'm in the gym every day. That's my full-time job. I'm in the gym every day, you know. And for me, it's like, this is hard work. You know, there's no shortcut.
Yeah.
For me, it's just straight up grind, sweat, blood, and tears. And that's why people think boxing is not a joke, man. Like, I'm serious. One of the most hardest sports. I did kickboxing. I did Muay Thai. You know, boxing, you need that brain and that discipline. And people don't understand. They just say, oh, it's all about putting the gloves on and look fancy. Nah, man, it's way more tough. It's the mental side of things. And that's why you only get 1% off the fighter that make it. And that's what I realized, that mental side of things. And that's the difference between George Kambosos and Devin, you know, because Devin got that mental side of thing. He's disciplined, man. This guy came from nothing, and he understands. And he doesn't let the fame get to him. Same with Floyd. Floyd got all the money, but he's one of the most grandest person ever, you know. So for me, it's like, I see this fight either not going the distance, that George Kambosos is going to get careless and going to get caught, or he's going to go the distance and Haney's going to win every round.
So if you were to get a title shot, would it be at 54 or 60? Because, you know, your weight's all over the place.
So for me, yeah, I know that's the problem, because I just want to fight. So if you tell me I'm fighting this, even Stan Solomon, I was underweight. I came about 70 kilo, and then when I fought him. So for me, it's like, I just want the opportunity. So for me, it's about, I fight at 140, 140, what is 150, 154.
So you like with Fondora, Jamel Charlo?
Yeah, so yeah, I fight out, no 154, I fight out
147.
Yeah, 147.
You sure?
Yeah, I fight out.
Because you've been weighing in 150, 151, 153, and 156 and a half.
Yeah, because that's the weight that I had to come up to for me to be able to fight those guys. But
wow.
I can.
So you're actually a welterweight.
Yeah, I'm a welterweight and super welterweight. Yeah.
Interesting. So Tony is your manager.
Yeah.
No promoter.
I got no promoter. That's the tougher part.
So what's the plan? What is he telling you? You're gonna come back in July. When you get to Las Vegas in July, what happens next?
That's what we're working on. I'm gonna be training with Dewey, and then hopefully keep sparring at top rank and see what they can offer me, because Frank's at top rank. Frank's already likes me.
Frank Stale.
Yeah, he said he already likes me, so he goes, you know, like I got it to make it, And then so hopefully, they're looking to get something for me. And my manager, Tony Toe, so they're looking to get something from me.
Yeah, and Tony has a relationship with Top Rank because of the Maloney brothers.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking at the moment, trying to get something in the works. So, but to be able to do that, I need to be here to keep sparring, like the world champions, the gold medal.
Who have you been sparring in? It's only been 2 weeks, right? You've only been here once, right?
Yeah.
So in this 2 weeks, who did you get to spar with outside of the Kazakhstanian or the...
That's all I've been sparring.
That's it?
That's it.
Wow.
I want to spar the best.
No Troy Isley?
Didn't met Troy Isley.
He's in Top Rank's gym.
Yeah, didn't met...
He's here, but you leaving today. He's definitely here now.
Yeah, didn't matter. It would be a good sparring. I would love to spar because for me, it's like I always want to challenge.
So you
myself.
only go to Top Rank. You don't go to Bones or DLX or any other gyms around
Nah,
here?
just Top Brain. Just Top Brain. Because I didn't really like... My managers organized, Tony Toe organized it for me because I didn't know anyone here.
No, I understand completely.
Yeah, he just say, okay, I'm going to go to Frank. Frank's going to look after you and everything. So, and then I was like, okay, I'm going to stay trained with Dewey because I've already contacted him and stuff. So, and that was about it. And I even saw Muhammad Ali grandson,
Nico.
Nico. And I was like, man, we should get some of that work then.
And what'd he say?
He's like, man, he's a gentle soul. He's like, yeah, we should do that. So I feel so that's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Get some sparring with him. And I actually took some photo with him. And I said, man, yeah. And I was like, man, your grandfather was he was the man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we had him here in studio
he
a
was
couple
here.
weeks ago, Nico.
Yeah. It would be good to get some sparring with him. Who knows, one day get it on.
Will you be going to the fight this weekend?
Yeah, I am because actually I arrive on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, I go and see my manager and for training with the Minuli brothers. So I'm going there. So I got back straight into training.
What?
Camp. Yeah. Oh, I don't joke around. And then after
but what about, don't you need to sleep? Because
I don't believe in sleep. I believe that when I die, I'm going to sleep forever. So as long as I wake, I have to try to grind as much as I can.
No, I hear you, man. Sleep
clock,
is the cousin of death,
That's
baby.
it. My clock is ticking.
Yeah.
And I say, if I can get a work in.
But what about the acclimation? Don't you feel sluggish? You've been on a plane 16, 17 hours.
People don't understand. I've been traveling since I was 17.
Mm-hmm. So you're used to it.
I'm used to it. And that's what people don't understand. Is it's all about the mental side of things as well. Mm-hmm. So if I tell myself I'm tired, I'm actually will be tired.
Yeah.
But if I tell myself, man, let me just get this work in and then I can rest later. Mm-hmm. Your brain will adapt quickly to it.
For real. I'm with you, man. He knows. I would fly from the East Coast before I became a resident here. I would fly from the East Coast and make my flight in time for me to still do this show.
Yeah.
Regardless of what time it was here. And, sometimes I would land midnight West Coast, and we got to be here at 6 a.m. So
the show starts at 5 or at 6. We're here at 5:30.
Yeah,
waking up at 4:30. Yeah, so
I'm with you, man. You just tell yourself what it is that you want to do and just do it. So I'm with you.
So
man.
Are you on that Qantas flight back tonight?
So we're on the Los Angeles flight to LA, and then from there straight to
Melbourne. Yeah, I was supposed to be on that same flight, and your people didn't want me in the country.
Why is that?
No approval.
It's so hard to get to Australia, man.
It is.
I'm like,
one of the most
I'm like, what the fuck? I just wanted to go. I mean, I wanted to go see,
some kangaroos.
I wanted to go see a big fight. I wanted to go see a big fight out there. So,
but lucky for you, your manager has 2 fighters on this card, so you'll get tickets as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch the fight because I need obviously I do want to go because I need if. I didn't want to give my support, but then and then the Manili brothers.
So you're gonna be there rooting for Haney?
Yeah, and for my teammates. Yeah, the Manili brothers.
According
and let me tell you something.
According to Kambosos, if you root for Haney, you're a traitor.
You're a rat.
Did you see the press conference yesterday?
Yeah, I watched the press conference. For me, I just feel that I don't really like to get into stuff like that because for me, it's just too low. You know what I mean?
So you didn't like what Rolly did to sell the fight either versus Tank?
Oh, man, I love how Tank knocked him out because I didn't he knows that. Everyone knows, man. Rolly, what he did, it was so mean. It was so sad. It was low of esteem. You put yourself that low to talk so bad about somebody. It tells me is that you just a miserable, lonely, low-life person.
Oh, wow.
But what about selling the fight?
Let your fist do this. Let your fight sell ticket like Tank. Tank doesn't talk, but he knock people out. So when Tank's fighting, you're gonna know it's gonna be a firework.
Yeah, but sometimes, Victor, I'm gonna give you an example because you did Muay Thai. You know Demetrius Johnson?
Yeah.
He didn't sell the fight, and that's why he was cut. He was pound for pound the best fighter in all the UFC, but he didn't sell tickets, so they let him go.
Yeah, it's the UFC is different than boxing though.
But you gotta sell. You still gotta sell tickets. I get what you're saying about, like, to me, I think there's lines you don't cross.
There you go.
You know, so to me,
some of the things shouldn't be said.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So to me, some of the things that.
But you gotta understand, it's like I'm telling him. I think Kambosos is intelligent. I think he's saying certain things to trigger, not just sell, to make Haney fight outside of character. Oh, you calling me a snitch?
Like Timo, like Timo Day, like Tio, he did that. He went out the first round trying to do a head maker. That's why he got Coco Kambosos got up to him. But Devin is so disciplined that he doesn't even care. That's the problem. He doesn't even care. So yes, you can talk. It's great to talk, but as you said, it's just certain things that you can't just say. Like for me, yes, I can talk. If someone say, I was like, man, I'm gonna win the fight. You know, like if he says something back, I'm gonna say something, but it's not gonna be as insulting as what you're saying. You know, like for example, like Rolly, like what he was saying, calling him this and that and that and that, all this name and all that. That's just wrong.
He called him a koala bear with chlamydia.
Yeah, that's just wrong, man. That's sad, bro. That's cold.
But it made people laugh.
Yeah, it did.
You know that they broke records?
Yeah.
They sold more tickets than anyone ever in the Barclays. That means that they sold more than Danny Garcia versus Keith one-time Thurman.
Yeah.
So you might need.
Yeah, you might need it, but it's just a line you don't cross. And for me, I always tell all my opponents, I was like, we fighting, you can talk anything you want to say about me, but don't just reach to my family. You know, especially when it comes to my dad and my wife, you know, and my mom. If you reach that line, man, there's no more boxing anymore now. We're going straight behind the TV. So yeah.
No, I hear you. Totally understand.
What do you make of Devin Haney? Because George is saying, oh, well, I've been traveling to take these fights.
Yeah.
But Devin's, he went out to Australia, had to sign to Top Rank, even though George isn't even with Top Rank. Devin had to sign to Top Rank to make the fight happen. Rematch clause if he wins in Australia as well. They're not allowing his father or his trainer. They're not allowing his father or his trainer, and Bill or Ben Davison into the country. So it's been a lot. What do you make of everything Devin is going up against heading into the fight?
For me, it's like, because I don't really know the rules to get into Australia. I don't really know much about it. So I can't really speak on that. But what I can say is, like, they're poking the bear, and they're just going to give Devin more reason that every punch that he throws is intentional. And I feels like that's just going to be the way it's going to go. Because right now, it's like, he sacrificed a lot, man. You got to look into that. Like, for me, it's the same when I go overseas to fight. You sacrifice a lot. I don't really think the time difference is going to do anything to Devin because his mindset is already set. And that's the most important thing. You know, his mindset is focused on, and he knows what he wants.
And not just that, but they're fighting on American time in the sense that it's prime time America. So it's the time that he always fights. You know, even though it'll be maybe about 2 p.m. in Melbourne, correct?
Yeah,
Something like that. But here it's going to be nighttime, the same time he's been fighting his whole career. So I think that part of it, I think that they've been stay on American time because it is for American time in a sense.
Yeah, and he lost so much for that fight as well because he underpaid himself. And then he signed with Top Rank, and then he traveled. And apparently the same day that he went for a run. So that just tell you the mindset of him. And he's not in front of the media as much. He doesn't really talk much. So he's locked in. So it's like, I'm locked in, I'm focused, and he's gonna make him pay for everything that happened. So for me, it's like, my belief, I feel like the fight won't go the distance because Kambosos is still emotional at the moment. and he might get reckless and get caught, or he might go the distance and Devin might just outbox him.
Do you think that maybe your opinion is slightly biased because your disdain for George because of whatever, I guess, history you guys have?
I've watched both fighters, and I've studied the both fighters, and for me, it's like, we all got to be honest, man. You got to look deep inside. It's not like me being a buyer. Like there's a lot of Australians saying that Devin gonna win. Like even teams do say Devin gonna win. So for me, it's not like I'm a buyer. It's just like I'm just being real. Like you look at both fighters, you look at both style, you look at the both opponents that both people have fought, and you look at how one person is more with the art and the other person is more with the brawl. You know what I'm trying to say? So you just gotta look at it and then you do your own research and then you be honest. Don't follow the trend. Just do your own research and then just go for what it is. For me, it's like when I'm doing things, it's straight business. There's no feelings in it. It's not because what they said about me when I was fighting Terry. It's nothing. Yes, one of it's like that, but the mostly I look at both fighters and I just like, if I have to choose one, it's like obviously he's my countryman. Like, like he done a lot from boxing, but at the same time, you gotta say, okay, this is a tough fight. And it could go either way, but at the same time, it's like Devin is a better boxer. Does that make sense?
No, it definitely makes sense. But as a fellow Australian, do you think an American can get a decision in Australia? That is the same place that Pacquiao didn't get the decision.
Yeah, but that Pacquiao fight, that you got to look into it. That like I feels like what's his name deserve it though. I feels like Pacquiao didn't really fight as much as he wanted to, and I feels like he got the best out of Pacquiao. That's my opinion watching the fight, because the pressure that he put on Pacquiao in the last couple of rounds got him to win that fight. So but I feels like if Devin Haney can just focus and just win every round very clear, they will give him the decision.
Well, hopefully we do get a fair decision Saturday night. I personally think that it'll be, like you said, that Devin will make it look so clear that they can't, even if they want to, it's like you can't rob him. I think it's going to be a 10-2, type of fight. I just think his boxing is superior.
It is. His boxing IQ, man. It's like, I think the next thing's to Floyd Mayweather.
But what about the fact that Kambosos said he got hit and hurt by an older Linares? And like you said, you said you study both men and you see who they fight. Kambosos has fought the better opposition in the eyes of, many, because he beat the champion, and the champion that he beat was Tio, who also beat a champion to be a champion.
Yeah, but the champion meant to fight Devin, but he didn't want to fight Devin. He was ducking. I mean, I've been following all this.
Who was ducking?
Timo, like
Tio?
Yeah, Tio been ducking.
Why? Let me get your opinion.
Okay.
I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that other people haven't said. I just want to hear your perspective.
For me, because after that fight, he meant to fight Devin. And then he started to pull all the shit. He wanted the easy fight, and then he said, "Let me go down and under and see if I can get an easy fight." And then it wasn't an easy fight because he lost the focus. Because I feel like Devin's gonna outbox him, and Devin's is a better boxer than all the other people that he meant to fight. But he goes, I'll go with the easy option, beat him, and then before I go there. So for me, I just feels like he was ducking because like he didn't want the hardest fight. He wanted the easier fight to make quick money, and then if he forced to, then before he go and do it.
I get it. I got a question here from the people. Coach Myers, all the way in Connecticut, says, "Good morning, champ. Where did the nickname Hot Chili come from? What things from training in Muay Thai gyms are you able to bring over to boxing?"
That mental side of things, where you just gotta be mentally strong, And when I moved to Asia when I was 17, the way I used to fight, and that's why and then also, and I didn't like chili as well too, because in Thailand they eat so much chili.
Wait, that's who you're sparring? Holy shit, that's who's here?
Yeah.
You're sparring John Beck? He's fucking sparring Johnny Beck, man. That's who's here. This was 2 days ago. The picture you took on your that's him?
Yeah, not the other one. The other
Screen
one.
share, Austin.
Screen share. No, not that one. There's
I
another
was
one.
gonna say. Which other one?
Scroll down.
This one?
Nah.
Oh, that's
my
Dewey.
train,
That's Dewey.
Dewey.
That's Dewey.
Scroll down.
Yo, what you got? An Android? Your picture's dark as hell, Chin. That's Nico. You did take a picture with Nico. You thought you didn't?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, it's this guy.
Yeah.
I don't know who's that, and you didn't put a name.
Oh man, there's no need to look for his name. As long as he knows my name, that's the most important.
No, we've been wanting to know because everybody comes in.
Oh, look who's there.
Yeah, man, he came down, showed his brother love, bro. Man.
Yeah, man. Oops. So, man, I was excited. I thought it was Johnny Beck.
Nah, I watched Johnny Beck fight. The English guy that he fought, man. I was like, oh my God, man. That was horrible, man. He knocked the guy out in the second round.
It's Daniel Yelanusinov.
Yeah.
He's a welterweight.
Man, I can beat that guy. I swear to God, I can beat him. I can beat that guy.
But you understand, once the headgear comes off, the gloves get smaller. It's different.
Man, trust me, man. I fought with 8 ounce before. And I got kick in the head. I got knee I got elbow. Man, I got like 300 stitches on my head from kickboxing, Muay Thai. So for me, there's nothing I can't stand. The Uzbekistan guy hit me so hard that even end of the stand, he gave me respect because like I rolled on him like avalanche.
You said you rolled on him like an avalanche?
Yeah.
Yo, that's so new. I never heard that one before.
Yeah. So,
Yo, Yelanusinov is good though. He's on the heels of everybody too. Let me pull up the rankings. He's about to be on somebody's heels in the welterweight division right now.
Yeah. So for me, it's like when the glove gets smaller, no head guy. It's just me and you in the ring. Man, it's so beautiful. You don't understand, bro.
Let me see, where is he highly ranked? You found him, Danny?
I mean, he got the IBO Intercontinental.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the guy.
Yeah, he got the IBO Intercontinental.
He's good, man. He's a counterfighter.
I'm shocked he hasn't cracked the top 15 and none of
no, I'm lying. He got the full version of the IBO version.
Yeah, he's the world champion.
That's why they don't have him in the other rankings, because again, even though the sanctioning bodies don't consider the IBO a full championship, if you're a champion, they don't rank you. Because he's not ranked in any of the other sanctioning bodies from what I'm seeing.
But I'm also, so.
But that's good work.
Yeah, I won most of the sparring. The first sparring session.
How many times you guys?
3 times.
Oh, three different days.
Yeah, I lost once, and the 2 times I won.
I love that you look at it as wins and losses.
Oh, for me, I take everything personal, man.
But you shouldn't though, because
it's work.
It's work. Yo, not every
he was
time
trying to take your head off, right?
Yeah, of course.
But see, not every time you spar is like that. Sometimes you go in there, sometimes you go in there specifically to work on something.
Yeah, and that's what I did. I went in there to work on my body work, and I had to adjust to him, and I did that. And
wait, so you're saying you worked on body work?
Yeah.
He turned it up, and you still remained working on body work and still outworked him.
Yeah, working my body and my jab, countering jab, because he's a counter fighter.
Yeah.
So I was working on my counter jab and then the body work, and then working in the pocket, and I still outwork him. You know, like for me, it's like I'm like Errol Spence, because Errol Spence is like my hero. You know what I mean? It's like I just want to like walk you down mentally and physically and just break you.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. That's interesting. Some good work there.
Yeah, sparring for me, is the same example as fighting. And if you can have that mentality in your head, like, okay, I'm going to outwork him. So for me, it's like a win. If I outwork someone, it's a win.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I'm very like, everything that I do, I got to win.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that I do, I got to win. Even if it's like running or if it's outworking, training, I go, man, I got to get some good training in today. I got to win some session. Like all my training session, I was like, after if it's a bad one, I said, man, I lost today. Yeah. But if it's a good workout, I said, man, I won today.
Nice.
So it's just that mentality to program myself. It's like, you got to win. You got to win.
So I think I cut you off and you weren't able to answer hot chili.
Oh, yeah. So, and when I went to Thailand, I didn't really like chili. So and that's when they start calling me Hot Chili, and also because the way I was fighting as well too. Because they go, oh man, you go. Because when I started doing Muay Thai, apparently I had an anger issue, so I wasn't. And there was no technique. Just about getting that and pound the guy, and then So, but in Thailand it was more about art, than just going in there punching, kicking, and all that. So, and that's when they started calling me Hot Chili. And then also from from what I brought from kickboxing, Muay Thai to boxing is the mental side of thing, because you got to be mentally strong. Because in Thailand, I used to do like 8 fights in 1 month.
Wow.
8 fights in 1 month.
Sheesh.
Because it's like 5 rounds fight, 5 rounds of 3 minutes. Very easy. And then if you're in a tournament someday, you're fighting like 3 fights or 1 day. Because I was in the 16-man tournament as well. I was in the 16-man tournament with Superbone and all the other guy. And I went into the final where I lost once. And then the other time I came, 2 times I came second. And then the other 3 times I came fourth in a 16-man tournament.
So I see that you got a few sponsors. Are those here in America, or is this Everlast Australia?
Everlast Australia.
Nice.
And then, so man, shout out to Everlast Australia, man. They hooked me up. They looks after me. And then Coalition Body Works, so they do like cars and stuff.
Yeah.
Hash from Werribee, from Melbourne.
You got to start tagging them. They don't have a social media?
They do.
You never tag them.
I think I did.
Nah, you just put them, but you don't tag. Tag means like putting their so that when I click it, I go straight to their page.
The guy that manages my social media, I think he tags all of them in there.
Nah, he definitely doesn't, because I've been looking.
Okay.
Give me a screen share so you see what he does right there, which is good, but it's not great for your sponsors.
Oh, there you go.
I should be able to tag that and go to that.
And
to
just
that
click
site.
on them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, for, let me get a screen share. But don't worry
for
about
instance, like yours, you see how you have here, go back to mine's? You see how you have the
Yeah.
and I could just click it.
And now you're on their page.
Now I'm on their page, you see?
Okay.
So you just need to do that for your sponsors, just so that,
Okay.
But I think that is everything, right? All right. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick intermission and take some pictures with you, man. We appreciate you coming in. If you want, please give out any social media, anywhere you want to direct our audience, please, at this time.
I'm on the. Sorry. Can you repeat that question again, please?
Do you want to give out your social media for anybody who wasn't following you?
Yeah. So it's Victor _Nagbe Nagbe. So that's it. Victor _Nagbe. Follow me on Instagram and then Victor Nagbe Facebook page.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
We'll be right back. Thank you.
No, thanks.
Live here with the one and only BoxingVoice.com.
And I know what my business is on. I know what I'm capable of. So
You're going to see it on MGM Grand. Only one will stand. And Bill Haney, William E. Haney come with that fight plan.
They didn't think niggas out of Oakland was gonna push up on their ass. You dig?
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Well, tell the truth and shame the devil that Devin is a bad motherfucker.
WBC, the lightweight champion of the world.
Come get the real belts, not this ain't franchise shit.
That boy is good.
Bill Haney, say his name 3 times, pop up like candy, man.
When you talk about that, you talk about one of the best fighters in boxing.
SDS Promotions.
You're going to see it on MGM Grand. Only one will stand. And Bill Haney, William E. Haney come with that fight plan.
They didn't think niggas out of Oakland was gonna push up on their ass. You dig?
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Well, tell the truth and shame the devil that Devin is a bad motherfucker.
WBC, the lightweight champion of the world.
Come get the real belts, not this ain't franchise shit.
That boy is good.
Bill Haney, say his name 3 times, pop up like candy, man.
When you talk about that, you talk about one of the best fighters in boxing.
SDS Promotions.
You're going to see it on MGM Grand. Only one will stand. And Bill Haney, William E. Haney come with that fight plan.
They didn't think niggas out of Oakland was gonna push up on their ass. You dig?
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Well, tell the truth and shame the devil that Devin is a bad motherfucker.
WBC, the lightweight champion of the world.
Come get the real belts, not this ain't franchise shit.
That boy is good.
Bill Haney, say his name 3 times, pop up like candy, man.
When you talk about that, you talk about one of the best fighters in boxing.
SDS Promotions.
You're going to see it on MGM Grand. Only one will stand. And Bill Haney, William E. Haney come with that fight plan.
They didn't think niggas out of Oakland was gonna push up on their ass. You dig?
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Well, tell the truth and shame the devil that Devin is a bad motherfucker.
WBC, the lightweight champion of the world.
Come get the real belts, not this ain't franchise shit.
That boy is good.
Bill Haney, say his name 3 times, pop up like candy, man.
When you talk about that, you talk about one of the best fighters in boxing.
SDS Promotions.
You're going to see it on MGM Grand. Only one will stand. And Bill Haney, William E. Haney come with that fight plan.
They didn't think niggas out of Oakland was gonna push up on their ass. You dig?
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Well, tell the truth and shame the devil that Devin is a bad motherfucker.
WBC, the lightweight champion of the world.
Come get the real belts, not this ain't franchise shit.
That boy is good.
Bill Haney, say his name 3 times, pop up like candy, man. What up, what up, what up? We are back. Shout out to Victor Nagbe for coming in and talking some boxing with us. Ironically, he is from Australia at the perfect time when Fight Week has kicked off. You know, I actually like that we got Fight Week starting on a Monday, even though it was really Sunday.
For us, yeah. But I think there's nothing going till Thursday. No other Fight Week activities till Thursday, where it will be a media workout. Friday will be the final press conference. And that media workout is open to the public for any of you lucky people out there in Melbourne.
Yeah, I think they got a media workout today, right? In Melbourne?
No.
Not to backpedal, Ness, but I had a question. I didn't get to ask you on Saturday because it was a little chaotic. What did you like from Rolly during the fight on Saturday? Because I remember you were
definitely like the pressure. He was putting a lot of mental pressure on Tank. He was making Tank move more than normal. He made Tank show us that he can box. I mean, I'm telling you, we're gonna see Rolly in another big fight. I don't think Rolly lost anything in this. Like, he was doing good up until the time of the stoppage. It was one punch. It was Marquez Pacquiao. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess I'm different, and I'm.
So what do you think the win does?
Receiving it different.
What do you think the win does for Tank? Because if you think Rolly loses nothing from being knocked out, what do you think Tank gains from that?
I mean, he's in position if he really wants the Haney fight next.
Mm-hmm.
All he's got to do is wait, and Gilberto Mendoza will mandate it. He's. They're consolidating the belts. If he really wants it, not only is he a big fight, right? Which means there'll be money for George, there'll be money for Lou, and there'll be money for Gilberto Mendoza. He's going to mandate it because he's like, fuck that. I don't care what George wants. This is the biggest fight.
I mean, Devin.
If Devin wins. I don't know. Do you think if Devin wins, Tank still wants to fight? He did say that on the podcast with Brian Custer, and that's why we got on our thumbnail that Tank got next. But now that he said in the post-fight presser that he's staying with Mayweather Promotions, does he really have next?
I guess that we will see. And then obviously it'll be interesting to see too, given Devin's contract with Top Rank and that whole situation, the rematch clause and whatnot. So
yeah, man, but we're going to open up these phone lines. We're supposed to have Fred from Barbershop Conversations in at 8 a.m. via Zoom. In the meantime, the number to call in, 1-425-569-5241. If you want to voice your opinion on today's subject. We're talking George Kambosos versus Devin Haney, the press conference that took place yesterday, Monday in Australia, which was Sunday for us.
Sunday evening for us here.
Yep. So, yeah, a lot of people felt like Kambosos was doing too much. But I feel like, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't. People are like, oh, you know, he didn't sell the fight. It's a problem. He sells the fight. He did too much. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, man. It's hard to please everyone. Hard to please everyone for sure. But once again, I am going to also put the link in the description for Discord. If you want to call us up on Discord, don't forget you got to raise your hand. We got to accept, and then you can be on the show. And you already know. Give us your takes on today's topic. Let me see if we got any super chats we need to get to before we open up the line. I think we last stopped off on USAC, right?
Yes.
All right. So after USAC, we had Chick Chickarelli. I think you did that one as well. And Jonathan Lambarena, you did that one as well, right?
I don't see that one.
Jonathan Lambarena says, backing Haney. He's definitely got his back against the wall. Tank is going to rematch Cruz. Just watch. Haney taking chances. Tank would never.
Oh, yeah, I did read that one.
R. Jonesy with the 199 Super Chat second of the day. He says, Danny, you a Notre Dame fan?
Absolutely.
Q from Newark says, I told y'all sneaky in exchanges and he would land the left hook. Called the round 2. Got to the bag. Shout out to IBN, Ali Boxing Club in Newark. Okay. Is that Ibn Boxing Club in Newark? Ibn Ali Boxing Club in Newark? Shout out Q from Newark. Shout out Newark. Shout out Shakur. We in here. All right. So on the line, we have a few callers. We're going to go ahead and open it up. Let's go.
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Subscribe to youtube.com/theboxingvoice for the latest and greatest interviews with your favorite fighters.
Looks like we got Amin in Essex. Speaking of North.
The king is what I mean. The king is what I mean.
Amin, good morning. What up?
Everything's good, man. Top of the morning, TBV comrades. Listen, this Kambosos thing, I'm not really too bothered by it. It's just funny how, the culture, to quote Kendrick Lamar, the culture will use anything. So this guy sitting there talking about an informer, the rat, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Who gives a fuck about that? Because they got to meet in the ring. I think the controversy that's building up to it as far as Bill's restriction, I think that's just such a strong storyline in addition to the action. I mean, we had our eyes on Tank, and before that, Shakur, and we've been waiting for Haney to get this opportunity. I just don't want this one to get missed. I seen some footage of Antonio Tarver talking to, who was he? He was talking to Zab Judah, and he said, yo, be careful. Tell your peoples to watch everything down there. Watch the water, watch the girls, watch the massages, watch everything. So this shit is getting real nervous, but I like the fact that for whatever people think of Devin's punching power, fuck all that. We're going to see how strong he is mentally. And that's going to be a very intriguing part of the fight for me. As far as Kambosos talk about winning while losing. Kambosos ain't got shit to lose because he wasn't supposed to win anyway, end quote. So, he'll still be around, but the tension on this Devin fight, man, I don't want to say it has me nervous, but, man, my stomach feels funny, man. It ain't the bubble guts, man. That's my call.
Well, all right.
Gervonta Tank Davis.
Guess who's Bizak? You still smell a crack in my clothes. Don't make me have to.
Oh, okay. So he like, yo, Jay-Z did it too. That's what Brandon did. That was him sending the sound bites. Who next? Who want to talk? Who ready to talk?
CYP, what is up?
What is...
Yo, CYP sent me the screenshots. CYP like to come with the facts. He sends me screenshots talking about Dewey Cooper ain't the only one that caught the exact round, and he got the screenshots of him texting somebody saying round 6. CYP, what up?
Yo, what's happening? What's happening?
What up? Buenos
First
dias.
thing I want to do, if Fred listening, I'm glad Fred coming through, because Fred, in all honesty, was the first person to bring CYP to YouTube. Like, we was at the Wilder press conference, he was recording something. You know me, I get to talking. He come up with the camera like, man, I like this dude.
Oh shit, my bad. That was me. I hit the soundboard with my bottle of water.
Hey man, that shit happened yesterday, man. I'm about to turn into J-Mac.
Well, I wasn't here yesterday, so it couldn't have been me. Must have been Ness.
The disrespect. But listen, though, I want to shout out Fred before he come. Let him know he's first person to put me on, and that's just how it is. You know, me and Fred, we real cool. I like that dude for real. But anyway, when it come to Kambosos, man, listen. Kambosos is a lucky man. He getting a lucky fight. We could call him George Split Decision Kambosos, because that's only way he wins a split decision. But he walks around acting like he was a unanimous decision or a knockout fighter. Man, we know you about to take this L. The countdown will continue. We about to have another undisputed champ in America, making it number 54, I believe. That's all I got to say, unless somebody pisses me off, and I'll be back. Undisputed row, strap season. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's
CYP, appreciate the call. Who else we got?
Who else do
you ain't found that a little odd that they almost like trying to say that they like this power punching, like that's
who's power punching?
George. They you know how he's saying that his dad said how he's stronger than ever and they gonna come out and they gonna hurt Devin and do that.
I mean, they probably believe that because they got a knockdown over Tio, who was a high caliber fighter.
Yeah, in the first round, and then still win another 11 rounds for him, and then career wise,
because once you knock somebody down in the first round, what happens? They get on defense. Tio didn't want to get knocked down again, but I got Mississippi, new caller. Who this?
Who next?
Miz, it's your boy.
Miz, M-I-Z-Z?
Ness, this your boy Tanaris, Ness.
Ness, he calling you, not Miz.
You saying Tanaris. Tanaris. What up?
It's your boy. Hey, to my boy in the red,
Danny,
he 5. You 5, fam. I've been here a long time, all the way from Matt, all the way to the dude there from Mississippi too, and now you 5. That episode y'all had with the dwarf female chick.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, champ.
Okay, check it out.
Yo, shout out to you, champ. Go ahead. We listening.
Nez, now you gotta call me Tanaris Stradamus.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to tell you why. Way back when I called after the Earl Spence and Ocampo fight, it was me, you, and Matt. I told you that Earl and Crawford were going to fight in 2022. Y'all laughed at me.
Bro, if you would have said that shit too, I would have laughed. That shit was 4 years ago? The Ocampo fight was June of 2018.
No, hey, tell KO for life my name is spelled Tanarus.
A-R-U-S.
And it is ghetto.
He said, and it is ghetto.
Hey,
Wait, what he said?
Check this out.
Wait, what you say? How you say you spelled your name? Because I spelled it Tanarus. Tanaris, no?
T-A-N, yes, that's it.
Wait,
that's it, man.
say it.
T-A-N-A-R-U-S.
Yeah, that's how I spelled it. That's what it sounds like.
Yo, hey, don't worry about it, bro. KO's for life is a fucking hater anyway.
Yeah, he been getting timed out the whole show.
He a fucking hater anyway. And his favorite fighter gonna get his favorite fighter gonna get stripped of them belts this Sunday.
Okay, hold on. Let me talk to you, Ness. I ain't talked to you in a while. I done been locked up and everything.
Oh my God.
Let me talk to you.
Go for it.
Let me talk to you, Ness. Check it out. Your boy lost.
Who?
Canelo.
Oh yeah, that's my boy.
That's your boy. That's your man.
That's my man's.
That's your man. He ain't want. Oh, that dude y'all had from Australia, bro. That dude look like he from around here where I'm from in Meridian, Mississippi, home.
You talking about Victor?
Lie, that dude, Victor.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you, and I wish I could have called while Victor was still there to tell Victor that, bro, around here you gotta talk shit.
Word.
To get you a fight, to get the fight you want, for these people to see you home, you gotta talk shit around here.
For
all
real.
that nice lovey-dovey shit, all that chill and be cool. Yeah, Earl chill and be cool, but at times Earl will get real gangster on their ass when he need to. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Them type of fighters, like he say, Earl is his hero. Well, like I say, he mine too. But this the type of thing about it. We from the States. I hope he get away from them type of trainers that they got over there. Because if he stay with them type of trainers, he gonna fight like he from the UK and get knocked out like he from the UK. He got to get over here with somebody like Sugar Hill that's training
Tyson.
Tyson Fury, or he got to get with somebody like Derek James.
No, he said he with Dewey. You know, Dewey done worked with everybody. Dewey in the corner.
Everybody.
Dewey worked with Francis Ngannou.
He worked with Devin.
Worked with Devin in the past. Jesse Vargas.
He's certified.
Yeah, he's certified for sure. Certified for sure.
Sonaris, man, I gotta let you go though, champ.
Man, welcome home. Welcome home.
The fact that you brought up Devin and Kambosos.
We got hella people on here, but we love you, champ. Good to see you home. Stay out. Do your thing. Kansas City, Matt Ben 100. What up, though?
Hey.
What up?
Yo, but Tenoris is right. Tenoris is right. I like the shit talkers.
Me too.
I like the Broners. I like the Rollies. I like Kambosos. They make me want to tune in. Because when I play sports, I was a shit talker. And I like to win. But anyway, my prediction is Devin gonna punish Kambosos for 10 rounds. And in 10 and a half rounds, he's probably going to stop him. In 10 and a half rounds. So everybody want to be Nostradamus? I'm going to be Nostradamus.
So in the 11th.
Yes, I said
in the 11th is what you're saying.
10 and a half. That's like the 6 and a half. It's going to be 10 and a half in the 11th. At a certain time. At a minute and 50 seconds.
Minute and 50 seconds.
I'm calling a minute.
Left or into round 11?
Into.
Okay, so a minute 50 into round 11.
Only 3 minutes.
All right.
Yeah. He's gonna stop Kambosos. See what he's right. Kambosos walking around acting like he the king. He went life and death with Mickey Bay.
Split decision with Mickey. Come on.
And a split decision, and he dropped him.
But that was a bunch of fights ago, man. That was a bunch of fights ago.
2.
Yeah, and since then, he's become a champion, which everyone says once you become a champion, you get 80% better.
I know. They say 40%. You doubling it up.
They say 80.
Better.
80.
40%.
We're going to find it out. Google it. Cut it. It's looking like we got a Zoom guest. Fred. What's up, brother? Oh, he walked off. I don't know if he know we here. Fred. All right. Oh, there he goes.
Yo.
What's up, Fred? Do you hear us?
Unmute.
You got to unmute your Zoom. We don't hear you yet, champ. We are joined by Fred Hawthorne from Barbershop Conversations. Not only is he a podcaster, journalist, but my man has been putting out movies for quite some time.
Am I not mistaken? Is Fred not an Emmy nominated?
Probably. Fred, we still can't hear you though. Have you hit the unmute over there?
We don't hear nothing, Fred.
Nothing.
Damn.
He said it's on our end. It's not. My engineer's saying no.
Could we maybe end it and try to get him back?
Try maybe a new connection or something.
All right, let's try that. Let's try that really quick. See if we can get Fred on here, because I want to say Fred is a Emmy nominated. Fred been doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Fred,
he's been putting out movies for some time now. He's been doing independent movies and getting them in the film festivals too, man.
Absolutely.
So he's actually doing his thing. I guess we'll wait until we get him back. In the meantime, we'll keep these phone lines moving. We're going out to the BX. Who is in the BX? 646.
Who we got?
Oh, this might be new.
He's back. Let's see.
Fred, do you copy?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm here.
There we go.
Now we hear you.
You see what happens when you unmute, Fred? What's up, man? How are you?
Man, it's great. It's great to hear from y'all. Great to see y'all, man. Y'all doing a phenomenal job, man. Hey, Ness, man, congratulations, man, on literally pursuing your goals, man. You've gone, 4,000 or 5,000 miles in the past year to pursue what you want, man. And Ring Walk Danny's back, and y'all got great chemistry, and it's awesome, man. And keep on doing those videos of Danny, man, and interacting with the fans. That's the one thing that I always wanted to do. I just didn't put it in my budget, but keep on doing that, man, because it humanizes boxing, and it makes it seems like you have a real community, you know what I mean? So keep on finding a way to do that, man. And congratulations on your Vegas success.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I'm shocked not to see you in your studio today. What's up?
Oh man, the truth is I literally just bought an estate, right?
Okay.
And I'm in the process of moving. So my studio will be up Sunday, you know what I mean? By hard work and dedication, I bought a mansion and I got a big estate coming, and so we move in Friday, and so thank God for that,
Damn, in California?
In California, yeah.
Oh my God, you on some Andy Ruiz shit, huh?
Yeah, but I didn't let up the second time. See, I got rich early and kept on pushing on the gas. Andy got rich and took his foot off the gas, man. Andy gained like 40 pounds and fell in love with Rolls Royces and mansions and a whole lot of other stuff, and I didn't. You know what I mean?
You had a Bentley back in the day, right?
He did?
You had a Bentley back in the day, didn't you?
Yeah, Bentley. Yeah. I traded it in for 2 Teslas, and but yeah, man, it's just keep on pursuing, man. Keep on passionate pursuing your goals, man. And then the most beautiful thing about that, y'all, is that you won't live life with ceilings. You know what I'm saying, Danny? Like that. You never would have thought. You thought you was gonna be in your big old house in Florida, right?
For real.
Building your pool. Now you interviewing everywhere. You're literally the Breakfast Club of boxing, man. And I watch y'all every morning, and it's beautiful to see. I always compliment you, man. It's beautiful to see, like, you keep on creating new ways. You know what I mean? And it's dope, man. It's literally dope, for real. No doubt.
Man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for all the recognition and acknowledgement. But I mean, the same could be said for you, man. You keep knocking down barriers. I remember not when you started, but when you started your little war. And I'm like, man, this guy's committing career suicide. But one thing that you remained true to was you not needing them and still being able to do it and cover the sport without their permission. And, I thought that was crazy, but you've somehow been able to do it. And on top of that, you've used your platform to opened so many other doors. So, you know, me and Danny were just going back and forth whether or not you were Emmy Award nominated.
Yeah.
So please give out all the recognitions, because I know you have transitioned into movies a lot, and you just put out a new project. And
Checks and Balances. Make sure to check that out.
Plus 9 Wives. I know that you have a couple of projects, so I definitely want you to give more information and details than we can.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was doing film simultaneously with boxing, but I've always stood my ground. You know, truth be told, that's how you and I met. Both of us standing our ground, keeping a buck. You see what I'm saying? You know, you had a footage and what 8-inch arm reach, 12-inch arm reach advantage against me. I'm keeping a buck in Gleason's gym. He walked up to me. I dropped my bag. He dropped our bag, and Barack stepped in front and said, "Not here." Keep it a buck. You know what I mean? So I've always stood my ground. I've always, and I know this gets overstated, I'm willing to die for what I believe in. You know what I mean? I genuinely believe my spiritual realm will be more plentiful than my physical realm. You know, I can't believe in God and be afraid to die. And I've always taken that approach. And through that, I've garnered successes, you know, Emmy nominated, you know what I mean? But that's behind me now. I got a project now, Checks and Balances, man. And it's literally retribution, reparations, righting the wrongs in the Black community. You guys may have seen the trailer. So we go visit Florida, man. We go visit the man that murdered Trayvon Martin. And he pays the ultimate sacrifice, and he pays the ultimate consequences. And I think that this is my most powerful film. It's independent, my money, my ideas, my producing, my directing. And I had a great team, great actors, Miss Parker from Friday, Jerome Roe Brooks from The Have and the Have Nots from Tyler Perry's, Lou LaFournette from Tyler Perry's Brush, and literally an all-star cast, Charleston White. Just an incredible cast, and it's just me just literally betting on myself, believing in myself, and that's why I was able to do what I did in boxing. That's, you know what I mean? I really didn't give a fuck about the conglomerate of boxing, man. And I knew that in order for us to make change, that we had to empower each other. And so I literally wanted to, like, YouTubers to have value. Like, don't you get tired? I'm gonna say I get tired of Kevin Aioli and Keith Idec, all them guys. They get the first question. Why? We do more numbers than them. When I was in the game, I ain't gonna lie. When there was a Black fighter fighting, I do millions that weekend. I go viral 2 or 3 times. I'm more important than Keith Idec. This generation wanted in 15 seconds. So I cut up a video in less than a minute. They watch it, they get the news. And if they want the long version, they go to the site, man, you know? And now these guys have joined us, the Lance Pugmyers, and now they've joined us. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we were right all along, Ness. We were right.
It's funny you say that, because you're right. I remember the transition from Kevin Aioli from writing on Yahoo to all of a sudden doing
like Zooms and shit.
Zooms, but he stopped that because you see, they never respected us. And now they're forced to live in our shoes, and they're seeing how difficult it is.
Right.
Dan Rayfield's not on camera, and neither is Aioli, and it's because they get attacked physically because of how they look. They couldn't take it. Like, Aioli literally stopped, and his Zooms were popular. He was getting big-ass names, but he stopped. You can't take the criticism. It's crazy out here in the streets, boy.
Yeah, true, but there's no wide shot to fit Dan Raphael, so you know what I mean?
This guy's terrible.
You terrible, Fred. Yo, I was there Broner Pacquiao fight week, and Fred just went the fuck off on Dan, and Dan he sat there just like, oh shit, what's going on?
Wait, so what? You went off on him for some previous stuff, or you guys had a conversation that sparked it?
See what happened. Oh, that's a great story. Mike Cappinger, right? Mike Coppinger, that's his name.
Wait, did you call him Cappinger on purpose?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, man. I think Mike is money-making Mike, man. He break all the news.
Nah, he's solid. He's solid. He does a good job. He's in a company, man. But they were arguing. They always had a little beef because Dan started in USA Today and Coppinger took his job, obviously, when Dan went to ESPN. But now look at Coppinger at ESPN and Dan is out. Yeah. and I recorded it and I posted it, and it was moving, and they got hold of it. And then here comes Kelly Swanson and Dan Raphael. And what I did was I said, fuck your fat ass. Fuck you. Like, how we gonna solve this equation? You know what I mean? And he went and ran and told, you know, and I knew I was on my way out 2 years prior to that. You know, like I knew that I'm sneaking people in with my credentials, you know what I mean? I'm doing a whole bunch of shit. I really don't care. You know what I mean? Because I know that the independent voice is more important than the conglomerate. You understand? So people with smaller, they would DM me, Fred, I can't get in a fight. I said, meet me in the front at 6 o'clock, not 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock before everything starts and it gets time. And I would sneak people in and do my job and do my interviews because I knew these platforms, your platform, my platform, our platforms were essential. You know, and I wanted to take.
But why risk it then? If you knew your platform was essential, why risk your position?
I don't have a position as it pertains to them. I am the position.
As it pertains to them, but not to your audience. To your audience, I'm sure the lack of access. Because I get people every day that like, Ness, you need to make up with Wilder and Earl. Like it's 2022. Send them a message like it's fucking me that doesn't want to make up.
Yeah, right. I never cared about the position that they put me in. I knew, see, I come from like everything I've had to do, I had to earn, you know, and I knew I wasn't going to be accepted, you know, even from being a scholarship point guard. I'm 5'7", dog. You know what I mean? I'm not going to the NBA, so I had to fight and get this damn scholarship, you know? And so I had to fight to be a backup point guard, you know what I mean? I was a great high school athlete, but I never, just looking at the conglomerate, man, Bernie, and at the time, Bernie was real popular then, and Kelly Swanson, looking at them make you say, I'm better than them. Just looking at them physically, like, how are you in this position? You overweight, you got a scowl, you're not beautiful, you don't know how to talk, you're inarticulate, you're greedy, you're selfish. And I knew that if you had a third person, Ness, that didn't have a credential, I would sneak them in. As simple as that. If ES News or if anyone else needed, I would sneak them in. I really didn't care, you know, because I knew the power of the internet. And I remember years ago, Ness, I walked up to these guys, you know, the Power Five, as you would call them, you know.
The Power Five? Who's the Power Five?
You know, I don't know. People, you know, Fight Hype, Ellie, and
you talking in terms of media?
Yeah, I went up to him and I says, listen, I know how we can get paid. We form a union, but back then I had like 2,000 subs, right? But they didn't know that I've built businesses outside the box. I says, here's how we get paid. We don't show up to their fights until they pay us our rooms, or per diem. We don't cover because they need us for the small cards. They don't need us for Pacquiao Floyd. But you know how long it takes to get the Pacquiao Floyd? It takes years to get the Pacquiao Floyd. So we need the ESPN treatment. But and then they was like, Fred, you crazy. I got 300,000 subscribers. I said, all right, you're gonna be breaking even some of these weekends, you know, and that's what I wanted to do. You know, I really wanted to do that and take the power from Bob Arum, Al Heyman, Eddie Hearn, take their power and give it to us, you know, power to the people. And I failed at that.
Why do you think so? Do you think your approach at other content creators was off, or what was missing to make something like that come together?
Yeah, I've learned. I'm 44 now, Ness. I've learned.
Get out of here! You look young as freak.
Oh, thank you, dog.
Y'all both.
I'm actually younger. Fall back. Fall back. Fall back.
Till what? Tomorrow? Till what? Tomorrow?
No, tomorrow I turn 43, don't I?
No, I thought you turned 44 tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Ness.
Wait, I gotta check.
He said I gotta check.
Danny trying to make me older ever since he started hanging with me, trying to make me older than what I am.
Fred, because I asked him, I said, bro, how does it feel to have a best friend your son age? Like,
You know, I've learned over the years, Ness, that when someone's thirsty, you bring them water.
Yeah.
When someone's hungry, you bring them food. So I admit that my approach sometimes when I was younger, I'm getting better at it, is maybe a little bit too harsh, a little bit more straightforward. And I should have spoke their language. You know, maybe I should have added some more humility. Maybe I should have added a dose of like, you're the shit. You know what I mean? You're the best. But, you know, you live and you learn, you know. Definitely live and you learn. So, but yeah.
So what brought you to movies?
I did a film 2010, 2009. I was just inspired, man. Rest in peace, Freeman Williams. He just passed. He's the second all-time leading scorer in college basketball history. And I'm in the gym with him. And I'm like, I'm hearing his story, you know, played with Larry Bird, the 7th pick in the NBA draft, second all-time behind Pete Maravich. And I'm in his high school gym, and he's the assistant coach at the high school. And the head coach is Dwayne Poley, who's Mr. Everything here in LA, played for the Clippers. They both played for the Clippers, actually. And I'm like, hold up, Freeman, you were Mr. Who? And I said, we need to do a film on you. So I took all the money out my bank. I melted my jewelry, got that cash, and the rest is history, man. I did that film on a $20,000 budget, $25,000 budget, you know, 3 states, documentary, did well. And I've been moving ever since. And
people always say that the checks from movies are better than music. Like you see, you know, musicians that transition into movies, and obviously that's on a bigger level with budgets from big studios. But have you found that your independent movies are bringing you more financial success than your journalism career?
No, I would say they're on par with one another. You know what I mean? I actually would say the last 2 years of YouTube, I was making a lot of money, you know, about $8,000 to $10,000 a month, you know, especially when Wilder fought and Earl Spence fought and those guys fought, you know, and chopping up those videos, man. So I would say no, I haven't reached the financial success in terms of movies. The most beautiful thing about it, Ness, is that I own it, though. You know what I mean? So when I'm 60, yeah, it will make more money. And but I've been offered millions of dollars, Ness, like Warner Brothers and like people think I've been offered the ESPN job. You know, when ESPN LA came to LA, they've offered me the job, you know, as a producer, you know, and I declined the job because they wouldn't make me an on-air personality, you know, and I would do the same thing I did in boxing, leverage that platform into my platform and then get fired, you know, and they wouldn't agree to that. And I was not going to sit around for, what was it at the time, $140,000 a year to be a producer on ESPN. I said, no, I'm not going to do that, sit in your office for 12 hours and stress over ratings. I'm not going to do it. And but no, the money has yet to come, but boxing was definitely more lucrative.
Do you think the money isn't coming in the field of the movies because of the genre that you're choosing? Because, I mean, one would think, why is Fred doing that genre when he's established himself in boxing? He can make like a boxing movie.
Good question. I've done, you want to know the truth, the God honest truth? I've done the Floyd documentary. I own it. You know, I have it. It's well done. It's award winning. I've been offered, a company in Mexico offered me $500,000 for it. I didn't sell it. You want to know the honest, the God truth? Floyd didn't do what he said he was going to do on the project. He didn't move with integrity. So I have it. So I still have it in my external file. I don't, maybe I'm a rare breed. I don't know, but I take disrespect as in fuck you. You know, like I don't take disrespect as, hey, let's make up later. You understand what I'm saying? Because I believe in my ability to get stuff done. And I just.
But making up later, isn't that like signs of growth?
Yeah.
And maturity?
Sure. Very much so. Very much so. If it's not intentional. See, when people disrespect you intentionally, never go back. Because keep in mind, snakes only shed skin when they grow. They don't die. You know, and I understand that people can make mistakes of omission, like you and I. It was me being a linguistics with Virgil Hunter. You get what I'm saying? Like I use the words, you know, and so it wasn't like I'm attacking you. I'm speaking to my audience. You know what I mean? I'm speaking to the people that's subscribing to me, and I'm framing the words to fit what I'm preaching over here. It wasn't like I hate Ness. Oh, fuck the boxing voice. And no, it was so that's a little bit different. But I don't go backwards, you know, and that's in every relationship I have. You know, I believe in communication. I think communication is so important. And obviously we do shows on, we talk for a living, I guess. And so no, I don't believe when you purposely do it. Nah, I'm not going back. Nah. But if it's a mistake, sure. Then that's cause for.
I believe I've seen some social media posts on you, from you, that you have a certain stance on Haney, right? In the contract that he signed, or am I mistaken?
No, you're not mistaken at all.
Can I get your stance on that, just for my audience?
Yeah, he shouldn't have signed. He shouldn't have signed the contract. I thought he should have held out, because we got to keep in mind that we have the power. Devin Haney has the power. He's a world champion. And I think you relinquish a lot of power when you're chasing. You either pursue or you assume power. Chasing is not a guarantee. Pursuing, taking the right angle, is the guarantee that you're going to succeed. You know, and the fact that he has to fight twice in the country, his father can't go.
Well, that's what the contract states, Fred.
Say it again, please.
I'm saying that's what the contract states. Cause I feel like you know, I've seen your videos on the stance, and you know, I agree with a lot of what you were saying, but I feel like I just don't think that he's gonna fulfill the contract.
You think Kambosos is just gonna?
No, he thinks that Devin will win and vacate the belt or move up. No need for a rematch. Or the last one that Haney fans believe is he'll beat him so badly he won't want a rematch.
Nah, he's gonna take that rematch because of the money involved. You know, I believe he's making a career high payday this Saturday. And don't be fooled.
Who? Devin?
No, Kambosos.
Kambosos. And so, like, don't make no mistake. I'm all in. I'm 100%. I'm rooting for Devin Haney like I'm rooting for Deontay Wilder this Saturday. But I think we got to understand that we are the reason why boxing exists. And I'm talking about the Devin Haneys, the Errol Spence, Terrence Crawfords, the Deontay Wilders, and so on and so forth, and Canelos. We are the reason. Do you see how Canelo was moving? People yelling and making fuss. You know what Canelo said? Nah, I'm going to go take this $45 million against Triple G. That's power. And guess what? Everybody on my undercard is going to be of Latino origin. That's power. And I'm fighting on the dates I want to fight. The only way you can sign me is if I fight 3 to 4 times a year. If you ain't got it, you ain't got it. Put this in perspective, Ness, and your audience. Canelo is so powerful. Al Heyman and PBC was going to force Errol Spence to fight Canelo at 164 September 17, 2022, if he would have got past Jamal Charlo.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it force. I would definitely say Al Heyman would have been doing what he's been doing since he got in the sport, which is getting his fighter the biggest fight possible. Had he got Earl that fight, that would have been the 4th black fighter that got the Canelo fight under Al Heyman. Daniel Jacobs, Trout, Laura, Earl. And you tell me, because you saying the word force, and I don't even know why would you say that when you and I both know that the Canelo fight is 10 times bigger than the Crawford fight. That Crawford fight, that shit gets eclipsed if Canelo says, yeah, let's fight in Dallas. We're going to do 100,000 because I brought 70 with fucking Billy Joe.
73, 126. So you know they doing 100. They doing 100.
That ain't no force. That's Al blessing the shit out of Earl.
You think that's a blessing?
Brother,
that's a blessing?
Win or lose, Earl is a bona fide star after that. Bona fide.
Kell Brook.
What about Kell Brook?
Kell Brook, Roy Jones.
People who have gone up, came back down, and not had success.
And this is boxing. This is real life, man. The human body is the human body. These guys are not robots. To say Earl Spence, you fight Ugas at 147 in April, and then you go up to 164 and fight a guy who's a firm
Fred,
168. Yes.
No one Earl fought, not even on these fake, back end checks that we like to talk about. No one has made Earl $10 million. And let me tell you, there's basically no one that hasn't fought Canelo for less than 10. What, Billy Joe? So why wouldn't I move up? That ain't no force. That's a blessing. You giving me generational wealth. Yo, Keller Plant made $10 million. That's 4. He loses 4 in taxes. 6 just sit in the bank, collect interest till his newborn baby that ain't born yet starts wanting to use that shit. Like that, you don't even got to touch that. So now I'm about to turn around and do that for Earl too, plus give him more than Keller because Earl brings in more. He's already a star. He's already on pay-per-view, and he's already doing hella numbers on ticket sales.
Okay, now let's break that down because everyone always think the finish line is the next step. The finish line is death. Now let me explain something to you. How much money would you think would he make for Canelo?
I mean, we could go based off old.
No, just a round number.
Yeah, but I'm only gonna, package it with the numbers he's giving out. Right. So the rumor is Kovalev got like 14, right? Daniel Jacobs got like 12 and a half.
Right.
Billy Joe got 8. Caleb got 10. None of them motherfuckers is as big as Earl. None of them do half the tickets as Earl. So Earl easy. I'm going to say anywhere from 12 to 15 Earl could have got for that fight, especially knowing that he going to do 100,000.
I was thinking 20.
I think 20 is a big-ass number. I think they would give him anywhere from 12 to 15 plus put him on a back end and say, yo, we going to do numbers on pay-per-view and we could split ticket sales because they know he bringing – Jerry Jones got a relationship with Earl, so Canelo can't play him like you ain't no player. You a player. You putting asses in seats. And against me, we about to fucking sell out. I think they sell out.
Bro,
easy 100,000.
You was gonna have 100,000, like literally just it was gonna be 100,000 blacks and Mexicans.
Bro,
in that
he did
building.
48 with Mikey. So how much he gonna do with Canelo?
Nah, for
all
sure.
the Mexicans gonna be like, hell yeah, Canelo gonna get us back now. He gonna pay him back because he beat Mikey. Hell no, that's a big ass fight.
Yeah. Okay, now break that down. So you say 15 million is your apex?
I would say 15 guaranteed.
Okay, so the total would be 20 million, right?
I would say maybe something of, I don't know how much they going to give him back end.
I'm just saying, just pick a number. Pick any number you want.
15 plus back end.
Okay, so 17 and a half. Okay, 17 and a half. He's at 147. Let's say he's probably making $4 to $5 million a fight, right? Right?
Okay.
He fights Terrence Crawford. What does he get, 9 million? 11 million?
I want to believe he could maybe get that full 10 because the rumor was Eddie was offering him and Mikey 8 each to fight on the zone. So we want to hope that Al, and I'm using air quotes, said, hey, don't go over there. I'm going to give you what they giving you or close to. So if he fought Mikey for that, you want to assume, especially if Crawford got 6.5 for Porter with no belt or as a mandatory, like, that's why that fight ain't happened yet. They want too much money. Each of them at least want 10 mil.
And that pretty much sums up why I believe that Al Heyman was basically making a bad business decision for Earl Spence. You got 2 rematches, right? 20. That's 20 million gross. We just talking gross numbers, right? You move up to 154. Jamel Charlo and Earl Spence got to be businessmen, right? Okay, I know we best friends. But let's play this. Let's play this audience like how they built up Rolly. They played the audience. Rolly wasn't on his talent level, right? Robert Guerrero, Floyd Mayweather. I knew Floyd was never gonna lose a round. He wasn't gonna get touched, right? So, Jamel, how much you think we can get, Jamel? 8 million. So now we're looking at 28 million. And
ain't nobody giving Jamel 8 million.
No, I'm just saying Earl's purse. 8 million.
So why would Jamel fight Earl for Undisputed if he can't even get 8? But he ain't getting 8.
No, who cares about Jamel? I'm talking about Earl Spence.
But that's what I'm saying. Why, if I'm Jamel, why would I agree to fight my best friend? And we know he can't. Like, who's giving him 8? Name one person that ever got close to 8 by 50%.
No, I'm talking about Earl. Earl is the A side, so I don't care what Jamel is making.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm still the A side, Fred, because I got all the belts. Earl wants to move up to 54 to fight me for my belts. You got to make me happy, or I ain't giving you shit. I ain't fighting Earl. How you gonna convince me to fight Earl?
So let's assume they gave him what he wanted. Now,
how though?
No, it's not about how. I'm just saying let's just assume.
Okay.
Let's just assume what they. So now we're at 28 million for Earl Spence in purses.
Wait. Oh, because you're saying
he was saying.
First of all, Wilder's rematch was not more than the first fight.
No, he didn't make the rematch more.
He said 10 and 10, 20, and then another 8.
Yeah.
That's 28. That's two $10 million fights. That's impossible.
No, with Terrence Crawford, the rematch. If there's a rematch there,
did Wilder get the same amount in the first fight in the second fight?
So let's say 7 million. Let's say it's 17.
And statistically, we went through this a few days ago. Rematches make less money than the original. They never do the same, more pay-per-view numbers.
I'm with all of that. The point I'm making is that 17 million 17.5 that he gets for Canelo
plus the residual. See, you ignoring that. And I ain't talking residual money. I'm talking about residual effect. Think about Robert Guerrero and all the money he made because he lost to Floyd. He became someone. When you become someone, you make more money. So losing to Canelo, if Earl would have, because that's not guaranteed,
right?
Then he's still a star. He's still going to make that money. He's still up there.
Yeah, and I would argue that whoever he becomes, he's not physically able to be that person because he came up 17 pounds and it didn't work out.
My own producer in the chat lying. I'm Googling that. He said Jermell made 10 million for Castaño. You fucking bananas.
Yeah, he said that. He lied.
He lying. These Charlo fans bananas.
Yeah, he did say that.
Fuck out of here. $10 million purse.
Yeah, he lied and said he ain't making no $10 million. But yeah, I get what you're saying in terms of give me the Canelo fight right now. I don't think Earl Spence is physically ready to compete.
Look, man, the first time, look, give me a screen share. This is what I'm saying, because you fanboys are fucking liars. Jermell Charlo purse. I ain't even get specific. First Google fucking search. Payout expected upwards of $3 million, while Castaño is expected to top out of $650,000. Man, don't talk to me about no motherfucking making $10 million. I think these dudes be tripping on the internet, acting like it's like we just giving away money now. You crazy?
Nah, they can't. Nah,
crazy, man.
If Earl didn't get 10 million and Tank didn't get 10 million, Jamel is definitely not getting 10 million.
And they do numbers. They actually turn a profit.
Big numbers for sure.
And I got none against Jamel. I think he deserves it when the time comes. Like a fight with he and Crawford, if this is saying he got upwards of 3, maybe a fight with he and Crawford, maybe he can get a 6.5.
Yeah. I think Jamel is on his way, but Jamel got to be a little bit more stable. Like he got to build his base in Texas. He can't be coming to LA, and he done fought too many times in LA and it hasn't been successful in terms of the financials. I think he needs to go fight in Houston, Dallas, and build his audience there, and maybe fight about 2 months or 3 months away from Earl so they can rejuvenate the money, and then Earl comes back 3 months later. But and then he got to get a PR person.
It's so hard to deal with. I'm sorry that I'm feeding into the comments here, but they talking about, bruh, he got 9 million because of the back end. It wasn't even a pay-per-view. What back end check they giving him?
Hey, Fred, I'm glad that you brought up Jermell fighting in Texas, because you and I were both critical of something that PBC didn't do last year, and they're doing it this year, and that right there is Juneteenth.
Yeah.
Juneteenth.
Well, this is the second one.
I understand that, but last year, Jermall Charlo obviously headlined, but he was the only African-American fighter. Like, Canelo would, how would Canelo look not having no other Mexican fighters on Cinco de Mayo or Mexican Independence? He would look fucking foolish. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So even now with Eddie, who doesn't have the Mexican fighters, he threw the few he had on there because you have to, and I know Raees Salim is on that card as well. So I just love that they listened and that they're actually giving it what it deserves.
Yeah, it definitely deserves it because you got to pay homage to where it's easy to pay homage. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I've always said Muhammad Ali and Martin Luther King weekend needs to be the biggest fight in the sport. You got all the promotion. You got the NFL playoffs to play off of. You got the legend of Muhammad Ali and Martin Luther King. I think that 3-day weekend in January needs to be one of the biggest events. Our Super Bowl of boxing. And then you fast forward to Cinco de Mayo. I never understood Floyd wanting to take over Cinco de Mayo, and wear the hombro, the sombrero, and the Mexican flag and the colors. I never understood that after he beat Oscar De La Hoya. But he carried the torch and so on and so forth. It was Mayweather weekend. And then we fast forward to 2021.
But you understand that's marketing. That's like a club promoter, putting on a show or putting on a festive night on a Saturday around Memorial Day weekend. Like, it's not I didn't go to the war, but my birthday's Monday, so I'm going away for this weekend. Like, that's just, I'm using this weekend to, have fun.
Yeah. And that is the same reason why Devin Haney is in I believe to be a upside down contract. He has to go because we don't assert power. We don't assert who we are. Like, you do your events. Do you call me and say, hey, Fred, I know you're doing an event on this day. I'm going to do because you do your meet and greets.
Mm-hmm.
You don't call me, you do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You pick a date, same thing. I think create your own identity, create your own, I'm a true believer in entrepreneurship and ownership.
But that is what's going on, Fred, because it's every promoter is saying, man, fuck them and what they got going on. We doing Saturday. So now we got 3 promoters on Saturday because they saying create your own lane and we're a business and I'm doing business that works for me. So they kind of are doing that.
I understand from a pragmatic perspective, but Floyd should have changed the narrative. And now you got Tank Davis fighting this past Saturday. How the hell you get all those ticket sales from the I-95 in Baltimore, all those black fans coming, and you got an all Latino undercard? It makes no sense. Why did Richardson fight in Arizona on a non-televised card, and he's from Brooklyn? Why isn't he fighting the opening bout on that pay-per-view? Why isn't Chris Colbert making his comeback to create a fan base for him? He had to come out here.
Well, that's a Mayweather Promotions fight. So, for Al to put Chris on there, he's got to probably owe Mayweather a favor on another card. Like, that's a
Samson
Mayweather Promotions.
Samson had fighters on the card. It's no different, but at the end of the day, I understand, like, okay, it's politics as usual. We're doing this, but you got to take ownership. It's like doing scrums. I stopped doing scrums
Me too, bro.
2 years. I'm like, dude, I'm like, Kelly, my numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows each other's numbers. I'm not saying I'm the best. I'm not competing, but my numbers are my numbers. I add value to this promotion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of sitting with 12 motherfuckers and my question go viral.
Man, tell me about it.
You get what I'm saying?
You tired of seeing your question on someone else's video?
yeah. All up in the video. But anyway, it's just asinine that we just get put to the back. You know what I mean? And I said, no, I'm done. And that was again the beginning of the middle of my end with those credentials, And one might say, I had my cake and I was eating it too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm great friends with the Watsons, and I had complete access. I'm great friends from a business perspective with Bob. Got great access with Top Rank, great access with PBC. But I said, you know what? I'm bringing them on my platform. I'm not going to these fights and being treated like a second-class citizen. And I pay my mortgage in my house. I unlock my front door. I pay my car notes. I take my kids to school. But when I come to you, you throwing bologna sandwiches at me.
Yep.
Ain't happening.
Yeah.
Ain't happening.
That's exactly why I stopped, man. The treatment, like where paparazzi at a press conference, you know, like you said, the disrespect, they give certain people the time they need, and then it's like, all right, you guys just all crowd together and get whatever you can. And it's like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I feel like you feel like I know what numbers I do. So like, what are you talking about? Like, who's reading that site that they're writing for? You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I got Alexa.com and I can check what sites is popping, and your site not popping. There's only a few sites: Boxing Scene, ESPN, Yahoo. Like, name another site that's out here making waves. Bleacher Report, maybe Bleacher Report for sure does numbers. I'm talking about maybe Bad Left Hook because their association with SB Nation. But when we talk about print media, that shit is dead.
It's way dead. And the most beautiful thing about, with YouTube, it's 24/7. So people see when you go to network, those are segments. When we do videos, fans can access it 24/365. So that's a huge difference when people are doing
Well, Fred, you know that you're right when you see every promoter. We've been doing this long enough to know that promoters were out here promoting without a YouTube channel. Right. You know, without a Twitter account, without an Instagram account. Like Bob literally just got an Instagram account like 4 years ago or something like that. So it's like, you know, we've always had kind of an advantage on them. The promoters, the networks themselves had to transition into YouTube. Obviously, HBO had one, but Showtime took forever to start streaming undercard fights to their YouTube channel. There would be content creators talking about that on a daily, like, damn, why can't they just put the fucking undercards that no one sees on YouTube so we can finally see them? And, you know, I just want to say to you that you have to admit we have seen a lot of change in our years doing this.
Oh, for sure. Even in terms of how these executives interact. Look how Stephen Espinoza interacts and speaks the language of the people on Twitter. You know, here's a man who has a black card, a black truck, lives in a high rise, has an unlimited amount of cash flow in terms of Viacom and CBS. And he's on Twitter responding to Eddie Hearn, you, the fans, and he knows the pulse. So I commend Stephen Espinoza to that degree, but we'll never get the credit. You know what I mean? They're never going to say Ness. Like, I swear before God, I'm not making this up because I'm on your show. I swear before God, I'd be like, regardless of how you feel about him, I'm like, why is Steven Jackson? I like Steven Jackson. I swear I like Steven Jackson, but I think he's a basketball expert and a boxing novice per se. I say, why isn't Ness, Blue Blood, or maybe Champ Side or Danny, or why don't they have that spot?
Because Steven Jackson brings in the casual, like you said, he's a basketball player, so they're hoping that he's gonna bring in his audience that isn't from boxing.
Actually, Fred, when I heard you say that, I'm like, I agree to, but not with Stack. I'm like, bro, because he does bring that casual, like, I'm gonna be honest,
outside audience.
I was in Dallas for the Earl Ugas fight. Me interviewing Stack for my friends and family, that was the coolest thing of them the whole fucking weekend. They didn't care that I interviewed Earl, you know, because they know Steven Jackson. But I do agree that there's people that are in positions that I'm like, honestly, truthfully, Fred, that's what got me into boxing. I would listen to interviews, and there was one guy in particular, and I told Ness this the other day. He worked for a Spanish radio station out here, and he getting credentialed, and I'm listening to his shit, and he not speaking facts. Like, he literally getting records wrong, this wrong. I'm like, yo, if this dude is doing it, and I know way more than you at 20 years old, how the fuck I can't do it? Right. And that same person is no longer in media at all, not even boxing or sports or nothing at all. Yo, that same person messaged me the other day asking for a ticket to the fight, and I was like, yo, we don't get tickets. And he told me, he was like, I'm the one that got you here, and I'm like, motherfucker, you ain't do shit for me, like, ever. Like you've always got an auxiliary, motherfucker. I started on the floor. Fuck wrong with you. But yo, it was literally people in positions that I felt, I'm like, yo, if you're in this position and I know more than you, then I can be in that position too. So I trust me, bro. I'm with you. Because that's what got me started.
Oh, okay. Like for example, Barry Tompkins did the fight. I'm like, Barry Tompkins is like Jesus commentating the fights. It's like, dude, you have no attachment to 2022's audience. I'm like, why is he commentating the fight? I know Morrow wasn't there. I'm like, dude, but for example, like how Eddie Hearn gets it, dog. Eddie Hearn gets it. I don't like him the long way, but in terms of like, you know what? Ak and Barack, y'all do y'all come over to the zone. It makes sense. You can't have these guys, Brian Campbell, and these guys trying to relate to the boxing audience.
But why? I gotta know why. What's different between Brian Campbell? What's the dude from Monday Morning Combat? Brian Campbell's co-host.
Oh, I don't remember his name, but
you know his name?
No, I don't know.
But what's the difference, in your opinion, between Brian Campbell and his co-host from Monday Morning Combat?
They don't speak the language of the people. Like, there's a language now. Ness, you have a language that you speak. You don't. It's a language now. It's not media.
Be more specific. More specific.
It has nothing to do with the color of their skin or anything like that. I'm telling you, like, YouTube has a vibration. Boxing fans have a different vibration than reading Ring Magazine in 1985 and seeing Mike Tyson and Sugar Ray Leonard on the cover. It's different.
I hate to pivot, but I got to get your thoughts. I thought it was extremely disrespectful. What did you think of Jim Gray's attitude and actions during the post-fight with Tank Davis?
Yeah, that was so wrong. And I didn't talk about it because I didn't want people to think that I was bringing it up, race this, race that. But it was deplorable. He did it twice in that interview. He did it one with the gun, and then he did it one with something else. And he got to understand, Jim Gray and Larry Merchant got to understand that you're not above. They speaking as if like, you have to adhere to the rules and regulations of how I interview you. You understand what I'm saying? And him making a fuss about the Glock and him making reference to those men in Texas was disingenuous. It was disgusting. Jim Gray got to understand that Tank Davis, that's his moniker at this point.
Saying that.
Yeah, he been saying that. And Jim Gray might be past his prime, definitely past his prime. I don't know if he adds value at this point. I'll be honest. I don't know if he adds value to the event. Brian Custer.
I honestly, I don't like talking about people when they work, but I'm gonna agree with you. I feel like Larry Merchant would he would trigger people. You know what I'm saying? He would antagonize you. Jim is not even doing that anymore. He's not. It's just like fucking going through the motions. Like I don't remember the last memorable Jim Gray post-fight interview.
My back. That was the last one.
Well, there you go.
You know what though, Fred? When it came to Floyd actually was. I feel like he liked him, so he would speak to him. So I feel like he had those moments with Floyd. Obviously, not as memorable as my back, but you didn't really see Floyd. Right. With that or like that with many other people. So that
right.
But I agree, man. That was just such a for me like an uncomfortable moment.
It was very uncomfortable.
It was very uncomfortable for me, being there as a media member to hear that. I felt uncomfortable, truly.
And the place that we're at, we're in a place of combat. You know what I mean? We're in a place of quote unquote war. And the fact that they just exhibited pure violence for 6 rounds, and then you tell. Jim Gray knew what he was doing.
Absolutely.
Jim Gray exactly knew what he was doing, and he wanted to demoralize and diminish Tank Davis in that moment, without a shadow of a doubt.
Do you think someone should have stepped in, or do you think it was handled the best way it could? Because it kind of went, it kind of went unnoticed unless you were paying full attention.
It made Tank feel a little bit awkward. Tank said, you see how he jumped out?
Absolutely.
And Tank knows what's going on in the world. Tank wasn't thinking about Texas in that moment. He was talking. He was basically telling Devin Haney and Lomachenko and Kambosos and whoever else, like, hey, I'm the big fish now. You know what I mean? It's strap season on mine. I know y'all got the real belts, but I got 19,000 people. These are the belts. You know what I'm saying? These people that paid their money and drove up and flew into New York. These are the real belts.
And Fred, let me tell you that was so crazy because that was my first fight at Barclays, right?
Oh, dope.
Everybody's telling me like, yo, don't expect this because obviously record breaking and whatnot, and they did a great job. But for me, it was seeing. I had a friend come to the fight. This girl, she wanted to come, whatever, and that's the thing. Tank brings them out, yo. Within a matter of an hour, the cheapest ticket the day of went from like $100 to like $250.
And that's Tank Davis for you.
That's Tank Davis.
That's definitely Tank Davis for you, man. And the behavior after the fight, I'm not gonna sit here and put a stamp of approval on that. Can we just go home after the fight and watch the replay? You know what I mean? Make love, go to the strip club, do what we want to do. But what those couple hundred people that destroyed the night for those 18,500 other people. And now hopefully I want fights at Barclay. I want fights at Madison Square Garden. I don't want Al Haymon, even though I do my best to hold him accountable. I don't want him to go out of business. I just want him to do what he said he's going to do.
Which is what? What do you think he's not doing? Free boxing for all?
Definitely that. He conned us. He literally conned us, and I'm glad you want to start there with it. He conned us by saying, I'm not charging. I'm not this. I'm going to have my premier fighters fighting for free, and you don't have to pay.
But the counter argument is...
There's no counter argument.
There is. Just like any business, you start off with some sort of marketing plan. If it doesn't work, you have to adjust, and I'll just give you some facts. Obviously, he came in overpaying, but Eddie followed the same green print, and Eddie also had to dial it back. Like, when you're a new company, you throw money so that you can get attention, but then you start to, reel it in.
I'll stand on that. But I shouldn't, like, for real. Rolly versus Tank is not a pay-per-view fight. I grew up on Mildred Taylor Chavez Sr. You know what I mean? Like, it's not comparable. That is a fight that makes Tank a household name. A showcase knockout on when I was a kid, HBO, now it's Showtime. But now they're just greasing the palms, man. Like Chris Arreola, Andy Ruiz pay-per-view. January 1st.
I gotta stop you.
Go ahead.
When Andy won those belts, I'm on record saying I hope Al gets him out the contract and he fights Arreola in the Valley in California. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Not on pay-per-view.
Again, I don't know what you're talking about. The first Mexican heavyweight ever in the world, and we're not gonna put him on pay-per-view versus another known Mexican in California?
I said pay-per-view.
I'm saying pay-per-view too. Like, from a marketing standpoint, it made sense to take the chance. Obviously, it didn't translate, but we're talking about the first ever Mexican heavyweight versus a very known, bad guy. Like, Arreola fought both Klitschko's and Wilder. It doesn't come any tougher than that. Like,
I agree.
I think it was a calculated gamble that didn't work out.
He wasn't the champion. He's coming off of a loss. He lost half his fan base because of lack of discipline, lack of accountability. And you want to put him on pay-per-view? Make that make sense. All he had to do, for real, was show up in shape against Anthony Joshua, and it's a very competitive fight. I would say that fight, he probably lost 30% of his fan base guaranteed because people said, you robbed us. You were a con. You were a thief. I lost a lot of respect because you didn't respect yourself and do your job. Get in shape, show up in Saudi Arabia. The man is eating pizza, man. The man is eating pizza. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not a calculated risk. It's robbery. It's Floyd Mayweather walking into Conor McGregor with the mask on, you know what I mean, with the ski mask on. He did the ski mask way, you know, and I thought they don't want to pay the salaries, you know, so they put it on us. That's why these guys are fighting once a year now, you know, and I don't like it. Chris Arreola, Andy Ruiz is a sports building fight. You put it on free TV and you build it. Errol Spence is a pay-per-view guy now. Tank Davis against a quality opponent is a pay-per-view fight. You know, Deontay Wilder made the ultimate sacrifice. He says, I'm not going to put my mandatory Dominic Brazil on pay-per-view. You know, I'm going to take a pay cut and I'm going to fight for free. You know, and he did it. And,
I don't know about all that shit. What is you talking about? We both know that DAZN was offering Deontay Wilder 20 for the Brazil, and Showtime matched it, or came very close to.
No, but what I'm saying is, it wasn't on pay-per-view.
Yeah, but that's obviously a financial. Come on, Fred, get the fuck out of here. You really gonna say? Hold on. You really gonna say Deontay Wilder could tell Showtime, the network, give me 20? Hey, and on top of that, I'm only taking your 20 if it's not on. Like, I'm the network. I'm the network. I gotta know what makes financials. I can't give you 20 million without knowing how I'm gonna recoup.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm looking at the end result. I'm not saying how we got there. That's up for discussion. That's up for debate. But I'm saying the result is Chris Arreola, Andy Ruiz was on pay-per-view. Deontay Wilder and Dominic Brazil was free, you know, and it ended up making him a star, you know, going into the Luis Ortiz fight and then the Tyson Fury trilogy, you know. So and I think he got everything out of boxing outside of the wins, you know, financially, and that's where we need to be. You know, the more free boxing, the better. People got to see Errol Spence for free before they pay for him. People got to see Tank Davis for free before they pay for him. You know, proof of concept. Hey, what's the name of that restaurant that got the best macaroni and cheese? I don't know. I ain't never been there.
But aren't they already showing proof of concept by continuously doing numbers in the green? Their numbers in the green because you got to understand their guaranteed purses, the numbers of pay-per-views they're selling, they're covering their guarantees and then some. 225,000 pay-per-views at $80 is a lot of money for what Tank makes.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with the results. I'm talking about the sport, making it bigger, like making them a bigger star.
But that's what I'm saying. We want to hold promoters accountable. I don't think they care about making it bigger. They only care about bottom line. Like they're a business. They got profit and loss, quarterlies, and they going off that. Like, what did we make this quarter versus last quarter? We got to tweak.
We'll never agree. Promoters and fans will never agree. You know, they're taking the risk. You know, we're taking the risk. $80 in an hour.
And that's why, Fred, that's why fans love, like the fans that watch it love the UFC, because the UFC, you know, it's the fighters that have the issue because they're the ones being underpaid, right? But they're able to put 3 fucking championship fights on one pay-per-view because they're underpaying the fighters. So who's happy? The people paying, the fans, and then the UFC being a business is happy. It's the fighters that are unhappy in that situation. Here it's the business and then the fighters and then the fans is like, damn.
You absolutely right. You absolutely right. It'll never be balanced.
Right. Somebody gonna get fucked. Somebody gonna get fucked.
Fulcrum will never be even. It's always gonna be slanted to one side or the other. You're absolutely right. And but you know, right now, we've had a hell of a run in boxing. You know, from April 1st until now, I give all these promoters credit, man. You know, it's just been a hell of a run from Bob Arum, Eddie Hearn to Al Heyman. They've done a hell of a job, man. We're getting what we want, man. Erickson Lubin and Fundora, phenomenal performance. Check this out. People not even talking about it. Stevie Fulton fights this Saturday.
Of course.
Against Danny
Roman. Of course.
A big fight. I
don't know about all that, man. I don't know about all that. Because when Canelo or someone of the level fights, like if Crawford fought a non-champion, hypothetically, Sean Porter, People actually had negative things to say about that. So, like, why is Fulton fighting a dude that lost his belts a big fight?
I wouldn't say, correct me if I'm wrong, I spoke out of exuberation. No, it's not a big fight, but it's a good free fight. You understand what I'm saying? We get to see a potential pound for pound star for free alongside Devin Haney. So that's what I meant to say.
Full agreements, yeah.
Thanks for correcting me.
Yeah,
It's not a big fight.
Full agreements because, whether people want to admit it, Steph Fulton is a fighter who, regardless of who your list is, if he ain't on your top 10 pound for pound, which he probably ain't, truth be told, but he is maybe a fight or two away from getting there. So,
give my man Reese Salim a shot, man.
Amen. Amen.
Why are we fighting Danny Roman, who lost a belt, when undefeated Reese Salim's been waiting for his turn for about 3 fights?
Facts. And I don't know how true this is, but I spoke to PBC. PBC asked him to give up his WBC belt. And they basically promised him a Stevie Fulton fight. That's what I heard. You know what I mean?
Ask who?
He was the JV champion.
Right, Salim?
Yeah, he was the JV WBA champion.
Oh, WBA, because you said WBC.
Oh, I stand corrected. I'm sorry. WBA, and he had to give up that belt, but he gave up that belt with the verbal guarantee to fight Stevie Fulton, and it hasn't come to.
Well, hopefully, there's a lot of verbal guarantees. Michelle Rivera is on, Broadway Joel's channel saying that he was told after he beat whoever he just beat, which I think was Adorno, and Tank beats Rolly, that he would get Tank. So.
He would get Tank, and didn't he say also that PBC wanted him to change his name to Muhammad Ali?
They wanted him to legally. He told the interviewer they wanted him to legally change his name to Ali. To Ali.
To Ali.
Don't do it. Don't do that, man. That's nah. Nah, don't play yourself. You know what I mean? Don't play yourself.
Let me ask you though, are you okay with that fight in the interim? Obviously, Haney has to beat Kambosos twice, or Kambosos has to beat Haney twice.
I'm not okay with that.
So what should Tank do while 35 is pretty much tied up? Tio moved up.
Lomachenko.
Loma's in a war. He ain't even been back. He ain't even posted.
Thank you for correcting me. Thank you for that. Where would Tank go?
There's nowhere, I don't think. Unless he moving up or down.
Gary Russell.
He's coming off the shoulder surgery. You going to be willing to pay for that? Because they ain't putting Tank on free TV. So you going to have to pay for Gary Russell.
We paid for Rolly.
Yeah, but at least Rolly had a puncher's chance. I mean, we talking about Gary coming off of not only his father's passing, which is already mentally tough, but then he's also coming off a shoulder injury. I mean, Haney was 22 or 21 coming off a shoulder injury. Like, he got them young genes to fix themselves and shit. It's a little different for Gary. He's older.
No, you're right. It makes sense. And Rolly fought him at 14-0 and ain't fought no one on his level. Everyone he's fought was a D-level opponent outside of Jackson, so he got the opportunity. Gary Russell is an Olympian. He's seasoned. He has a fight this year. Was February he fought.
But how do you sell it? Like, at least Rolly had the mouth and the punching power.
They both from the DMV.
Yeah, but you got one dude coming off a loss and a soldier injury, and he got to move up 2 weights to fight Tank at 35.
Come on, Fred. You know the next fight. The fight that makes sense. If you Tank right now is Ryan.
Yeah, you're right. That fight makes sense. But that's just a soap opera. Ryan Garcia is the leading actor of the boxing days of our lives. Like nothing ever comes to fruition with that man. He bets in a losing proposition. He bets Earl Spence $20,000 when he could have took that same $20,000 and got 20-1. You get what I'm saying? It makes no sense. His whole life makes no sense. I mean, as it pertains to boxing. I'm not taking $20,000 and doing a straight up bet with Earl Spence.
Bro, that's what I told Ness. But Ness, what'd you have to say about that?
It got him.
Ness was sleeping. All right, so let me repeat it.
Let me send this message. No, because Ak and Barack both are watching separately. They text me and they both send their love to you. And
I love them dudes, man. Yeah. Barack is like my once a year we talk maybe, but we follow each other on Instagram. He's he's like a spiritual email. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for real, for real.
And, you know, and I throw on my Jordans with Ott, and we hit the pavement, man. You know what I mean? And you know, I love them, man. What they've done for boxing, and I spoke about them about 20 minutes ago. What they've done for boxing and made it cool. Showtime should have hired them. They both from Brooklyn. Half the fights PBC do in Brooklyn. That's one of the biggest mistakes Steven Espinoza has ever made, is not hiring Akin Barak. And it's just a catastrophe, because the numbers that they do millions of views on DAZN, and it's important that, like I told you, Ness, we speak a different language now. It's not like I can define it, but you know it. Look how I'm talking. I have a college education. I haven't used no 4-syllable word. Not saying that we're uneducated to do that, but it's a language that we speak now. You know what I mean?
You got to be able to connect. You got to be able to connect with the people. You get what I'm saying? Because a perfect example, you know, I'm not sure. I was asked yesterday, was I a square, right? I'm asked yesterday, was I a square? So Fred, I'm from Chicago, right? You know, a square to me is a lame. So my response is, if you got to ask me, you must think I'm a lame. Why ask? But apparently that is the term used for, and I might misspeak, but a term used for men who are masonries or something like that. So that's what they was referring to based off the way I guess I stand or whatnot. But yo, it's like, you got to be able to connect. I couldn't connect to you. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. So if you got somebody who is talking about or speaking in a manner that doesn't hit home, that doesn't relate to me, why would I be as interested or intrigued outside of the obvious, right? So Akin Barak talking about Gervonta, yeah, okay, cool, it's Gervonta, but I can relate. They know how to hit home. They know how to reach me. You get what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying as far as that, you know, and bro, it's obvious, like it shows, and that's why these YouTube channels have been so successful. You get what I'm saying? That's why Marcos Villegas, a Hispanic man, has been able to get a channel over 1 million subs, and Ben Thompson, an African American man, has been able to get
that's
fight
what,
hype. You know,
that's what's funny with the people that run media. They act oblivious to the fact that it is the minorities that have the biggest channels in YouTube. Like,
no, we have the biggest impression on boxing. No, period. I don't go to ESPN for boxing. I ain't gonna lie. If something pops off in Vegas, I'm gonna go to Ness. If something pops off in New York, I'm gonna go to Blue Blood. You know what I mean? And that's just the reality of it, man. It's the truth is the truth, man. Kelly Swanson has to retire or die.
You're terrible, man.
No, I'm being 100.
That's like, a little
has to retire.
Yeah, but retire is a lot better than death.
Well, I'm just saying, like either she's gonna die doing her job or she's gonna retire, and whoever else is in that position, you know.
Wish her some growth. I wish her growth, because I ain't gonna front. No one has a better Rolodex than Kelly Swanson. She's been doing it longer, so she's got to have numbers that we can't even get. Like,
well, how about you call her and get those numbers? Can you call her and get those numbers?
No. I get what you're saying, that she doesn't play nice with others, but that's why I'm saying, let's wish her some growth, because if you're talking about doing the best for the sport, she's probably the person to do that. Floyd picked her for a reason. She just needs to, you know, we need to shave off some of them calluses. She feels not shelter, but yeah, maybe shelter. Like, she doesn't want to deal with us. It feels like.
And Fred, and I'm not trying to be funny saying this. I know you ain't been in the media for a little bit. I will say, look, let me.
I haven't been. I gotta take his word.
I literally told Ness, and it was so crazy. I'm like, yo, Kelly has been looking out so much. I show up, get my credential. They ain't got a food voucher. I ain't really tripping. I'm like, $25. I'm cool. So, but she heard that they ran out. So she's like, no, here's mine. Here's mine. Don't worry about it.
That's great.
You know,
that's funny.
You know, and just recently in Dallas too, Tyler, you shout out to Tyler from ES News. Me and him are in line at the hotel, done working, getting a snack. Oh, don't worry about it. I got it. You know, and you know, for me and other, whenever we've had issues, you know, so I'm with Ness. I gotta give it to her because as far as
I'm out the loop. The last conversation.
The last time I had an interaction with Kelly was in Miami for the Floyd Logan at the Versace house. And, you know, it was a good reaction. I mean, a good interaction because I wasn't expecting her to be as friendly. Right, like got to the desk and she's like, oh, so Floyd brought you out because you know I don't really go out. So her being playful like that, I'm like, okay, wow, you know what I'm saying?
You know what, Fred, and I think a lot of it too. Like I said, man, I think that they've started to notice and they've started to realize, you know, we can't do it without y'all.
I mean, but think about it again. There has been change, but it's been long, so I get your frustration. But Sean Zattel works for PBC. He's a writer for PBC, and there's another guy that was a YouTuber that's an editor for the PBC podcast. I don't want to say his name.
Oh, yep.
You know, but there's a lot of people. I mean, Marcos Viega got hired by Fox. You know, Raheem.
Him and Michelle did things for the Zone.
Yeah.
I know.
I think things are changing.
For me,
and that's
I just think guys like you and myself, we were a little more aggressive than the rest, we probably rubbed people off, you know, a little bit differently than others, and it's gonna take a little bit longer for them to come around to us because, you know, I know for me at any day, you know, I could flip in the sense that I'm gonna be like, hey, what happened in that fight? Where that fighter's not gonna like that. He's not gonna like that. He's like, yo, I thought you was my dog. Why are you bringing up that fight from 3 fights ago? It's like, what happened in that fight, though? You know what I'm saying? So they don't like that. And that's probably why, you know, we on the outside. They need people that's gonna. So, for instance, like, I get into it with Ak and Barack all the time because it's like they say and do certain things and they're like, yo, everything ain't for everybody. And I get that. I do, but it's hard for me to live by that. You understand? Like, I feel like certain questions are for everybody, and it's unfair to ask those questions in the dark because people are seeking those answers.
Sure, and you're right. I don't know what you speak of, but I'll say this. Getting back to Sean Zintel, I've known Sean since. I think Sean is doing a marvelous job. I really love how he is committed to the sport of boxing. He's a historian. He's a young historian, and I like how he carves out his relationships and maximizes them. So for him, I've seen his growth, you know, from being a guy who smokes weed in the parking lot to now he is really an aficionado and an important person in the sport of boxing. So congratulations to him. And
oh yeah, I mean, most of the interviews, like, because Fight Hype is so big and they're everywhere that most of the content is Sean actually interviewing people.
Yeah, he does a phenomenal job, man. He does. He's A1. He does a phenomenal job. I think I've ever told him that. And I think all of us do a phenomenal job. You know, we have our weaknesses, we have our flaws. The beautiful thing is now they gotta get down and lay down with you. You know, you had Fundora immediately after his fight. You know how bad PBC wanted that content? Think about that.
Hold on, Fred.
Keyshawn too.
Keyshawn, you know, silver medalist, Keyshawn Davis the morning after, you know, co-headline in the MGM Grand Garden Arena.
Yeah, I don't think they got to get down with us. Yeah, I think we're still massive work to be done, but I am of that mindset. I want to grind till they have to sit down. I hate the treatment that we receive. So, you know, I do want this chair to be the hot spot so that everybody wants to get there. But I don't think it's done. You know, I still need Earl and Terrence to sit down. Until they sit down, we ain't done.
They're gonna have to, because you can't be the A side forever. You know? Look at Floyd. Floyd is not popular. I don't know when's the last Floyd interview I watched. I'm be honest. Not because I don't like him. I don't watch his. What is he gonna say? I'm the richest man in the world. I got a Maybach. He doesn't say anything that changes. You know what I mean? His interviews are the same. I'm rich. You're poor. I got a Maybach. You don't. I got a jet. You don't. I'm fighting an exhibition.
I make
That's
good
it.
business decisions.
I make good business.
I left the business with all my faculties in order.
It's the same interview for the last 10 years. So when people, so like they send me the interview, I'm like, I know what he's gonna say, so I don't have to watch it. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to him, but it is what it is. And maybe that's media training. You know, say the same thing over and over again, no matter what they ask you. You know, hey Floyd, is the sky blue? Oh, I got a blue Maybach I just bought for $333,000.
Fred, you silly as hell.
I think I'm gonna change.
Fred, you silly, man.
Yeah, you know what? Like for
No,
example,
I seen your post. You said, and I'm paraphrasing, but basically you said Floyd's, let's just say personality didn't allow him to show up to Tank's fight to promote. So just give us some clarity to your post, please.
Yeah, please. Floyd had 4 fighters on that card. Jaleel Hackett, who's 3-0 at the time, Luis Arias, Rolly Romero, and Tank Davis. Maybe he had more. I don't know, but those are the 4 that I know. He's mad at Tank. Their relationship will never be 100. You know, it's public at this point. You take my girl and do that what you want with her. We could never be 100%, right? You know, TMZ covered it. Everybody, that's neither here nor there. But you got Rolly Romero, who's 14-0. You got Jaleel Hackett, who you signed. You got Luis Arias, who you just signed. Respect them and go.
Leonard Ellerby.
I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, but what about Leonard being there? You can't say.
Hold on.
Hold on. Because you can't say you don't want to hear that. You're a boss. Your company is your company. There will come a time where you're gonna need a CEO. You can't be everywhere, Fred. Well, so what you gonna? So you want me and people like me to say, man, fuck Fred's CEO. Fred ain't show up, so Fred don't care.
One of Floyd's biggest comments during the Canelo is, you didn't show up for your biggest fighters because you were in rehab. Remember that?
Yeah, to Oscar.
To Oscar. Well, you had a press conference on the same day your fighter had a press conference, right? How about you show up and be a man? Because you're not just promoting Tank Davis, you're promoting your promotion to the world. I am a promoter. I am doing my job. I am doing my responsibilities. Just like I mentioned, Andy Ruiz, the man got fat. The man was eating pizza before the weigh-in. You get what I'm saying? Like, you gotta hold true to what you said that you're gonna do. What you created the job. Now honor the job that you created. You chose to be the promoter, not me. That's your job.
But no, Fred, I was gonna say, Leonard, when asked, he said that Floyd had a family emergency to tend to.
So, I know. And Floyd got social media too. You know?
Well, he posted Tank on his social.
No, I'm talking about if you have a family emergency, post it on your social media.
Yeah, come on, Fred.
So now you want him to prove it by posting it?
Fred, come on.
I didn't say prove it.
Come on, Fred. He didn't post. When the mother of his children died, he took his time to post. When Uncle Roger died.
Listen to what I'm saying. I have a family. You guys go out and promote the fight. I have a family emergency. I can't attend. Here's the link to order the pay-per-view.
Bro, he don't have to do that. He's
the promoter.
No, I hear you. I'm with Fred. I've been saying that he got to use that fucking Instagram to promote his fighters. He's right. Put that shit in a story. Swipe up. Click the link. It's true. You got 20, 30, 40, 60 million followers, man.
Bro, but if you dealing with an emergency.
Danny, you got the account to the Boxing Voice. Stop making excuses for Floyd. Somebody else can have the account to Floyd fucking social media.
Very much true. Very much true.
Akichi.
Very much true. Very much true. But what I'm saying is, if he took his time when it came to the death of Uncle Roger to make a post about it.
I'm not saying that. You can't physically be there. You could be cyberly anywhere in the world.
Yep.
Okay, you're not there. Tank Davis is fighting.
What imagine a little story that he do, like, yo, man, I'm sorry. You know, I'm dealing with something right now, but I want to send my love to my superstar Tank. Make sure y'all go check out. I get what you're saying, but I'm also putting myself in Floyd's shoes and saying that I don't know what he was going through and whether or not he could muster up the energy to do that.
Yeah, Floyd would say you can't afford his shoes. But the point
I definitely can't.
The point I'm making is we have a job. You show up, right? Mm-hmm. I show up every night, 7:30 Pacific Standard Time. I show up. If I can't make it, guys, no live tonight. I'm traveling. I'm moving. It is what it is. I see you guys tomorrow.
Yep.
Simple.
Common courtesy.
Common courtesy.
Fred, but
Yes.
but what I'm saying is, bro, God forbid, right? God forbid. But God forbid, you get into an accident or some, bro, anything.
Right.
Like, for all we know, Floyd could have been en route to the fight and something came up.
What about the fact that Mayweather Promotions Instagram, who has over 1 million followers, was posting heavily?
No, I commend them for that. I don't think Leonard Ellaby is a great promoter. I build stars. That's Floyd Mayweather. Stop putting that in plural formation. I don't think Leonard Ellaby is great at what he does.
Well, you wouldn't consider Badu Jack a star? He's from Sweden and is a household name in America?
No, I wouldn't consider Badu Jack a star. I would consider Badu
He's fought
Jack.
on all the biggest cards in the world, and he's from Sweden. He's not even American.
So has Riverside Rocky. So has Sean Porter. They're not stars.
I don't know that Sean's fought on all the biggest cards because, again, Sean's never been on a Pacquiao or a Floyd card or a Canelo card.
But that's what I'm saying. You said they fought everybody.
No, I said they fought on the biggest cards. I'm talking about Badu has fought on the big. He's been on, Mayweather McGregor, Mayweather Pacquiao, Mayweather anything.
Berto.
So has Riverside Rocky. He's not a star.
Nah, he just fought Canelo.
But these are just like people in boxing that people know, but they're not stars. They're like
star in boxing though, no?
Nah.
Not even?
Nah.
Badu's not even a star in boxing.
Badu is a great human being. I wouldn't consider him a star. Like he is popular.
But he's from Sweden and we know him in America.
He fought and no one knew he fought 2 weeks ago.
I mean, that was in Dubai.
It don't matter. He's a star, right? So people should know.
I knew he fought for it.
Yeah, because you have a show. Yeah, you have a show. You know he fought. That's your job to get it out to the people. I love Badu Jack. Classy man, takes care of his family. He prays 5 times a day. I've had private comments. One of the greatest men in this current era of boxing. I don't think he's a star. I think he's popular. I think I think more boxers should have his integrity.
What about Fred? Okay, so what if Ness told you, maybe not a star, what if that they put fighters in positions that nobody else could?
Yes.
I mean, like,
like Rolly. Like Rolly. Rolly's 14-0, the first fighter ever that I know in the last 11 fucking years to be on pay-per-view with 14 fights.
I would say I would say they con.
Yo, you the almanac.
No,
you the almanac. Is there someone else?
I mean, I think you picked okay example, but I mean, come on, like Badu Jack, literally, like, come on, this man, for him to come.
You think Badu Jack is a star?
No, but I'm saying, like, who else was gonna do what they did with Badu Jack?
With a guy from Sweden.
Who else was gonna do that,
Fred? Name another boxer from Sweden. If you think Badu's not popular, name the number 2 Sweden boxer.
I'm not in Sweden.
Otto Wallin.
But that's what I'm telling you, that they don't exist.
No, but
Fred, he made him a household name, Fred. He made him a household name.
I don't think he's a household name, dog.
Who?
Badu Jack?
But you think Badu Jack is a household name?
I think the average boxing fan knows Badu.
But that's not a household name. That's literally the opposite.
Okay, my bad.
That's the opposite. But still, with Mayweather Promotions, they were Badu, with Ashley Theophane, with, like, come on, these guys. Fred, these guys got opportunities nobody else put up.
Fred, name another promoter who's gonna give Ashley Theophane
a Broner fight.
Two title shots plus a Danny Garcia fight.
Oh my gosh, you guys are just
you just not seeing the opportunity.
Theophane is not a star.
No, we're not saying he's stars. We're not saying. We're saying that Mayweather Promotions put fighters like Badu Jack, Ashley Theophane,
Louis
Cubas Arias, Jalen Love. Like, they put these fighters in positions.
Even Michael, the kid, Kevin Newman.
Kevin Newman. Like,
the other one too that fought Jamel Herring.
Darius Miller. They put these fighters in positions that no other promoter could have put them in.
Think about this.
Look at Keyshawn Davis.
Think about this.
No. Fred,
think about this.
Come on, like, I'm speaking literally. Like, who was gonna get Badu Jack and get him on 10 pay-per-view undercards? Come on, man.
There's a lot of fighters that I don't see the connection there. That's their stable. They have to use their stable with which they have.
But that's what I'm saying. How are those guys getting opportunities though?
Because
the opportunity,
that's their fighter.
But they're getting that opportunity because being with Mayweather, and that's what he's saying, that no one else.
Okay.
No one, like, think about some of Lou DiBella fighters.
My bad if I worded it, I
get that.
confusing or something.
No, you're right.
Because Junior Fa's been with Lou DiBella his whole career, and he only got one fight, and that shit was in fucking his home country in New Zealand.
No, you're
and
right.
he lost.
You're right. Floyd is a thing that you can't compare. He's like Haley's Comet. Get what I'm saying? In terms of like the opportunity that you're gonna get. But the only one to come out of that is Tank Davis. Yeah, you had the opportunity, but the only star to come out of that is Tank Davis. He's had Jay Leon and Mickey Bay and that whole squad for a long time, but Tank Davis is the only person to come out,
But think about it, Fred. If you're Badu Jack, who came from Sweden, and you started off, having to walk to the Mayweather gym and take the bus there, to now you're a multi-millionaire who has been on the biggest cards in the world, and who has been opportunities outside of boxing as well, because I know he does plenty charitable things as well. Like, come on, like Badu goes home, Badu's a star, and I get what you're saying. And I don't agree with Nuts, because household is, you got to walk down the street and I know who you are. So I agree with you, but the work Mayweather Promotion has done with their fighters and put them in these positions, to me, it's like, with the fighters they've done it with, no other promoter to me could have done that with the fighters they've done that with.
Okay, now you got to work. Now I want to see proof of concept, or was it just Floyd Mayweather? Andrew Tabiti just fought in Texas on a card that no one spoke of.
No, we did. See, we spoke about it again today before you got here.
No, I'm talking about, I watched your show. I'm talking about like boxing. Like,
yes.
Mayweather Promotions didn't promote it.
That's true.
You promoted it. I promoted it on my platform. So now, is it the Floyd Mayweather effect, or is it Leonard Ellaby? No, it's the Floyd Mayweather effect. Now they got to promote now. Now they got to do their job. Richardson Hitchison begged for a fight so bad, they gave him a non-televised fight. You know what I mean? Anybody can be a great promoter when Jesus is in charge. You know what I mean? I mean, Floyd Mayweather was Jesus. He was the Black Moses. So you can't go wrong with that man. Floyd Mayweather burnt money. Here's how powerful the Floyd Mayweather brand was in his prime. He said, Justin Bieber said a nigger joke, he's still my friend. I'm gonna side with Donald Sterling, he's my friend. He was the Teflon Don. He was literally the Teflon Don. Nothing can touch Floyd. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I want to see what you do in 2022. I want to see you put your own cards on in Vegas on a Thursday night. I want to see you put the money up and stop depending on Steven Espinoza for the bag. I want to see you promote. Have we seen it? Sam's Town will probably give Floyd the place for free. Ain't nobody going there Monday through Wednesday.
Yeah,
room there.
No, you right, because I swear to God, I didn't even know Sam's Town existed if it wasn't for Mayweather Promotions. Yo, Mayweather Promotions. I was there. I remember the week of Mayweather McGregor when Jamel Herring lost to Memphis.
Right.
So, but it's like, that was a Tuesday. What the fuck I'm gonna go do at Sam's Town on a Tuesday if it ain't go watch a Mayweather Promotions card?
You're exactly right. And Floyd could blow that thing up, man. Floyd is losing his cachet, but he still got a chance to be the king of boxing. And I hope he gets it right. I hope he falls out of love with himself and in love with boxing again. And I think his fighters will reap the benefits of it. I think boxing will reap the benefits of it. Every YouTube channel and media will reap the benefits of Floyd Mayweather falling back in love with boxing. You know, and I don't know.
Yeah, I do wish he was more like Eddie.
Yes.
A talker, antagonizing other promoters, consistently posting on his social media about his fighters. I really wish he was like Eddie.
Nah, and Eddie is one of one. I don't respect the fact that he defended his father's slave comments about the contracts. But outside of that, look what he's doing to Leonard Ellaby. Look how he's minimized Leonard Ellaby. You can't do a Leonard Ellaby interview without asking about Eddie Hearn. That means Eddie Hearn is more powerful now. You get what I'm saying? That means he's stolen the gamut from a guy who had Floyd Mayweather. You know, Leonard Ellaby got to create his own identity now. You know, I challenge Leonard Ellaby a lot, but I actually like Leonard, you know what I mean? Because I want him to win. I don't like how they're doing their business practices. I don't like how so many fighters had to leave TMT. I don't like how the business of boxing stole their paychecks and stuff like. See, I know all these stories. I know too much, so I'm not going to divulge any information. But Leonard knows, and Leonard got to do the right thing by those fighters and start promoting. He got to start putting on events. He's a CEO, right? So Mayweather Promotions needs a day every other week in Vegas. You know, whether it's a 2-0 fighters, 3-0 fighters, and they have a chance to be signed. Like Oscar when Oscar was hot, that's how I got popular. You know, like doing the Golden Boy fights. You know, and challenging Oscar to the point where he blocked me. You know, that's when I was on the newspaper side. You know, but Floyd, they got a shot. They got a shot, and I want them to win. I don't challenge people and then say, go to hell and do that. I don't care that much. I really don't care. You know, my life is beautiful. I'm moving into a 7-bedroom, 7-bath mansion on Friday. Life is great, you know, and I just want these men to win. And I'm holding them accountable to who they say they were when they spoke to me. And I hope that Leonard Ellaby gets it right. You know, he got Jaleel Hackett, who I haven't seen him fight as a pro yet, but I hear he's good. He's 4-0. I want him to succeed. I want Luis Arias to succeed. I love Andrew. And I don't even know Andrew Tabiti, but I knew when Andrew Tabiti lost overseas, if they pull him back and build him for 3 more fights, he's going to be a world champion. And they didn't do it. They left him. They literally left Andrew Tabiti on that mat when he got knocked out. They haven't mentioned his name. They haven't promoted him. They haven't done anything. And I think that it's all coming.
Well, they had to sign off on that Davies Entertainment deal, which is getting them back in the mix and getting them back active.
Sure. I don't like that. Yeah, come on.
My man says sure.
Yeah.
They some pretty. I was talking about it earlier. They some pretty good looking cards. Like the dude's spending money.
Yeah, he is spending money. He has a great audience down there in Texas. But it's not a Floyd Mayweather promotion card.
Very true.
Let's just call it a buck. And when you got Richardson and Hitcherson who's begging, hey, he's tweeting Leonard Ellaby and Floyd Mayweather, I need a fight. He makes Floyd brags about buying $300,000 cars. You mean you can't pay this guy to get on a card? Your Birkin, you can't say I'm not gonna buy a Birkin bag this weekend. I'm not gonna wear. You know what? I'm not gonna buy these purple Mary J. Blige high heel boots. You know what I mean? I'm gonna use that money to promote Richardson Hitcherson this weekend. You know what I mean? Why not? You know what I mean? Why? Would you wear those boots?
I don't think I could pull them off, Fred.
Nah, you gotta be rich for that.
No, not just that. Well, yes, it is that because it's a couple things, Fred. You know, I'm losing weight, but
congratulations.
But I'm a little too big for those boots. And another thing, bro, those boots require a lot of jewelry that I just don't have. Like you gotta have the accessories for the fit. Floyd able to pull that off.
Yeah, nah. It's only one definition of masculinity, man. I don't give a fuck what nobody said. They want to change it. This society want to change it and say, hey, you do this, you do that. A man is a man, a woman is a woman, dog. And they try and trick us to make us believe that a man is other than a man. Nah, it ain't that. Floyd is on some metrosexual stuff, and it's weird. It's weird, man. All these men, like I used to get on Adrian Broner and Tank. I like Tank. Those are some ugly shoes, but they cost a lot of money. They still ugly. You know what I mean? I used to always get on Adrian Broner. Why are your pants so small? Like, why do you buy pants to show your underwear? You literally buy pants. You spend $350 on a pair of pants just to show your $13 boxer briefs.
Not if they Versace's.
It don't make it right though.
No, I hear you.
It's retarded.
But Fred, the beauty about it that you can say that, have your opinion, and nobody gonna give a fuck, or some people may give a fuck, but people could do like, people tell me, Oh, shave your head. Well, motherfucker, fuck you. I don't want to shave my head. I'm a bald in peace. You get what I'm saying? Because I like it. God damn it. My mama tell me, shave your beard. You look ugly. I said, it don't matter. She don't like it. I love it. Tank, Floyd, come on, Fred.
Yeah, no, he can do what he wants.
Fred, I need you to hear this. Let me get a screen share. Austin.
Now, Mr. Ellaby, the last time we spoke, I asked about one of your fighters. He fought last weekend. Richardson Hitchens coming off a stoppage in the 4th round. What's your reaction to his performance?
I talked to him earlier today. Just,
oh, wow.
Yeah, just really excited about what lies ahead for him. Rich is he's an exciting, young, super talented fighter. Again, who's definitely on the path to win a world title. And again, just really excited about his future. Really, really excited.
Right, and it's a stacked division with Josh Taylor, and I believe he gave up one of his titles. He vacated it.
Yeah. It's like we have a plan for him, and Richardson's definitely going to be fighting for a world title sooner than most people think.
Wow.
Shots fired at Fred.
Oh, yeah.
Richardson going to be in a title fight sooner than most people think. That was May 26th, so that's only, 4 days ago.
Yeah, that's 4 days ago. And what are you supposed to say? Man, we're totally screwing up Richardson's career, man. He was right by putting out that tweet that I need to fight. I'm not fighting enough. So we put him on a non-televised fight in Arizona when Tank Davis is coming to Brooklyn. I know he should have fought in Brooklyn, but you know what? I have an ego, and Mayweather Promotions don't have the budget to put him in that slot. So we're going to give that slot to Sampson because he can afford that slot, and that fighter's purse is not going to be on part of our budget. Sampson is going to pay that purse for his fighter to be in that slot. That's simple. That's basically the truth. That non-televised slot got him $70,000, $80,000. Like I said, if Floyd don't buy those purple boots and Leonard Ellaby don't buy them fuchsia flowered blazers, then Richardson Hitchens can get a slot, but they gotta spend their money, man. You know what I mean? And invest in the future, right? Mayweather Promotions, the past, the present, and the future of sports and entertainment. Well, you got the entertainment part now. You know what I mean? How about the sports? And I'm gonna hold them to it. And when they succeed, I'm gonna give them credit. Just like I gave Al Heyman credit this weekend. Phenomenal. I gave Eddie Hearn credit for the girls. Phenomenal. I'm not gonna not give a man credit for what he honestly worked for. Ness, I didn't like you for a year, but that doesn't say if I don't see your growth, I'm like, man, that he balling over there. He ball. Blue Blood started the channel after me. He's the king of this. That's not me. That's not me. And I'm the guy when we travel. I don't care how rich you are, how poor you are. I pay for everything. Like, hey, everybody come with me. Let's go hang out. I don't care if you rich, poor, got 2,000 subs, 2 million subs. You get what I'm saying? I'm not that guy, but I'm going to hold you accountable for who you say you are. That's all it is. And I know like you or similar to you, most people not going to like me. It's okay. I unlock my front door. You know what I mean? And next week I'll be doing videos in my pool next week. You know what I mean? Having a great time. And I genuinely want all of us to win. I'm not anti, I just don't budge. I don't budge on what I believe to be the truth. And if you say it, I'm gonna hold you to it. Leonard Ellaby said Mayweather Promotions is the best promotional company in the world. Well, I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm gonna hold you to that standard. And he hasn't. They failed their fighters. We just listed last two fighters. Richardson Hitchens is fighting on non-televised, and Andrew Tabiti is fighting on Davies Sports and Entertainment. Meanwhile, Mayweather Promotions has a card in Brooklyn.
Yo, but they need more cards. They got a lot of fighters. Can't put everybody on Brooklyn.
Exactly. And that's the whole point. Listen, how much would a card cost? 250,000? 250,000?
Depends. That seems low, man. How much you paying the fighters and who's fighting?
That's what I'm saying. Like you can have these up and coming cards. You know, you paying these guys $5,000 and $10,000.
Yeah, no, I will agree. We got to end it, but I will end it with this saying that, you know, Floyd's cachet, his favor with CBS and Espinoza, he should have started or restarted the ShoBox. He has enough fighters between he and Al and then guys like Samson where they can do a ShoBox, but no one wants to pay or rather fight ShoBox money anymore, bro. These guys, everybody wants that big bucks now.
Well, guess what they can do? He has a great relationship with Fight Hype. You're in Vegas. Guess what?
Build them up?
No, Sean Zintel and Ness commentate. Danny does the ring stuff. Fly somebody else in to do the background stuff. And guess what? You got it for damn near cheap. Pay y'all what y'all worth and put it on your YouTube channel and put it on Fight Hype's YouTube channel. And you don't have to worry about networks and all that and do it that way. But it's more than one way to skin the cat. And that's why I'm interviewing with you right now, because you and I both figured out there's more than one way to slice this cake and skin this cat. And that's why we have a voice in boxing. And I don't minimize my voice. I know how powerful I am. Al Hammond got 3 black fighters on that Juneteenth card. Last year, he had 1. I know my value, and you're not going to minimize me, and I'm not going to shut up.
That was your idea. I felt like that was your idea, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was, because I brought it to Steven Espinoza 4 or 5 years ago. Now, I'm not going to take exclusive credit. You know, there's a lot of black media platforms, LDBC, New Media, Champside. I'm just the guy that had the access. I can't take their credit. You know, I had the access, and when I had access to Steven Espinoza, I asked him. And here we are. I put 200 people, 150, at least 150 people in Houston, $5,000 out of my pocket, you know, that paid for that event in Houston on Juneteenth when he fought Brandon Adams. Danny was there. We had a great time. We went and had soul food after. We had a great time. You know, Danny got a haircut that he should tell you the story about.
Man, fucked me up, man. I said, Fred, what the fuck you done brought me to? Fred say, bro, I got a community event I'm doing. I would love for you to come. I say, absolutely. I need to get a haircut. Don't worry, it's at a barbershop, man. They fucked me up, man. Nah, she put about a half gallon of Beijing on my head.
Yeah. But
Fred, before we let you go though, prediction for Saturday night for us.
I'm all in on Devin Haney, man. Like what he's up against is literally the toughest fight that anyone can possibly have. No father, by yourself, the biggest moment of your career, and quite possibly the most defining moment of your young career. And that's why I didn't want to challenge, because it's not their obligation, but I'm going to say this now. Canelo got on a private jet, flew to Saudi Arabia, and supported Andy Ruiz. Black fighters need to show their support, hop on that private jet. His father can't go, and either fly to Vegas and watch the fight with Mr. Haney, or use their power of influence, hop on a jet, and go to Australia and be there for Devin Haney.
You know that Johnny Rice is going? He leaves tomorrow. He's going to be there till June 9th. To support Devin.
Yeah,
and he's an awesome guy, man. Hey, isn't he a fun follow on Instagram?
Man,
he's fun,
great.
period.
He's great.
I can't wait to meet him.
I never knew he was like that. He's such a great guy.
Yeah, man.
I can't wait to meet him. And so man, you know, my skin, look at I'm getting goosebumps now just thinking about that fight, man. It's because I know what he's up against. You know, I really know what he's up against. I don't know what's going to happen over there, but I'm all in on Devin Haney. I'm all in on Devin. I would say split decision victory, which will be a unanimous decision here in America. Devin, and take it from your godfather, TBE, Green Print, just win. Al Davis, just win, baby. Don't fall. You only got to see that Australian crowd 2 times in your life. Just win. And if it takes a boring fight for you to win the goddamn fight. And come home and spend time with your family, your beautiful family. Yeah. And I look forward to sending him a text Tuesday, Wednesday, congratulations. You know, I look forward to calling Mr. Haney on Tuesday, Wednesday. Congratulations, you did it. Your plan worked. I was wrong, you know, and I'm all in on Devin, man, because Devin reminds me of me a little bit, you know. Cornball, like you said, cornball, charismatic, but you know, real straight up and down guy, respectful, gentleman-like. And that's why I'm so hard on Devin. I'm extra hard on Devin on purpose. Extra hard on Devin, because I never want him to compromise and fall into that gangster mentality. That's why I post how I post. That's how I talk to him, you know, and I don't want him to compromise who his mother and his father instilled in him. I don't want him to say, hey, I got to be gangster. I got to be tough. No, Devin, you are an upstanding young man. You are special because you've done it without saying, go get the gun. And that's what they want us to do. You know, whether you're black or brown, they want to say, oh, I came from the toughest environment. No, you didn't. Your dad had money before you started boxing. You understand? And I root for Devin hard, and that's why I'm hard on him. And when he's 40, I'm going to tell him I was hard on you on purpose. I'm glad you made it. Well, I will be sitting in one of them rows when he gets inducted into the Hall of Fame. And I don't need to ever take a picture with him or hang out with him in a club or be his best friend. I don't have that desire, but I want to hold him to the characteristics that I hold my son. I'm raising him similar to how I believe Bill. I'm raising my son similar with the character and integrity similar to how I'm raising Lincoln, you know? Cut off all the fat. You ain't got to be gangster to be tough. Mommy and daddy already made it. Your mom's a doctor. Dad's an Emmy-nominated film producer. You ain't got to play that role. You know what I mean? You ain't got to be tough. And
don't you feel it's kind of backwards? Like it seems like what you're describing is kind of what George is playing in the build up to, or attempting to play in the build up to this fight.
Yeah, he's a clown.
You get what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be honest, we had one of the Maloney brothers. Well, we had both of them on recently. I don't remember which one it was that said that, you know, he's not that popular out there, and that a lot of people do dislike that about George. And Devin pointed it out in the press conference yesterday evening. I'm sure you saw. Yo, that was like, I'm like, damn, like me communicating public information to you now all of a sudden, you know, I ain't even gonna repeat the.
No, you're right. Long before that though, the man came out to many men, wish death upon me. Blood. What are you, Anthony Joshua now? Who is he? Like, come on, man. Let's just keep it a buck. Devin.
He had blood in his eyes and he couldn't see.
Yeah. Man, come on, man. Kambosos is playing this character. Devin, make weight, show up. I'll be there. You'll be there. Not physically. I'll be there spiritually.
I got denied. I was denied entry.
You were?
I was denied entry. I was supposed to leave tonight.
And you're a military guy.
Bro, yeah, and so I had an arrest during my time in the military. I had an arrest during my time in the military, you know, and the shit went to trial. I'm found not guilty. And I'm showing, I went with my, you know, I showed them my military paperwork showing that I got out of the military January 5th of this year honorably. You know, I served 2 tours since my arrest.
When you left.
That, you know, they didn't care about none of that. They said that I can retry with the work visa, and they asked me, why didn't you apply for a work visa? I said, y'all, transition process is 3 months. I didn't have 3 months. So they telling me for the rematch that I can do it, and you know that they could grant an exception. So
yeah, well, I hope you're there for the rematch. I genuinely hope it works out for you, but I want every fighter that's an American fighter that has access and the privilege and the financial freedom to go support Devin Haney. It's going to add value to your career, and the Haneys will be forever grateful, and boxing fans will be forever grateful. So I'm going to talk about it tonight. I'm glad you brought up this question. I challenge every fighter.
And I know that there is a couple going. And I know Clarissa even posted that she was thinking about going.
Yep.
I think didn't Earl tweet something about it as well?
My God, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, man. And it's not just a black thing. I think Americans should go support Kambosos, because if Devin brings back them belts, guess what? It adds commerce to boxing.
So why
you know,
why
to
would
American boxing?
why would Americans support Kambosos?
No, that's what I'm saying. I say if you're an American fighter, it's not just black fighters should go. I think Latino American fighters should go. You know, Asian.
But to support Devin, you're saying?
Yeah, to support.
Got
Devin,
you, got
for
you,
sure,
got
man.
you.
To support Devin. I've been to Australia 5 times, man. It's a long flight, and but it's well worth it. Fly Qantas, you know, it's.
Yeah, that's who I was flying. Well, supposed to be flying out of LAX because that's the only closest
Tom Bradley.
nonstop. Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Bradley, man. And
So,
I wish Devin well. I have him by split decision. It would be a unanimous decision if they fought in Vegas, but I think he'll win by split decision. You know, and hey, I thought, are you guys gonna have Mr. Haney in studio for that fight?
Nah, man. You know he's gonna be on the Top Rank iPad, man. Hopefully, I get to talk to him before. I did send him a message asking him could he, come, but I doubt it, man. I think a moment like that and whatever Top Rank is setting up for him. Right. It might be at his house, but I did speak it into the universe this episode and say, shit, we got internet here if he wants to fucking, have Top Rank set it up over here.
For sure.
Right. Call Bob, because Bob don't want to pay. Like Bob, if you have Bob's cell number, I know you have Bob's cell, so call Bob and he'll say it's a great idea because Bob loves saving money on the bottom line. And keep it a buck. Like Bob is Bob. He's 90, 91 years old, man. And like I said at the top of this interview, when you know someone's thirsty, you bring water. When you know someone's hungry, you bring food. And I've learned over the years how to communicate to Bob Arum. And now you see our interviews, we cool. I can ask him anything. I just got to know how to ask it. I can't ask it like a raging black man. You know what I mean? So I ask it like I'm a normal human being, and we have a good relationship. So. And I wish Al Heyman would do interviews. I wish Al Heyman would.
I wish Al Heyman would do interviews.
Yeah, man. It's
Al needs someone to be his Eddie, man. But listen, Fred, give out your social media, baby.
Yeah,
give out your
Silent
social media,
heroes, man. Thank you, dog. Checks and balances, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this one?
Checks and balances, man. Make sure everybody.
My bad, Bill.
Go ahead.
I got Bill Haney in here, Fred. Thank you so much.
Oh, I was just talking about.
Yeah, I know, man. Crazy.
Hey, you say his name 3 times.
He popped up like candy, man.
3 times.
Hey, I love you, Bill. Good luck. And I don't know if you were listening to the show, man, but I'm intentionally hard on y'all because I love y'all. And
hold on, Fred. Hold on, Fred. He putting the headphones on. So
I'm all in on the Haney this week. I'm all in.
Now he can hear you because now he got the headphones. So
I said I don't know if you heard me before the show, man. I was like, I'm hard on Devin because he reminds me of me. Cornball character, but great integrity. I'm talking about to the outside world, and I don't want him to compromise that. He got to be a thug to be successful. He can be an upstanding human being and get the millions to the green print, as you call it, and serve his community, And I'm all in this weekend. I'll be watching. That'll be the first fight I'll be watching in my mansion, Mr. Haney.
Absolutely.
And I'll be on.
Steve.
And thank you. I'll be at my pool watching the fight. Moving in, I'll have workers installing and reinstalling and doing that stuff. But I'm gonna be at the pool watching the fight, man, and I'm gonna pretend I'm smoking a cigar, and I just pray y'all get it done. I have you guys as a split decision win because it's in Australia. It will be a unanimous decision if it was in Vegas, and I genuinely love y'all. Like I'm just who I am is who I am, but. I really, I swear before God, as God is my witness, I want y'all to win, come back, serve your community, go beat his butt again, come back, and I hope Bob Arum don't play no shenanigans with the third fight. And if he plays shenanigans with the third fight, Fred Hawthorne gonna call his ass out, and good luck, and hopefully you beat Undisputed champion, what you've always wanted, man, this Saturday.
Absolutely. Inshallah.
Inshallah, right?
Yes,
Inshallah,
sir.
Man.
God willing, and congratulations to you and your many achievements. What I want to do, and I want to make sure that I do, coming from the place that I done came from, is the word cornball. It's not cool. The cornballs that call individuals that are very focused and driven on whatever that drives them, wherever their passionate lies, should never be called a cornball.
Right.
Those are driven individuals. You've showed the drive and the resiliency to continue to do what you've been doing, to have the platform that you have. So, you know what I mean. I want to take that word cornball. Let's tear that joint up and throw that away, because some of the slickest guys around the world, you know what I mean, over the time have called guys cornballs, and turned out they were the cornballs. So
right,
you know what I mean. But man, shout out to you to you as well. But shout out to the Boxing Voice for always opening the door. You know what I mean, for me to come in here at the time that it's time to come in. You know, we are involved in a wonderful promotion in the undisputed fight of the lightweight division that hasn't happened. And Danny, you the encyclopedia. When is the last time a fight of this magnitude in the lightweight division has happened?
Man, probably Sugar Ray Leonard. Probably the Leonard days. You know, it's been a while. You know, it's been a while, and with all the belts on the line, this is what we've wanted, BH. This is what we've wanted. I was denied. They denied me entry.
Wow.
They denied me entry over an arrest I had a couple years ago, and you know, I pled not guilty. I beat it. And I was in the military, remained in the military, did my time, gave them 2 tours, got out honorably, and the Australian government still, they told me I can try again under a work visa for the rematch.
Well, what I did, I applied because obviously we're working on, I did as much as I could and been as much as I could to the promotion of the actual event. And it's similar to what you're saying, is that you're denied but not denied, that you can apply under a different type of visa.
Under a different type of visa, but
which the time, from a time
doesn't
standpoint,
allow.
doesn't allow. Well, I'm in the same boat, my brother. You know what I'm saying? So I only can assume that now I'm appealing what their decision was to ask for me for more information, and hopefully that it'll happen. But nevertheless, let's not get away from the fact that this is a fight of this magnitude. This is a fight of the world championship for every world belt in boxing. So let's not minimize it, using the word that Fred so eloquently put. Let's not minimize it down to bringing the belt home or taking the belt from Australia. You really, the winner of this fight represents the lightweight division, represents all the hardware, the king of the lightweight division. Now, when you talk about, that's me.
You got like 5 phones, Bill.
You know what? I'm looking for a word any day.
Right.
Yeah, I'm looking for a word any day now in terms of me getting over there. But like I said, this fight is for everything. You know what I mean? It's for all the hardware, and we do not want to minimize it by any stretch. You know, I know George has been saying a lot of things in the media, a lot of things, a lot of unnecessary things, a lot of things that aren't true. You know, and to sell a fight that he said that he had already sold. Mm-hmm. He said he didn't need. He said you could have the trash man. So what would you bring up? Things that don't make any sense. For one, T.O. and Devin have been rivals before they ever had belts, before George Kambosos' name was ever brought up. People would want to see the fight with Devin and T.O. probably right now as much as they wanted to see it then. They'd want to see it now. George Kambosos has come onto the scene, and he said all the things that are not fight related on what he can actually do to Devin. That's the top secret. But everything else that you're saying and he's saying is rhetoric. This is the Super Bowl of the lightweight division.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? And it should get that just. It should be given that luster. Devin, you have a champion in Devin who has conceded to all of the demands that George Kambosos and his team has put there. Absolutely. You know, so when you talk about that, you have 2 fighters that deserve the recognition that they're getting for making an event of this magnitude happen. I think George, being his first rodeo at this, is being he's not being the professional and being the host that he should be, having an event in the place that he's having it at.
No.
His own home.
So you think he should be politically more correct?
Well, saying that
more welcoming.
Well, no, because when you DM Devin or you're talking to Devin, then you're talking to someone that, for intent purposes, that you know that can make it happen. That's a promoter. Devin is the youngest promoter in the game. So when Kambosos is DMing Devin, Devin is saying, I haven't had any luck making the Teofimo fight. So you're saying all the right shit because the public don't know you before you beat Teofimo, but you're talking to Dev in the DMs about making the fight when you beat him.
Right.
So when you see the elation, the energy,
the excitement you guys had in the video.
Oh, it was a real moment because you had George Kambosos, who had already been DMing Dev and saying, if I win, I'm gonna fight you. Right?
Absolutely.
So then we were so surprised when he came to the fight and they announced that he would be going on tour to pick someone. And we said, okay, where did this come from? Right? You first talked to Dev and you guys DM'd each other and you said that if you won, and Devin won against JoJo, so going into that fight, he said that Devin needed to look impressive with JoJo. Then he said that Devin needed to concede to all of Manny Pacquiao's demands when Manny Pacquiao Vasil Lomachenko.
Mm-hmm. When he was at war.
Both fighters.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that we needed to do everything that Vasil Lomachenko would do. Well, we've never seen anything that Vasil Lomachenko did or what he's committed to. So all that was false. But going into it, Devin said, Pop, do everything that you can to make this fight happen. You know what I'm saying? Don't hold back nothing. They sent it to us and told us within 48 hours, right? I called 24 hours into the 48-hour time and say, is there any play in any of this? Are you serious? This is what it is? I called Devin, sent him over the shit and talked to him. He said, Pops, do what everything it is to make that fight happen. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we did, right? So George Kambosos came with another ploy or another tactic to get under a skin of a fighter and promoter that actually made the fight happen. He's trying to get up under his skin. Devin is the one that made it happen. He's saying he picked.
Excuse me.
Saying he picked. Wait a minute. He's saying he picked. Where else was you gonna get? He says he could take a trash can man and do all this shit.
Right. We
don't believe that.
No, I mean
we don't fight trash can guys. You know what I'm saying? That's not Devin is a world champion.
Absolutely.
He's a world champion. So we take George Kambosos serious. We've never said what he wasn't. We said that as a fighter, he's one-dimensional, straight up and down, and he will get exposed on June 4th. Provided that Devin and George is in the ring. This is our 28th fight. And then not one time did I ever go into the fight and say, the only way you beat this guy is if Bill Haney is there. I never looked at 27 of those guys like that. And George Kambosos being the 28th guy, I didn't never look at him like that either. This is a historic moment that I would love to share with Dev, whether I share it with him in the ring in Australia on June 4th, or whether I'm at home and watching. That's something, the work that we put in for the last 15 years has been to date, leading up to June 4th.
Obviously, full confidence, everything you have done. You like, Devin knows everything at this point. There's nothing that you feel you could have brought extra that would help them. You feel Devin fully prepared, obviously training his whole life with you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is a fight that we put together. We as teams. You have the Kambosos team, Jim and George. You got me and Dev, right? We've also extended ours to Lou DiBella. And Ness remembers the early on days with Peter Khan as well in this whole thing. So it has been a collective of individuals that have come together to make this thing happen. And I don't want that to be overshadowed by anything that George is saying unprofessional.
So I take it his comments yesterday got under or at least frustrated you?
No, not at all. Not at all. This is fight week. You know what I mean? And it's time to talk about the fight. What a wonderful performance Gervonta Davis put on Saturday night against Rolly Romero. I told him, I predicted it would be by murder, and it was a point in time you thought Rolly was dead. And I say that jokingly and playfully, but shout out to the Romero family and his dad, who's of Cuban descent. Good dude, really good, nice man who you got a glimpse to see him walking out with his son. It's something that we do as parents, as fathers and as mothers, is we're with our kids, our sons and our daughters forever. Win, lose, draw, or whatever, we with them. We riding with them. And you got a chance to see him. He speaks
a little bit
English, very little, right? But what he does and what he has always said to me has always resonated and been profound, in his struggle to get over here and to provide a lifestyle for Rolly Romero. The struggle that Jim has went through to provide a lifestyle for George, me as well, and it'll go down through the generations. That's what legacy is. You know what I mean? And I think that like I said, the stuff that George is attempting to do is it's not working. You know what I'm saying? That's not gonna happen. First he said it was gonna be the long trip over, right? Then he said that the time difference, right? He said that the Australian crowd. He said a bunch of stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? And all the excuses that he said that we don't make excuses. All the excuses he's the one that made up. He's the one that put out there as if it was some kind of ghost.
What ghost?
It was some kind of ghost, something to be afraid of.
Oh.
Something to be afraid of. He put it out as if it was something to be afraid of. And what we've experienced is, from what Devin is telling me, we've experienced love in Australia.
Okay.
Yeah, we've experienced nothing but good energy from what Devin is describing.
And obviously Devin's not out there alone. Obviously, Judah's out there, Little's out there, Sean's out there.
Absolutely.
Serafina, there's a team, Coach Daryl. It seems like the entire team's out there. Obviously, with the exception of you, BH. So, from everything that you've seen and from the conversations you've had, how is that experience, for the entire team out there, and how has it been thus far in Australia?
Well, let's not leave out Yoel Judah.
Yeah,
Yoel Judah, Big Rodney. You know what I mean? It's our team is there now. You know what I'm saying? And we're gaining more and more people and more fans and more support in Australia every day. As you can see, you see the comments and stuff like that. Tons of people saying that they don't support what George brings to the ring, how he's conducting himself outside the ring, and ultimately being a world champion is going around the world, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's being, complete dominant, being a fighter that's dominant as a world champion. So we want to represent not only Oakland, not only California, not only Las Vegas, the West Coast, the United States, North America. We want to represent the world.
Absolutely.
And Devin being one of the best fighters to ever put on a pair of gloves. That's what we hear all about.
Absolutely.
So is it true the first day that he landed, he went for a run?
Not only did he go for a run for 5 miles, he went for a run for 5 miles, then went to the gym and did floor exercises. And you guys know what his floor exercises is. It ain't no, you know what I mean? He's not about going in no gym and just playing around.
Right.
Do
Absolutely.
you think that helped with the acclimation? Because it's like you had this long flight, your body's already tired. Get in the workout so that when you get home and shower, you go right to bed?
No, I just think it was about him testing to see what's in the tank. It's been a lot of talk, so you dispel it, right? And then me, per se, I got a chance to hear it from the horse's mouth. He said, smooth, Dad. Smooth. You see what I'm saying?
So did you ask like weather and I don't know, I guess the climate, like everything is normal for him?
Hey, bro, listen. And I'm saying this, I'm a dad, you know what I mean? And I keep it real for all the dads and mothers around the world, it's more intense than sending your kid away to go to college. You know what I mean? That's a little bit more intense than that, but it's not as intense. It's not as serious as when you send your kid away to go to war.
Even though he's literally going to war.
No, he's going to perform and do something that he loves and that he's passionate about and he's been doing for 15 years. And we don't need to confuse this with anything else, but being an opportunity for, if George has worked truly as hard as he say he has, he's ready to perform in front of 50,000 people, perform for the Australian pay-per-view, perform for the ESPN network, who has been doing a great job at promoting the fight as well. So it's a performance for two guys that are talented, and we get a chance to see who has what in the toolbox. And we know that Devin has an array of things, and we look forward to showcasing it on June 4th.
So what is Top Rank setting up for you? Because there's been a lot of rumors of you having an iPad, of you guys doing FaceTime. I recommended WhatsApp. I feel like that's the best video chatting.
Well,
for quality.
That's one thing that I would say with Jim and George that one of the things, and just publicly is they're protesting that I not be able to talk with the headset during the promotion.
What? They don't want you to do that?
Yeah, they don't want to do it. You got Lou, who's in agreement with it. You got Top Rank, of course, DHP, and us, we're in agreement with it, right? And they say all these things publicly that he's doing to help me get there, right? Well, the alternative to me being there is to be able to be a part of something that's cutting edge, something that can truly take the sport forward
to the
next level in a way that a coach can't be there, but is actually there. And we have the technology now to make these things happen. And we're getting the resistance from the Kambosos team with this particular matter, which I find it to be strange, because I offered during the negotiation of once we knew that Devin wasn't on the plane and it was a possibility that I wouldn't be there. So I negotiated from the standpoint of, I said, well, how about the coach do the same thing that I do? Whatever it is that I do, he does the same thing. And let's just push this thing forward. Let's let a cut man and an assistant
Run the
fight, and then we watch it, and we do the headsets, right? Let's
be fair.
Yeah, let's be fair. Let's have a level playing field. George Kambosos said that's not his problem. The team they sent a comment back to us. That's not their problem. They've worked. They're going to be there in their corner. I said, okay, cool. Do you guys object to me having a headset? And they said it wouldn't be a problem. Now, as we go into the fight, you have George's team saying that might be a problem. So me not being there, and I still, like I said, me and Devin talked. No, me and Devin talked, and Dev said, Pop, I got him. I said, okay. He says, if you can't make it, I'll meet you back at the house. I'm bringing them belts. And I said, all right. Looked him, you know what I'm saying? And I looked him in his face. He's looking at me in the face just like this, Daddy. And that was it. Gave him a hug, and then he was gone.
Actually, speaking of that hug, how'd you feel? It felt like that picture of you guys sharing that moment before you send your son to Australia went boxing viral. Did you notice, or was it just, that's part of your life and that's that?
Well, I mean, you see, like I said, it's a picture, of course I don't have on no jewels, my hair is not together, you know what I mean? It's a whirlwind of emotions and energy in that hug and us, us separating, him leaving and me being here, and like I said, I don't minimize me wanting to be there or him wanting me to be there, but like Devin says, the show must go on.
Mm-hmm.
How good does it make you feel knowing that if you can't be there, at a very minimum, having his two brothers there and Little and Sean, and obviously the involvement that they've had, because yesterday at the press conference, Little comes out holding the belt. The other day at the meet and greet, we see Sean interacting and shooting with the fans and whatnot. So having his brothers there, obviously you're not there, but having his brothers there, has that gave you any sort of comfort? Because, he has the closest thing to you there in his brothers.
His family, his real family.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. The way that they bond together and the way that they have each other's back, the experience for, in Australia for my son, Sean, who's 12, and he's telling me, Dad, when I come to the Australia Open, you're going to come, I'm going to bring you. Okay. So, and then of course, Little, I'm here with, my grandbaby, which is Lil Bill's son.
Right, the third.
What I'm saying? So the third and my daughter, here. So I'm getting a chance to spend time with them, of course, and work from home. When the pandemic thing happened, I think a lot of us learned to how to work from home, and then having the boxing voice, you know what I mean, to just minutes away,
For sure.
Helps the game tremendously. But to answer your question in terms of his brothers, I mean, it's just to see them go through, going through the experience and, all the behind the scenes stuff and all that means more to me than, anything in the world. And as long as Devin would go along with it, I would give up my seat to Sean and Lil Bill any day of the week. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what this thing is about, and they're doing a great job. I can't speak, you know what I mean, so happily about what they're doing in Australia right now.
So, can you tell us, have you given any instruction for these last 2 weeks, and is he looking for sparring? Because we just had an Australian by the name of Victor Nagbe who's actually going back, lands Wednesday, and will be sparring Thursday, working with the Maloneys, which makes no sense because they're fighting Saturday. So
Sunday out there.
Yeah, Sunday out there. So I just wanted to ask, is Devin still sparring?
Well, no, the climb, when you're climbing to the top, sometimes the actual sparring work that you get sometimes is actually better than the fight, that you're actually in.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Just depends on where you're at in your career. You know, shout out to the Maloney brothers. Keep working, keep getting your name out there. They're two you know, nice young men. I think are they twins or?
Yeah, I think they're twins.
Oh, they're twins.
We had
Yeah,
them
yeah.
both on.
Yeah. They're nice young men, man. You know what I mean? They've extended an invitation to, you know, sparring partners, gyms, and all the stuff. You know what I mean? So, you know, like I said, we've received a warm reception from the Australian people. It hasn't been any static or anything that what George is perceiving the thing to be, as if he's with the trench coat, you know, mafia, and he has a bunch of people and they're just ready to, you know, jump on Dev. The experience in Australia has been great. I mean, you see him on Instagram, you see him working out.
Right.
You know what I mean? We've had, you know, a line. The line is around the corner with guys in Australia that want to have the opportunity to get in the ring with Devin and work. You know what I mean? So we've received you know, good energy.
Well, we saw.
Can I ask a little follow up? I heard Devin say he's thankful to the Ellises.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask. Team Ellis Boxing.
I wanted to ask who is that?
Well, it's a boxing gym. Shout out to Team Ellis Boxing Gym. And you know, like any boxing gym, I would assume in Australia, like here in Vegas, you have a wealth of talent of fighters, managers, promoters, and everything that make that their house.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, I want to just give a shout out to them who's opened the door for Devin to come in there and go to work and have the energy that he's had. They've been nothing but professionals and opened it up like it's home.
You know, just from what I've been able to see from Team Ellis and some of the people over at the gym on social media, very receptive. Not just them, but you know, the kids in the gym when they see Devin and everything like that. Knowing that Devin is receiving that reception on a worldwide level at such a young age before a big fight, you know, how does that make you feel? Because, you know, at only 23 years old, to go to their backyard and still receive that same love that he would here in the U.S. must be special, right? You did something right with Devin.
Well, love is universal, brother. It doesn't have no color. It don't got no, you know, no face, no name, no none of that. You know what I mean? To receive love over there from people that, you know, from people that are on the other side and typically are supposed to be at odds with each other because of whatever differences.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? And being boxing brings us together. Boxing brings us together as people, black, brown, and alike. Boxing has always done that. You know what I mean?
No question.
And for Devin to represent being a world champion and taking a high road, right? It sets the stage for other younger guys like my son and other guys to look at it the right way, man. The way that it's supposed to be looked at. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And this stuff about, you know, my country. Hey, are you your country's champ or are you a world champ? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we represent. And that's what going to Australia and fighting on a network such as ESPN meant for us is now we're ready for the global stage and not just none of that other stuff.
So, Bill, you never answered the is Devin sparring in Australia question.
Oh, he's been sparring. Because
I just found some pictures on Ellis of 3 different sparring partners.
No. That's what I said is the line has been around the corner. If I made a mistake, Ness.
You know, Ness be having memory loss.
No.
He turned 45 tomorrow.
Oh, good. I got, you know, we gotta blow,
yeah.
We gotta blow some cake.
For sure. Some birthday cake for sure.
Hey,
Yo, I love BH.
But yeah, you know, when I say, let me say it again. Shout out to Team Ellis and their whole boxing gym. The line has been around the corner with guys that have been ready to get in and experience, have the experience of sparring with Dev and being very competitive, but also wanting to help Dev as well. You know what I mean? And that's why I said is I can't speak enough for what the energy has been in Australia, and it's been everything that we've imagined being a world champion meant. And I think the stuff that George is describing is good that I get a chance to come on and reiterate a different energy of what Devin has. You know, he has a couple minutes and he's talking. He's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, it's only a few minutes and we're supposed to be talking about the fight and you're supposed to be saying, you know, what way you feel that you have an advantage.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
like,
right.
Kick some boxing talk, right? And you start talking about some other shit, right? And that's something that you're saying is getting up under Devin's skin. Well, what would you need to get under his skin for?
If you're better.
If you're better. You said you do everything better. So what do you need to get under his skin? And
I think that's just part of his game plan. And he did the same to Tio, or at least attempted to get under Tio's skin and say certain things to ruffle his feathers. I believe he wants to get under Devin's skin. But I do want to talk about that. I'm trying to bring that.
Can I just say this? The difference is that Tio was running from Devin, and we knew that Tio was in the squeeze. He had to either pick George Kambosos or he had to pick Devin. We knew that, right? Mm-hmm. He said that George Kambosos was his mandatory when you could have opted out to do what we're doing, is the undisputed title of the world. So you could have easily, Teofimo and his team and his fans and everyone, they could have easily chose to go with Devin Haney instead of going with George Kambosos. So what became surprisingly, though, is that George Kambosos then said that he was looking to maybe go with Vasyl Lomachenko and it not be for this undisputed, for what it is. You know?
So that whole we chose you, we gave you this opportunity, lines that George has been throwing out there, you calling total bullshit on. And
well, not total bullshit, because I want to say it's bullshit, right? But it's bullshit in the sense of you didn't choose us, but you did give us an opportunity, right? I don't know, you know, we brought ESPN to the table because we went and negotiated a deal with Devin, with Bob Arum and Top Rank and ESPN to bring that side to the table. If you don't have that, then you don't have anything.
And then like Devin said yesterday, the Victorian government was only putting up the money for Devin.
A big fight.
And Vasyl.
Yeah, a big fight. To insult the Victorian government and insult Australia, people and the fans, to say that you could just fight a garbage can man. You can fight anyone, right? And they're going to pay for it, is insulting.
Not just that, I felt that he really insulted Teofimo and his team because Teofimo represented the Honduran people. He represented his Honduran people. So for you to totally disregard that and pretend that, it was in fact the American people when bringing up those comments that he made yesterday was just...
Well, I want to talk about that because he kind of was hypocritical, and Devin posted, I don't know if you noticed. Let me get a screen share here. So this is Devin's story, and he put, rising Aussie boxer George Kambosos Jr. has invited Jeff Horn to sort out their differences in the ring if he has a problem with him serving as Manny Pacquiao's sparring partner. Horn said earlier this month he was disappointed the 24-year-old didn't get in contact before accepting an invitation to the Filipinos' great training team ahead of Sunday's battle. So essentially what's happening here is Devin Haney is showing that the pot is calling the kettle black by obviously Australian George, instead of training with Australian Jeff Horn for Jeff Horn's biggest fight of his countryman's career.
Or at least letting him know, that he would instead be training with the rival for that fight in Manny Pacquiao.
So it's the exact opposite. I mean, it's the exact thing he accused Devin of. And obviously, Bill's showing me another quote from ESPN where George Kambosos says, I don't owe Jeff Horn anything. So it was funny. Again, the thing is that this wasn't mentioned on the press conference, on that stage when all the eyeballs are looking and say, hey, you're being a hypocrite. You just trained with Pacquiao against Jeff Horn. But what did you feel of all of that, knowing that he had done this so many years before? Because he's been Pacquiao's sparring partner for some time now. That was before, even after the Horn fight, he continued to work with Pacquiao.
Well, that's one reason that we say this is world championship boxing. You know what I mean? The experience that he's experienced with Manny Pacquiao, and the experience that Devin could provide George Kambosos to defeat Teofimo Lopez just as boxers talking, because they want to make an event happen. It's no different than George Kambosos and Teofimo Lopez, what Bob described as colluding to talk to Triller and Peter Kahn to make their fight happen, right? Mm-hmm. So while Devin and George talked, George came back and said that he was a rat. And what the fuck does that have to do with them talking? If George Kambosos is Ferocious Promotions, right? And he's the guy that he says that he is, and Devin is the guy that he is, them having a conversation about what George Kambosos can do to exploit Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez and Devin aren't friends. And Teofimo Lopez represents the fine people of the Honduran community, and he also represents Las Vegas and the American community. This is world championship boxing. Absolutely. This thing represents the world. And we're not going to shift it because George Kambosos wants to shift it and make it Australia versus America or any of that other kind of shit, or that we got to bring the belts home. What if we, and I asked Devin, I said, well, how does it look out there? And would you want to buy a place there? It might be good to buy, you get some money, and you got to come back because, George, you can't get out of this shit. Now, you talked all this shit, just like Rolly. You talked all this shit. And your team. You said you didn't want it once, but you wanted it twice. And you thought that was going to scare us. You thought that you was going to be able to scare us with the fact that I'm not being there. Devin jumped on that jet and said, where's the hotel at? Where's the gym at?
Mm. So have you been able to communicate via FaceTime?
Oh, absolutely. You know that, Ness.
So you've been able to physically see him?
Yes.
Does the gym in the Ellis have internet as well? Is it easy to connect?
Yes. I watch him sparring.
Yeah, we saw you. Who was that? Was that Little holding the phone while you was watching?
Yeah, exactly. No. And
so how is that? Are you like? Do you and Yoel check in with each other in the morning and then at night, or is it just once a day? Like, how are you communicating whatever you need to communicate?
Well, Yoel is my senior. Yoel is like he's like a father figure to me and a grandfather figure to Devin. You see what I mean? So Yoel I can look at Yoel, I can ask him one or two things, and he'll say one or two words back to me to let me know where we're at, just because we have that kind of chemistry. I've been watching Yoel and Zab since Devin was a kid. You know what I'm saying? You have a picture of Devin walking out with, did you see that picture of Devin
holding the belt, holding Zab's belt, yeah.
Holding Zab's belt. That's how long we've been watching Zab and watching Yoel. And vice versa. That's how long Yoel and Zab have been watching me and Dev. So it was a perfect fit for him to come in.
If you had the power and authority to choose the right man to be there with Devin on Saturday, Sunday, would it still be Joel? Outside of yourself, if you had the power to wave a wand and put whoever in the corner, would you still put Ben Davis in there, or are you comfortable with Yoel?
I am extremely comfortable with Abba, and the reason why I know that no matter if it's 100,000 in the stadium, he's not going to shy away from the moment and catch a brain fart. You know what I mean? He's been doing this at the highest of highest levels. He's been involved in big events. You know what I mean?
I mean, Zab and Tim Tszyu.
And Tim Tszyu.
Or Costa Tszyu. I'm sorry, Costa Tszyu. I'm sorry. Yeah,
the father.
Yeah, the father. Not
father.
the yeah.
Right. So when you talk about experience, well, me and Devin have chemistry, right? And we've got, but absent of me, what would you bring in then? You bring in experience.
Absolutely.
You bring in experience for that moment, and not being afraid of that moment. He got that Brooklyn, that Bed-Stuy, do or die. You know what I'm saying? Ride attitude. You've seen moments where he's clicked in from being a coach to actually being a protector. In the famous incident where the Mayweather and Judah fight.
Absolutely.
He clicked in from being a coach and a father to a protector. So it's somebody that I would absolutely go to war with, and somebody that I'm happy with the decision that we made as a team, because ultimately it comes down to Devin. You know what I mean? We put the players and the people around, and then Devin actually makes a decision on who we going with.
So we've been speculating here, but you've kind of made it sound in this conversation and others that the money is worth the rematch. But there's a lot of speculation that if Devin wins, he might move up or just vacate the belt altogether, not necessarily go back to Australia. How willing are you to go back to Australia? Do you need to see what happens Saturday, Sunday before you can make that decision? Or do you guys, regardless, as long as you get the win, plan to uphold the contract? Because again, I mean, Devin can all of a sudden just say, you know what?
I can't make 35.
I've been here all my life. I'm going to 40. I'm undisputed. Nothing else to, Mayweather retired and didn't rematch Oscar De La Hoya. I mean, it's not common to not do the rematch or find a way out of the rematch. I mean, Andy Ruiz was trying to go to court to get out of his rematch with AJ and ended up negotiating more money to take the rematch in Saudi.
Well, the only thing that wasn't in the agreement was that me not being there. You know what I'm saying? We had an agreement that his team, my team, you know what I mean, our team, would be at the fight,
and would be vaccinated, because you guys had there was a lot. There was a lot. There was the vaccinations. Let's throw that out there. Let's not forget. Forget. So that was part of it. But yeah, you can't even be.
So we signed up to go there twice. I was looking forward to it. You know what I'm saying? Of course, Devin, like I said, I can express Devin's energy of what he's having right now, the time that he's having, how the Australians have embraced him, how we look forward to maybe, investing in Australia in some way, shape, or form. And,
It's funny you said that, because Danny recommended when this first was announced, he's like, they might as well buy a house out there. I know things probably changed now that you can't be there. But
I said buy at least, just because it's like, damn, like, fuck, I gotta come back in a couple months.
But it's Australia have some of the best volleyers in tennis.
So it makes sense.
And it just like I said, being a world champion is conquering the world. You know what I mean, and experiencing the world. We have a first time experience of now going to Australia. We absolutely love Mexico. We love going to Mexico. Devin started in Mexico. Mexico is dear to our hearts in terms of how Mexico embraces, because Devin was 16, when he turned pro. He was 17 when he had his first fight. But nowhere in California, they wouldn't let him fight. Las Vegas, they wouldn't let him fight. We had to petition for him to fight.
On that Manny Pacquiao Bradley undercard.
Right.
And he was the youngest fighter ever in the state of Nevada.
Yeah, to fight.
Professionally.
He was the youngest guy professionally. Youngest guy to ever fight at the MGM. But that was only because we had went to Mexico and he had the experience as a professional. So Mexico and Tijuana and all that's near and dear to us. You know what I mean? And now Australia. This is another place that we're now looking to leave with the respect and hopefully some Australian fans. You know what I mean? That's the main goal.
Absolutely.
Well, it seems like he's gained some fans. Maybe sheerly just because they dislike George. Like I said, we had an Australian fighter here. He's going back
today. He was here this morning.
Yeah, and he'll be going back and being live at the fight and rooting for Devin. He fought a fighter that was signed to George. It's signed
to George,
and he's actually on the undercard of the Devin fight.
But he beat him.
But this guy beat him. Victor Nagbe beat him. He's trained by Dewey Cooper.
Yeah, he's with Dewey Cooper.
Well, shout out to Fred, not Fred Hawthorne, but Fred, the publicist for George.
Oh yeah, Sternberg.
Who's, if George is attempting to be the villain or the bad guy, he's doing a great job, George. Keep it up. You're doing a great job. If that's his goal or his angle.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily his goal, but I think it works. It's like that Mayweather effect. Like they pay to watch you win or lose.
Yeah.
But the thing with Mayweather, it worked because he kept winning.
No, of course.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like every win he got, it's like, damn, I want to see him lose more. So it's like you get a big win, become champion. I mean, honestly, like I said, I don't remember which one of the Maloney brothers said it because we had both of them back to back. But one of them said a lot of the Australian people don't support or like George because of the way he carries himself, very arrogant, he's a little too cocky, bigger than life.
I like it though. I like the whole emperor shit, and I manifested it. I mean, you have to. Deontay Wilder put that in us. Speak it, believe it, receive it. If you don't speak it into the universe, how's it going to come true?
Absolutely. Well, like I said, it's not total bullshit. Some things that George is doing, is great. His team and what they do and their preparation and what George says as a man, as a father, what he says as a promoter, right? That's on them, right? I don't agree with everything that George is saying. Right, I vehemently agree to a certain extent with a lot of things that he's saying. But one thing that I'm here to tell you is none of that shit is going to help him on June 4th when they get under them lights. It's all just it's a waste of time and a waste of energy when you talk about with Devin. Devin has been in there with the who's who of Whoville. Period. And you don't see no line around the corner of people saying what they done did to him or saying what's going to happen to him. Matter of fact, I'm in Vegas right now, and I think Devin is still the favorite.
Yeah, he is. He is
minus 180.
Yeah, so that'll tell you right there. You see what I mean, George? If he had everybody and everybody felt the same way that you was feeling, then that's where the bets would be.
The odds would have moved. And honestly, BH, I swear to God, I've been waiting because I'm like, yo, he
can't make no money on minus money.
He got not one. But two, he said he got the Greek and the Australian people. I'm like, bro, so much money gonna come in on George. They gonna bring Devin down a little bit, and that's when I'm gonna come in. That shit ain't moved at all.
I don't think it ever makes Devin a plus though.
Not a plus, but I'll take minus 150 versus minus 180. What the fuck?
It's $30, but I hear you.
It's $30, but when you put in a couple dollars down, those 30, that make a difference. That make a difference, but the odds ain't moved.
So if you put 100.
You got to put 180,000 just to make 100,000.
No, but what you were saying, so right now
100,000, right?
Yeah, you got to pay that. You got to put down 180 to make 100 plus your 180 back.
And right now that's just for Devin to win in any form.
Yeah, any form. But that's the safest form. I wouldn't like. Even if I'm the dad, I'm not betting on a specific decision. Just let my son get the job done.
For sure.
Like, why would I bet the knockout? Not me. I'm
right.
Not, I don't want that pressure on him. Like, yo, I bet 180 on you. Nah, just get the win. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. That's all that matters.
I got a couple of questions from the people. David Maldonado, the biggest Teofimo fan in the world in New York City, says, "What's up, champ? Why would you cheer for George Kambosos over Teofimo when you and Teofimo had a verbal agreement to fight? Had he gotten by Kambosos and I forget the and because there's only one question.
Well, no, but George Kambosos and Devin had agreed to the fight in the DMs. We had no agreement with Teo at all. Matter of fact, they were saying something about talk to Bob Talk to Bob. Talk to Bob.
So that's what they were saying in Fresno?
Yeah, that's what
they
were
started with 4 million. Then when Eddie talked to him, they asked for 10 as well.
10 million. Yo, well, that whole thing with T.O., that was.
You just didn't feel it was real?
No. Well, it didn't seem as real as George Kambosos, right? Because George Kambosos wasn't T.O. like he is now. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't.
He was
George
humbler.
Kambosos. Yeah, right. I'm saying, wasn't it different, George, to you?
No,
yeah, he wasn't the emperor just yet.
So yeah.
He must have got that 2022.
Now, after he beat T.O., he became the emperor.
Okay, so before the emperor, right? The emperor reached out to Dev, and then while they were talking, he says, and he says that this guy Teofimo is never going to fight you, right? We had no relationship with George. I would go on different shows. Teofimo Sr. would go on different shows, and we'd talk about the fight. Devin and him would talk, and they've been talking about the fight ever since the WBC tournament, and it never happened, right? Then George Kambosos comes, and then George Kambosos says, what we thought was sincere, what we believed. He said, Teofimo Lopez will never fight you. And when I embarrass him and when I beat this clown and all that stuff, he said, I'm going to fight you. You just got to bring that WBC belt, right? Which meant Devin just got to keep winning.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to win, and they're going to make it happen. That's what became so shocking to us, is that he said he was going to go on tour to pick somebody. Now, if you're a world champion, why should you have to go on tour? You should accept all the challengers.
But to be fair, you just won your big fight. You know you want to fill out some offers.
Well, not according to him. What he said was that you could fill out that, but the emperor says that he wants only big fights.
Mm-hmm.
He wants only big fights, right? Well, Devin fit the profile of that fight from the beginning, right? And we didn't say that it was something bad about Teofimo's style or Teofimo couldn't fight. We didn't say anything was bad about George. We didn't say anything was bad about any of the lightweights. We only said was that we've done our part, that we fit the profile to make a good dance partner.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been very consistent about that. And to 15 years to get there, to get where we are, words can't describe it. Words, you can't talk us out of it. We've already put the work in. You can't say that we're not the perfect dance partner because he DM'd you. What the fuck does the DM have to do with, you guys are actually fighting now. You guys are 1 week away from fighting. What the fuck are you talking about the DMs for? What the fuck do that got to do with actually why the people should come out and see the Super Bowl of the lightweight division?
Come on, BH. You know the reason why?
Why?
Smoke and mirrors. Come on now.
Hey, listen. I mean, he got so many mirrors that he's smoking. You dig what I'm saying? I mean, it's mirror after mirror after mirror. I want to tell the people that you have two super talented individuals that have overcome surmountable odds to make this thing happen. And I don't care if you were a LA Rams fan or a Cincinnati Bengals fan or not. This is the Super Bowl of the lightweight division. It's a true Cinderella story of no other than Lou DiBella making a resurgence back to the top with a big event. You got Top Rank, who's historically been, they're the Hall of Fame of promotion in partnership with ESPN. And you have two great families, the George Kambosos, Jim and George Kambosos team, and the Bill Haney and Devin team, right? You have guys that have come together to make this event happen. So Kambosos versus Devin Haney, June 4th in the United States on ESPN, June 5th on Australian pay-per-view, will be the biggest fight of the year.
We can't wait, BH.
I got Ruin at 504. He says, if you guys said you would take less than Loma and you said you would travel to Australia, why make a stink over the concessions you had to make?
Well, we never got a chance to see the concessions. We never got a chance to see what the stink is because you never get a chance to see the contract that Lomachenko had, that he signed. If there's somewhere, someone, and I know the attorneys on both sides and both sides and in between, right? If they could provide for me something that Lomachenko signed to, right? I wouldn't have a problem with it. What I had a problem from an executive standpoint is bringing a deal back to Devin that I couldn't have any proof to what we were signing.
Right.
What Devin told me to do was, as being the boss of the company, Devin Haney Promotions, he said, do everything to make that fight. I said, whatever. I said, whatever. He says, whatever, Pop. Now, good. Listen, so he knows me well. So hang up the phone, wait a little cool down moment, call him back up. And I said, so you were saying, he said, Dad, do whatever it is to make the fight, man. Come on now. Don't call me back with the other shit. Right. Call me back and saying that it's made. That's the only thing that he wanted me to call him back and say that it was made. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's what I did. You know what I mean? And it's a gratifying moment when the head of the company is so adamant about something, right? And believes it. It almost makes you then have the confidence that you need to keep working. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Absolutely.
So going into it, you know what I mean? I'm like, maybe this deal might not, you know what I mean? But after talking to him, I knew the deal was the right deal. Mm-hmm. And it was no other deal. And that's what we did.
I got Brandon in Houston that says, has there been any effort made by Top Rank to allow you to be the first virtual cornerman in pay-per-view history? Headphones in the corner for Devin on that Elon Musk internet connection. I think it would be historic.
I do too. And I believe that is something that we as boxing fans should encourage and look forward to. It's something that's cutting edge. And for me to take a negative and turn it into a positive, I would happily be a part of it. That would be something that I would look forward to outside of if I couldn't be inside the ring with Devin. Of course, I've extended that to the Kambosos team and told them that, hey, this is a heck of an opportunity for what's his coach's name?
Who? Kambosos coach? Centennial. Javier Centennial.
Yeah, a great opportunity for Javier to also be a part of something that can be historic as this. And I think that I got some resistance, but I want to stay optimistic. I want to think that the Kambosos team won't do anything to make this fight more unfair than it already is. If the playing field can't be level, can it have something that goes necessarily our way that, with helping me help my fighter?
All right. I got Dom in Seattle. He says, shout out to you and your son. Shout out to you and your son. Wish your son can video chat with TBV sometime, champ. Who you think beat Canelo better, GGG or Floyd? But I guess he really meant to say
Bivol.
Yeah.
Bivol.
Oh, he put GGG. He didn't mean to say that. He wants to act like that draw was a loss. So he put, who beat Canelo better, GGG, the TBE Floyd, or the King Bivol?
Floyd, for sure.
I got Chick Chickarelli that says, Bill Haney, best dad, trainer in boxing. We are all proud to see Devin representing America on the world stage. Doesn't Kambosos remind you of how Teofimo developed a puffed up ego when he got those belts? Seems to be a pattern.
Pattern stopping this weekend, BH?
Yeah, we're in fight week right now, and the main thing is that, when they get in the ring, Kambosos will see that Devin is different, that he's different. And I've always said that these are good fighters, right? JoJo was a good fighter. Linares and Kambosos is a good fighter. but Devin is special, and we have an opportunity on June 4th in the United States, June 5th in Australia, to show the world how special he is. And the better the fighter, the more Devin will rise to the occasion, And I hope that George Kambosos has had a successful, training camp, and that he's on his A game, so it'll bring out the best in Devin.
Do you think the belts have a seductive nature with them? Because this Chick Ciccarelli's right. When Tio won the belts, his ego changed. George won the belts, his ego changed. You yourself said it. You didn't know where this emperor came from. That's not the guy that was DMing you guys. So, probably a question we know the answer to, being as though that's your son. But do you think that the belts can change Devin?
No, it's something where, with both T.O. and with George, they did a lot to try to cover up the fact that there was another world champion out there. So that meant for a lot of rhetoric. And, of course, fans and content creators, support, their fighters that they favor more. So it was content that was created to, for like Danny said, smoke and mirrors. But once Devin wins and he has all the belts, no different than Terrence Crawford, no different than Usyk.
Canelo.
Canelo at
68.
Canelo at 68. There's no curse. It's only a blessing to be able to have all the belts in your division.
I have Coach Myers from Connecticut. I'm under the impression that Devin won't be able to defend his undisputed titles in the rematch with Kambosos because of sanctioning bodies. Because sanctioning bodies will start mandating mandatories for Devin. Your thoughts?
That's a little bit premature. Right now, we're focused on this fight here, and then and then we'll get to that. We'll get to all the politics and everything that goes along with it. It's something that their team insisted on, and Lou publicly has, and said that, that's something that he insisted on putting in the contract, in agreement as well. And, after this fight, we'll have to sit down and discuss it, as men.
Alejandro Vega in Florida. Wanted to let you know you're one of my inspirations to be a more involved father in my son's life. I admire how you have invested into your children and their dreams. Thank you for being a constant positive influence for all fathers, sons, and teams.
No, absolutely. That means everything to me from all the real ones. And I say real ones meaning real moms and dads that's doing it. You know what I mean? And I don't care how successful you are, the success that you see in your kids and get a chance to experience means everything in the world. You see how sometimes, the guys that are most powerful with everything, only, their biggest heartache is that they can't have their kids experience the things that they experience. So, keep grinding, man. Just keep grinding. Don't stop. You know what I mean?
I got Mac and Ass Cheese from the Bay right here in Vegas. He says, if you don't make it to the Down Under for the fights, where you going to watch it at? And what's up, Town Biz? I can't wait to see the belts in person. So after Dev wins, bring him and them belts by the studio so I can swing by.
No, absolutely, man. Shout out to that town, man. You know what I mean? The town that birthed me and raised me, man, to have the independent mindset that I have. And, that's what we intend to do, inshallah.
I think my last one, it actually came to my mind earlier and I held back, but watching Alejandro give you, respect and flowers, I want to ask, do you think you will see yourself awarded by the BWAs for manager trainer of the year or decade or something? Because, I think back, I'm not Danny, who I like to call the Almanac, but I think back to Shane and Jack Mosley. I know Jack didn't do as well as you've done. Obviously, Shane is a first ballot Hall of Famer, but they didn't win undisputed titles. They didn't go overseas, and he didn't manage the career of Shane the way you've been doing, Devin. He wasn't his own promoter. Danny Garcia and Angel, I love Angel. Angel, man, if I didn't have a relationship, I probably wouldn't be here because they gave me so much time. It blew my channel up early on. But he didn't maneuver Danny as well as you did, again, with Devin. I just can't think of, maybe Floyd's, but again, Floyd wasn't driving Junior's career either. So it's like, do you feel you're one of the best, if not the best, father-son duo, manager-father kind of combination?
Well, I think that the word that I like, that I experience or I feel most is when another father comes up and he talks to me, say, like, can I talk to you for a second? You know what I mean? Me and my son this, or me and my daughter that, you know what I mean? So to get that kind of respect, you know, amongst the people, that means everything to me. You know, any other kind of award, you know, I'm not in it for that.
It's funny you said that. I don't know if you know these young kids. They're very young, so it might not made it to your radar yet. They frequent Las Vegas. They're called the Laura Boys. But his father is inspired by you. I don't know if you remember when we went to take the picture. He was like, I'm following after Bill. I'm taking my sons everywhere, you know, to get that work.
And it's crazy.
He drove from freaking Stockton to be here at 6:15 a.m. to put them boys on it. So, you know, you are inspiring, man.
Absolutely.
You are inspiring people to do. I mean, we got our very own JT, you know, Coach JT. He's driving all around the world with his two young boys the way that you did, you know. So you are inspiring, man, and just keep doing what you're doing. Keep verbalizing it and saying it from the mountaintops, because there's a lot of people afraid to take control of this. You know, they might give a Keith Conley or some other person who has been in the position, and rightfully so. They have the education, but look, you've been able to do better than anyone that I can remember. Again, Danny's the almanac. I don't know any other father
I think
manager.
I think a lot of that is, you know, in the eyes of most would be subjective and stuff. But at the end of the day, you know, I know.
I mean, subjective, but give me some facts. Where the accolades at for the other fathers?
Yeah, but, you know, people always going to come with excuses at the end of the day, BH, you know, you doing your thing, and we got to give you those flowers because it ain't just Dev, you know, Little's doing his thing, and we see Sean growing up, and it's funny, when I met Sean like 4 years ago, it seemed like he didn't even have his own like personality, and I feel like now he's growing and he's found himself, and you know, you pull up and you may have a tennis bag in the back of the truck, you may have a boxing bag in the back of the truck, you may have your grandson with you, or little Bella in the green room while you here, so you're doing your thing, and as a man should, as a real one should, you know, like you said. So hopefully what you've been able to do with Devin inside of the ring is acknowledged, right? Mm-hmm. You know, because I feel trainers like Derrick James, I'm like, damn, man, my man's got and now an undisputed champion and a unified champion, and it feels like he gets overlooked. So for you being able to accomplish what you've accomplished with Devin in a short amount of time, as far as a professional, I know it's been a lifetime. I know that. I know that, and I'll take nothing away from you. But as far as with Devin only being 23, I mean, it's spectacular, truly.
Well, yeah, and the thing that, like I said, as a dad, you know what I mean? You want to know that you made all the right decisions and made all the right choices. And that's why I always, you know, like as Ness said, scream from the mountaintop to the other fathers and mothers who are in a position where maybe a Keith Connolly who does a great job, maybe that works. You know what I mean? Maybe Peter Kahn, maybe that works. You know, Jay Prince. You know, it's some good managers that do a great job. I think David McWaters has a lot of fighters as well. You know, and then it's some other fathers and mothers that might not need as much help, hands on. I think Keyshawn Businessman Davis, him and his mom,
they doing their thing. They was able to be on 3 different promoters: Eddie, Top Rank, and PBC before they finally signed.
No. Just Top Rank and Matchroom, yeah. But I mean, still big stages, and you know, like you said, that in that situation is the mom, you know. So
right.
So shout out to her.
Right.
You know?
Shout out to the Davis family and what they're doing, and for the Laurel boys, right? Mm-hmm. One day it'll be the Laurel way, you know what I mean? And not necessarily the way that Bill Haney and Devin Haney did it, but you each parent and son, or son and parent do it their way. You know what I mean? And that's the biggest joy, to see someone do it their way, right? And have the confidence to know, okay, you know, you don't have to see all the way to the top. You can just see one stair at a time, just one stair at a time, one stair at a time. And I think that we took the stairs and not the elevator approach, and was very calculated on our next step. And for us, the next step is George Kambosos on June 4th.
For us as fight fans, though, the next step is actually Tank. He was on Brian Custer's podcast, made it clear. You know, he had some words to say about Devin, but then he said, you know what? When he wins those belts, tell him to fight me. I want to fight you next.
He didn't say when. He stopped himself.
He did.
He said when, and then he's like, if Devin wins. I mean, you know.
Yeah, so I guess he didn't want to shoot Devin any support, because he was about to say he started his conversation as if he knew Devin would get the win, but then he threw the if in there and corrected himself. But the point still remains. He said, if you win those belts, you know, I'm not with any promoter. You can fight me next. Now, that has changed, because then Saturday came out and he said, I'm still with Mayweather Promotions. But what do you think? Is that just tongue-in-cheek? Is he just selling a fight, a potential fight? Or do you believe Tank really, truly wants to fight Devin next, whether that means next after the Kambosos fight or next after the 2 Kambosos fights?
Well, being the self-described draw in boxing, being the fighter that can sell out an arena, right? For him to say he'll fight Devin next, right, is only the position that we look to be in. We've worked. We know it takes 2 to tango. You know, you can't be yourself and be the opponent,
right?
Too. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Tank Davis is going to have to stand on it, because when Leonard was asked, what do you have next for Tank? They didn't have an answer, because it's not something quick that you can just put anybody in front of Devin Haney after you've already said that you would fight him. But first and foremost is George Kambosos for us. He handled his business on Saturday, you know, and did a great job doing that with Romero after a few difficult rounds to figure him out, right? I think that he was patient with him, somewhat patient, but he showed him respect. He showed Rolly the respect in the first few rounds, and then saw that Rolly wasn't defensive responsible as we know him to be, right?
Bill, you being the trainer, is it fair for fight fans to say that he was on his bicycle, or even that he was running? Or is that part of the game plan? Was Tank doing what he needed to do to get the win? Because I feel like we're not giving Rolly credit. I feel like Rolly's the one made Tank change his normal game plan to get on the back foot and be this counterpuncher. Normally he's the aggressor, but Rolly came out as that.
Oh, well, Tank out his mouth said that Rolly could punch. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So with that saying that as Tank being a world champion fighter, a 12-round fighter, he did the right thing, right? Ultimately, you know, he got the stoppage. So, you know, you can't put any kind of shadow of a doubt on his performance. But I just think that Rolly did better than what we thought that Rolly was going to do. Tank did what he was supposed to do, and Rolly did better than what we thought that he would do.
So Nico Dinero just asked the same question. Asked Bill if he heard what Tank said about if Devin wins. We just went through that. Someone that wants to meet you, and I hope they get the opportunity to. Again, you're inspiring Kenichi Bear, who is a 15-year-old kid who decided during the pandemic.
His father told him during the pandemic
to start a business.
And now they have a line right here, actually, in front of you of headphones.
Wow.
But he's also an amateur boxer.
Yes, he's 15 years old. He started his own gaming headset.
Right.
And he sends a $10 super chat. He says, welcome to the show, Mr. Haney. My dad and I love what you guys are doing as a father-son team and hope to meet you and maybe work with you in the future. Panda emoji.
Absolutely, man. Shout out to everything that you're doing. And I mean, you're working hard because you're already developing a brand and starting your career. So, you know what I mean? Touche to you and your dad of what you guys have been doing, man. Keep working.
Absolutely, man. Definitely, I like that, you know, because I haven't seen in all my years in boxing, I haven't seen someone of that age already have their own business while trying to be a boxer. So shout out.
That means everything, man. Seeing guys and then seeing them take it further because, you know, we, you know, everyone was telling us that we couldn't do it, you know, that we were going to have to partner up with someone that we'd have to, you know, we'd have to take the traditional road and we took an unconventional, non-conventional approach to it, and now you see guys just like the young brother coming with the headphones and starting his career and shit. That just makes me smile, man.
Yeah, I got Noah GX. Devin is in trouble. The fix is in.
Where so I can where's the fix in? Let me know. So let me see if I can fix it.
Let BH know.
We got Wakandan Tax Collector. He says, my boy Miko and the BGA got Kambosos all day, day. Who the hell is the BGA?
Man, who the fuck he is, man?
Yo, you so biased,
man,
yo.
I don't give a fuck, man. Dev gonna do what the fuck we gonna do after the show, Ness, and he finna light that shit up and he gonna smoke it. He gonna smoke it, man. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Well,
I think Kambosos has a decent skill level, but when you talk about Devin and his skill set and what he brings to the table, I mean, the feet, the length, the jab,
the experience.
Bill, I wanna be a lambong is what we call it in Dominican slang, and give you more credit here because you were brave enough to mention the name Maxie Hughes many months ago, right? And some people received you with laughter. You know, I definitely didn't mind the fight. I wanted that coveted IBO. Shout out to my man Ed Levine, you know.
Shout out Ed.
But I don't know if you heard that Maxie just turned down an offer from superstar Ryan Garcia. It was not enough money, but he received an offer. Someone that you wanted to fight and weren't met, or rather you were thinking of as a possible opponent, but when you brought it up, you weren't met with the same, I guess, gratitude as Ryan is being received. Like, they were okay with him fighting Maxie Hughes. Now Maxie turned down that offer, so it's been public that Javier, someone else you were supposed to fight, and by you I mean your son Devin, has now accepted the fight with Ryan.
Javier Fortuna.
Okay.
So Javier Fortuna will now fight Ryan Garcia July 16th.
Who we last saw lose to JoJo about when that fight takes place, it'll have been a year.
But again, the reason I said I wanted to give you more credit is because I want whoever listens to hopefully be with the BWA so that you do get your credit, because you also brought up To Go many months ago and were laughed at. But the people you're bringing up now, it seems like the alleged superstars in boxing are using your matchmaking skills. How do you feel about that? Like, you brought up To Go, you brought up Maxie Hughes, and you had wanted and chased down Javier Fortuna. And now here we are talking about the same three men with someone who the world likes to allege is a bigger star in boxing, Ryan Garcia.
Well, I'm happy to be in the Devin Haney business. I'm happy that Devin has the style that can fight against anyone. You know what I mean? And for us, a lot of these guys, they'll never let us fight them. You know what I'm saying? The Lee Selbys of the world, then we couldn't get Lee Selby. We couldn't get him when before George Kambosos, right? We couldn't get George Kambosos before George Kambosos. So, the promoters know us, the managers know us, and one thing they know about us is if you start talking about fighting us, you know what I mean, we're going to pull up, So when we get through handling our business with George Kambosos for whether it's a fight, 2 fights, 3 fights, when we're finished with George Kambosos, we're going to entertain everybody that's had something to say.
Last one, and we're out. Casual Bass Guy says, I hope we get a banging fight. George just drumming up excitement for this fight, and it's working. Dev will probably box George's head off box George's head all the way off. So that is the last one from the people. Bill, if you want to give out any social media, anything you want to direct the people to, now is the time. And we just want to thank you again for coming out and, talking some boxing with us here.
Well, since I didn't get my intro,
play the intro.
Well, I actually played your intro as Devin's intro for the show because the show is about Devin.
Can I get it
for sure?
Before we leave,
I know.
Or as we leave, we'll play that.
Yeah,
we'll play that.
But he wants to hear it.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me hear it, and then I can
see it
plug
on MGM Grand. Only one will stand, and Bill Haney, William E. Haney, come with that fight plan.
They didn't think niggas out of Oakland was gonna push up on their ass. You dig?
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Well, tell the truth and shame the devil that Devin is a bad motherfucker.
WBC, the lightweight champion of the world.
And come get the real belts, not this ain't franchise shit.
That boy is good.
Bill Haney, say his name 3 times, pop up like candy, man.
When you talk about that, you talk about one of the best fighters in boxing.
SDS Promotions.
Shout out Brandon Lands, man. We appreciate you. And that was it. Well, we're going to go ahead and take this picture with Bill. We want to thank everybody that tuned in. We'll be back with another one today at 4 p.m.
Pacific
time.
Untitled.
Untitled.
Tune in.
We'll be back.
June
5th.
This Saturday it goes
June
down.
4th.
We're already scheduled for Saturday's live fight chat. We're going to have Dewey Cooper in the building. And who else is going to be here? There's someone else going to be in studio.
Shit, I'm going to be here, unfortunately.
Oh, my God. Who else?
But make sure to go. We already have the show scheduled for this weekend. So the Super Bowl of the lightweight division,
there we go.
Devin Haney versus George Kambosos.